Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1, Kitagawa Marin and Yotsuya Maiko 1 Nana Kitagawa-san. Have you heard that Takema-san, who transferred schools yesterday, also likes cosplay? Takema-kun? I thought that handsome guy from Tokyo was someone really lacking in funds. Of course, it's true. Takema-san also said he draws ninja. Yes, it seems to be a manga with that name. Amazing. Is Kitagawa-san's heart moved? If you're going to act, you should do it as soon as possible. Confess your love in one move and win him over. Don't make fun of me. The lively chatter of high school girls echoed down the school corridor. Maiko felt dazed hearing such talk, and unconsciously, she recalled the events of that day. When the transfer student named Takema-shun entered the classroom, the entire room fell into chaos. Rina-chan, I'm in love. So handsome, it would be a shame if he didn't debut as an idol with looks like that. Do you want to go together and line up after class? Of course. If you move slowly, you'll definitely lose out to the girls from other classes. Ordinary boys didn't stand a chance compared to this one. If we're to describe him pitifully. With soft, jet black hair, standard eyebrows, eyes that sparkled, a high-bridged nose, and thin lips curved into a gentle smile. He held a school bag in his left hand and a half-read book with a bookmark in his right hand. Judging by the cover, it appeared to be The Little Prince by Exupery. At that moment, the sunlight bathed him, making his entire figure seem like it had stepped out of a painting. Countless whispers rose as people speculated who he was, a young noble from a scholarly family. Yet, facing the gleaming eyes of girls as eager as hungry wolves, this person. I'm not interested in ordinary humans. If you have aliens, time travelers, people from other worlds, or superpowered individuals, feel free to come find me. He was immediately shot a sharp glare by the stern teacher, whose gaze alone could kill. Take-ma-san, please speak properly. After being scolded by the beautiful yet authoritative homeroom teacher, the young man gave a proper introduction. Sorry, I was just kidding. My name is Take-ma-shun. I transferred to Shuchine for various reasons. Please guide me in the future. Just like that, as he wrote his name in thin golden letters on the board, he effortlessly became the school's center of attention. At the same time, he became the male lead in the romantic fantasies of most girls in the class. Even Maiko sometimes thought that if she didn't have eyes that were different from ordinary people and couldn't see ghosts. Huff. Maiko took a deep breath and shook her head quickly to dispel those thoughts from her mind. I'm already fortunate to be able to study at Shuchine Academy due to the merging and restructuring of schools, an honor in itself to be part of a prestigious school. Romantic high school dramas surely have nothing to do with someone like me. Maiko muttered to herself as she quietly passed by the two girls. Unintentionally, after noticing that one of them was a beautiful, cool blonde girl, her already heavy mood, worsened by seeing an evil spirit earlier that morning, became even gloomier. It's still early before class starts, so let's head up to the rooftop for some fresh air to change the mood. Early morning Shun, in a very bad mood, walked heavily toward the rooftop while responding to the greetings of his classmates. Although he had only transferred yesterday, he was thrilled and excited to hear that the school housed notable individuals such as Shinamiya Kaguya, Fujiwara Chika, Garasamifo, and the famous Nakano quintuplets. Shun in this life was the perfect urban protagonist. Top in academics, skilled in sports, exceptional in appearance, and gifted in composition, music, painting, kendo, and even cooking. As the perfect guy in Tokyo, Shun was essentially just waiting for opportunities to shine before the public and to win over the beautiful girls he admired in his previous life. But he never expected that the girl with long black hair who accompanied him on duty that day would be named Yotsuya Maiko. At first, Shun was relieved, thinking it was too unscientific for a character dealing with ghosts and supernatural beings to appear in this daily life manga, right? However, after casual conversation, Shun had to face reality. The girl before him was indeed Yotsuya Maiko, who could see ghosts. Realizing that this world contained supernatural elements, Shun grew anxious. He immediately went home and used his hacking skills to search for clues online. Shocking. Two couples mysteriously disappeared after visiting a shrine, urban legend. A horror video that causes everyone who watches it to die mysteriously. You might not believe it, but there were reports of monsters roaming the streets of Tokyo, decoding what really happened at the Odaki Prefecture Festival that year. Who can save us? A group of skiers turned to ice statues overnight. Something is going on. Have you heard that the Ministry of Internal Affairs partnered with companies to establish a yin-yang residence, and a senior from our school was chosen to go there? After uncovering these unheard-of facts during everyday life, Shun's heart sank completely. According to recent findings, roughly 30 years ago, mysterious powers began to resurface. Initially minor, like seeds buried deep within the earth, it was only in the last decade that various supernatural events gradually surfaced in the world. Monsters often appeared, hundreds of ghosts killed people at night, and there were even rumors about drinking blood at altars dedicated to obscure Japanese deities. Moreover, these phenomena intensified in recent years. Shun doubted that, in a few more years, the world he lived in would fully transition from ordinary youthful life to a realm of spiritual resurgence. At that point, he might die humbly during a night parade of 100 demons or an epic battle. The sudden change in worldview weighed on him, casting a shadow of confusion and dread over the young man's heart. Let's go get some fresh air on the rooftop first. Saying this, Shun opened the door to the rooftop. At that moment, a terrifying scene unfolded before him. Chapter 2, Myriad Realms Roulette. At this moment, Maiko was sitting on a bench with a bottle of Pepsi that even a dog wouldn't want to drink. She appeared calm, but in reality, she was almost on the verge of crying out of fear. And in front of her stood a twisted ghost with 100 eyes and a grotesque face filled with an ominous black aura. It slowly bared its jagged fangs as if ready to devour its opponent in an instant. Seeing this horrifying scene, Shun's face turned deathly pale. As an ordinary human without any supernatural powers, being confronted by a ghost capable of taking his life at will triggered an instinctive sense of helplessness and fear, almost making him turn and flee for his life. Stay calm. Stay calm. The more I lose control, the more I'm inviting death. Shun consciously regulated his breathing, pushing his mind and body to their limits under the intense pressure. At that moment, a golden roulette wheel appeared in his field of vision. The roulette wheel seemed to emit an eternal glow, allowing his thoughts to enter a state of serene clarity. Now, he could hear the subtle sounds of insects underground in the courtyard, feel the flutter of feathers as birds flew across the sky, perceive the falling leaves' trajectory, sense the wind currents on the rooftop, and see the 100 eyes filled with cunning and malicious glances. Unsurprisingly, Shun's demeanor and actions caught the attention of the fierce ghost. If Shun had turned and fled now, the ghost would likely haunt him relentlessly and claim his life. At that moment, he had no time to pay attention to his newly activated golden finger. After regaining his composure, he walked toward the rooftop as if he couldn't see the ghost. The 100-eyed ghost roared like a predator and swung its massive hand as though ready to smash the approaching young man into pulp at any moment. Yet Shun acted as if he still had no idea of its presence. Hueco, witnessing this scene, almost screamed out loud. Luckily, the ghost with 100 eyes was only testing if the person in front of it could see it. The ghost's huge hand swept past Shun's ear, creating nothing more than a gust of wind. Shun kept walking, the sound of his steps resounding loudly amidst the strange and eerie atmosphere. Under the watchful eyes of both Hueco and the 100-eyed ghost, Shun approached the girl. "Take Makun?" Hueco was slightly startled by his sudden appearance, feeling a hint of relief. Though she often saw malevolent spirits, Hueco possessed a heart far stronger than that of an average person. Despite being a young woman, she had a resilience that wouldn't flinch even in the face of danger. But still, feeling afraid was normal. Even though Hueco looked calm now, deep down, she was so frightened that she was nearly in tears. Shun, pretending not to notice the ghost, quickly stood in front of Hueco, grabbed her Pepsi, and took a large gulp, then reflexively made a disgusted face. "Just as I thought, Pepsi tastes awful." "Hueco? 100-eyed ghost?" Seeing the perfect young man before her, Hueco was momentarily stunned. However, Shun took swift action, grasping her wrist and pulling her off the rooftop with urgency. "Come on, class is about to start. If you stay up here any longer, you'll be late." Yes." Hueco snapped back to reality, responding quickly and following him off the rooftop. The fierce ghost, realizing neither of them could see it, shook its head and disappeared as if it had lost interest. On the staircase next to the door. "Finally safe, thank you for your help." Hueco's legs gave way, and she collapsed onto Shun. "It's okay. For now, as long as you pretend not to see them, you won't be attacked." Shun gradually regained his composure, letting out a sigh of relief and gently patting her back to comfort her. After a moment, Hueco stood up, albeit embarrassed. Despite the slight embarrassment, she nervously asked him, "Take Makun, can you see those things too? We've been through life and death together, so just call me Shun." Shun nodded and said, "I just realized today that I can see those ghosts. How about you?" Although in Japanese culture, calling someone by their first name so soon might seem awkward, Shun's words made it seem acceptable. After all, the other party was a perfect Tokyo boy. "Shun-kun, I only realized I could see those things last January." The situation was. Talking about it brought tears to Hueco's eyes as she recalled her ordeal. Since suddenly being able to see ghosts, she had been terrified daily, facing life and death situations repeatedly, constantly fearful that the ghosts would discover she could see them. Finally finding someone who could share in her experiences, Hueco poured out her troubles and shock over the past month to Shun without hesitation. The two chatted until the bell rang before returning to class together. It was clear Hueco's mood had improved significantly, but Shun returned to his seat with a heavy heart, guilt seeping away slowly. Yotsuya Hueco didn't originally have this ability, but suddenly being able to see them means. It's true that the rise of mysterious forces is intensifying. It could be that Hueco's latent abilities awakened, or maybe the ghost's presence is more active due to potent spiritual energy, or both. Judging by this, more people might start seeing ghosts, or more ghosts may appear in the world. No wonder the sudden surge in unexplained deaths. Maybe some unlucky souls saw ghosts at night and died suddenly. Reflecting on today's life-threatening encounter, the sense of helplessness and shadow of death weighed heavily on Shun's heart. "I just wanted to be the protagonist of an ordinary light novel harem. Why? Why force me into this? Myriad Realms Roulette, show me your limits." The golden roulette, which had shrunk into the bottom left corner of his vision, seemed to respond to its master's desperate plea, illuminating in an eternal light, revealing the full power of the roulette world before Shun. Myriad Realms Roulette. 1. The Myriad Realms Roulette automatically absorbs external energy, allowing travel to different worlds once a month, staying for 100 days. Returning early allows for accumulated time for future visits. 2. Each world visited by the Myriad Realms roulette is random. Worlds that have been visited can be anchored, allowing the host to return to them during monthly travels. 3. The Myriad Realms roulette grants the host the language mastery ability. 4. The Myriad Realms roulette comes with highly compatible system-changing abilities. 5. The Myriad Realms roulette includes a personal space. The initial space is 10 cubic meters and will expand as the host's spiritual power increases. 6. Based on the host's level of plot involvement and behavior in each world, points and rankings are awarded upon return. 7. Roulette points can be used for True Spirit Reincarnation, ability upgrades. 8. When an evaluation level reaches S rank, the host receives a draw from the Universal Realm. 9. Chapter 3, Orochimaru's Opportunity. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Shun, who seemed distracted throughout the entire class, suddenly stood up to pack his belongings, as if wanting to leave early. Many people in the classroom looked at him, including his seatmate, Nakano Itsuki. Take-kun, are you leaving early? She asked while taking out a pack of cookies to snack on during the break. I just remembered something urgent. If the teacher asks, could you explain for me? I'll treat you to coffee pudding tomorrow. Shun grabbed his school bag and dashed away, disappearing into the distance without waiting for a response. Take-kun. Itsuki opened her mouth, pouting slightly with a hint of annoyance as she watched him quickly vanish. I haven't agreed yet, and coffee pudding. It's really good. Shun, unaware of the annoyance from the food-loving girl, hurriedly returned home. After locking the 2 door bolts and closing the thick curtains in his room, he looked at the golden roulette in his field of vision with excitement. Begin traveling across worlds, Naruto, available state time, 100 days. It has been detected that this is the host's first cross-world travel. The True Soul Reincarnation function can be activated for free. The Myriad Realms roulette would evaluate the level and points based on cross-world travel performance and interventions in the original plot. The primary function of roulette points is True Soul Reincarnation. Although it sounds as though Shun could be struck by a truck at any time and reincarnate in another world, this function is more akin to creating a reasonable identity. Once the True Soul reincarnates, the host will randomly acquire plausible identity, with consistent gender, in that world. In True Soul Reincarnation mode, negative curses, disabilities, and other effects suffered in the traveled world won't affect the main world. However, any acquired bloodlines, skills, or positive gains can be retained. In general, unless Shun is directly killed and brain dead, as long as he breathes and chooses to leave the dimensional world, injuries will be erased under the influence of True Soul Reincarnation, which can be considered a life-saving skill. Of course, in True Soul Reincarnation mode, there might be situations such as becoming younger, but the body would still be his own. Overall, this suited Shun quite well. Just think about it, how could he infiltrate places like Academy City without a valid identity? How would he participate in the plot? How would he communicate with significant individuals, women, and objects, men? Many high-ranking figures in Academy City were difficult to deal with, and no one knew what might happen. Moreover, future worlds might include places like Rikudai Kishi and Gakuzen ***. With a reasonable identity, he might gain incidental benefits. For instance, being part of the Uchiha or Hyuga clans in the Naruto world, or a student of Seidouken Academy eligible to wield a magic sword. The advantages of acquiring status were clear. Activate. According to roulette standards, True Soul Reincarnation required at least 1 roulette point, with no upper limit. Obtaining True Soul Reincarnation for free now, instead of reincarnating directly, was quite fortunate. But, even so, if it's free, I should have a good status, right? There should be, right? There will be. Night fell, bringing heavy rain to Hidden Leaf Village. Shun sat in a small wooden house for war orphans in Hidden Leaf Village, watching the rain pour down, feeling a sense of melancholy. He had hoped to receive the Sharingan from the Uchiha clan but never expected to have no connection to even a civilian ninja family. He was now just another war orphan, common after the end of the Second Ninja World War. Although Shun was used to being an orphan since his time in the main world, he still struggled with the reality of being a 16-year-old high school student turned into a 9-year-old child. However, it seemed that only in this way could he successfully blend into Hidden Leaf Village. After a series of screenings, orphans like him, with pure backgrounds and no parents, were placed in small dilapidated homes assigned by Hidden Leaf Village. If nothing unexpected happened, most would join the Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Academy, graduate, and become gears or cannon fodder for Hidden Leaf Village in the future. The rest would break away, survive in Hidden Leaf Village, and become cheap labor. Shun's natural choice was to join the Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Academy. Before traveling to other worlds, he had been a medical researcher in his past life. Although he wouldn't claim exceptional medical prowess, The years of modern medical knowledge he had studied would still be useful. Based on the current situation, his best path was to join the Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Academy, learn Shuriken, Taijutsu, the 3 basic techniques, and demonstrate his medical talent as soon as possible to become a medical ninja. Although it sounded ordinary, if you think about it, obtaining chakra development methods, stepping into the extraordinary, and mastering basic magical skills like the 3 basic techniques was already a considerable gain. Not to mention, successfully integrating into the ranks, these techniques were, in his eyes, more practical than most A-rank ninjutsu. A clone identical to himself that could turn into the image of another person or animal, used for disguise and instantly swapping positions with objects to dodge attacks, these were even akin to space ninjutsu effects. The 3 basic techniques were skills specific to most ninjas. If Shun could acquire medical ninjutsu with exceptional healing effects, then for an ordinary person like him, this journey would undoubtedly be worthwhile. Except, a greater opportunity has appeared. Shun's eyes narrowed suddenly, and his heartbeat quickened. Recalling the sensation earlier, he suppressed his excitement and fixed his gaze on a distant, cold figure. Long black hair, golden snake-like eyes, purple eyeshadow extending to the nose, pale skin, and Magatama-shaped blue earrings. There was no doubt that the person inspecting the orphan placements was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, a scientist in the ninja world, and a figure admired by many time travelers. If Shun remembered correctly, after the Second Ninja World War, Orochimaru was obsessed with immortality and secretly collaborated with Danzō to conduct Hashirama cell transplant experiments. Chapter 4, It is our duty to rebuild Hidden Leaf Village's glory. Shun traveled to the main world and was given the status of an orphan due to a car accident when he graduated from elementary school and entered middle school. To support himself, Shun thought for a moment and decided to draw some manga and publish it. Initially, he only wanted to make a living, so he drew Donikaku Kawaii and Shigetsu wa Kimi no Yuso. Later, when he was a freshman in high school and transferred to Shuchian Academy, he planned to draw Naruto, to solidify his identity as a genius mangaka and to communicate more with Kitagawa Marin, a heroine. For that, Shun spent a few days reviewing the 700 chapters of Naruto manga that he had memorized in his mind. On this matter, he couldn't help but write his thoughts in his notebook. In the world of Naruto, without a strong Kekkei Genkai, one would remain cannon fodder even if they worked hard all their life. Except for Might Guy, almost everyone who could reach top combat power in the late stage of the manga was related to the Sage of Six Paths. Without a powerful bloodline, it was difficult to stand out in the world of Naruto. Now was the resting period after the end of the Second Ninja World War. After Orochimaru witnessed his disciple Nawaki's death, he began harboring desires for immortality in his heart. So he and Danzō collaborated to study Hashirama cells. In the original story, during this period Orochimaru often used various orphans to conduct human experiments on Hashirama cells. As for Shun, he possessed the Myriad Realms roulette that was highly compatible with the wood element. As long as he could pique the other party's interest, he was likely to seize this opportunity to obtain the sage body Senju Hashirama. This was an opportunity worth trying. Thinking this, Shun stood up without hesitation and ran through the heavy rain, stepping through the mud and rushing toward Orochimaru. "Are you Sannin Orochimaru-sama?" Shun, who had turned into an 8 or 9-year-old youth, lifted his head and looked like an enthusiastic little fan. This was not surprising, as the Sannin were renowned throughout the ninja world. Many children in the village of Hidden Leaf Village admired the Sannin. "Yes, that's me." Orochimaru saw Shun rolling and crawling toward him, so he didn't ignore this child who seemed to idolize him greatly. "Kid, you've just seen me. Why do you dare stand before me now?" His hoarse, cold voice made Shun shiver as if facing a cold-blooded python. Even without intentional pressure, it still made him feel an almost lethal chill. In the world of Naruto, there weren't many child ninja spies at the age of 8 or 9. A genius like Kakashi Hatake graduated from the academy at age 5 and became a chunin at age 6. Most people graduated from the ninja academy at 10, and even younger ones went to battle during the ninja world wars. Shun's sudden appearance only piqued Orochimaru's interest, wanting to understand this child's purpose. Similarly, Shun knew that the success of this opportunity hinged on his response. In response, he lifted his face without hesitation and let the rain hit him, eyes burning with determination. The Second Ninja World War between the Sannin and demigod Hanzo ended with a score of 3-0. At that time, I saw my father sitting in his chair, crying after hearing about the Sannin's defeat. That scene is something I'll never forget. At that moment, I thought, if I could become a ninja, I would win everything. Now that the opportunity is in front of me, I must consider if this will be the only chance in my life. I am convinced that Orochimaru has greatly contributed to Hidden Leaf Village's dominance today. It is our duty to rebuild Hidden Leaf Village's glory. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, showing unbridled madness in his eyes. My parents died because of their weakness, and due to my own weakness, I crouched like an ant, praying for luck. Orochimaru, accept me as your disciple. I want to become strong and take control of my own life, and I am willing to sacrifice everything for it. Sure enough, after hearing these words, Orochimaru showed a somewhat intrigued expression. Is it our duty to restore Hidden Leaf Village's glory? Willing to sacrifice everything? You do have a certain intent. Orochimaru's eyes, as cold as the sharpest blade, studied Shun like bone-picking tweezers. At this moment, Shun was drenched in cold sweat, adrenaline surging uncontrollably, surrounded by the fear of being slashed by countless knives. Knowing the importance of this opportunity, he still gritted his teeth and lifted his face. Even though blood flowed from his tightly clenched palms, he was entirely unaware. Not bad. Orochimaru withdrew his gaze, and as his presence dissipated, Shun collapsed into the muddy water, face pale and breathing heavily. However, you are not qualified to be my disciple. Orochimaru looked at him as if observing a randomly placed chess piece. I can give you a chance. If you succeed, you will gain immense power. Yes. Shun immediately responded without hesitation. Follow me. Wearing a bamboo hat, Orochimaru walked away. Compared to when he came, there was now a small child following behind him. Orochimaru seemed unconcerned about whether the child was following him or not. At this moment, Shun appeared decent and could be considered an excellent experimental subject. There was no need to overthink anything else. If the experiment failed, he would naturally die. If it succeeded, Shun would become the best reference for mastering Hashirama cells. However, the probability of this child failing was high. There was a silent condescension in Orochimaru's snake eyes, unaware that the little boy following him with his head bowed was smiling. With a Myriad Realms roulette, obtaining a sage body was naturally inevitable. With this harvest, even without doing anything further, this journey had already yielded significant profit. Chapter 5, The Greatest Potential in the Ninja World. Shun was taken by Orochimaru for a month. However, what he never expected was that during this month, none of the cruel experiments he imagined took place. Instead, his food, clothing, shelter, and transportation were all well arranged. During this period, his meals were luxurious, with nutritious food and some secret nourishing medicines. Not to mention his sleep, which was strictly regulated, and after being injected with certain drugs, he felt refreshed every time he woke up. The amount of daily training was carefully divided, chakra refinement was not allowed, and various blood tests were conducted every day. In just 1 month, Shun changed from looking like a thin orphan to being incredibly healthy. It seemed that his entire being had become soft and full, both physically and mentally. Shun appeared helpless as a third of the time passed, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Orochimaru did not know he had a cheat ability, and Shun did not dare to reveal it, so he could only let the other party carefully develop his experimental product. Fortunately, this nurturing period finally ended after the next 5 days. When Shun woke up and did not see the nutritious food, he understood that the day of the experiment had finally arrived. Wearing a white hospital gown, Shun was sent to the operating table. The bright lamp made it difficult for him to open his eyes, and the faint scent of disinfectant and a sharp smell of alcohol filled the air. To be honest, you are the most promising orphan test subject with the best physique I have encountered so far. At some point, Orochimaru walked indifferently to the operating table, holding a syringe filled with a solution. Perhaps you really can succeed. As I promised you, I will grant you the name of Sanin Orochimaru's disciple when the time comes. As he spoke, Orochimaru had already injected the medicinal solution into Shun's body. Do your best, kid. If you die, there will be nothing left. As his consciousness gradually blurred, Shun seemed to hear a hint of sadness. Before he could confirm it, darkness slowly surged like a tide, swallowing him instantly. 3 days later, seeing Shun successfully unleash a wood clone, Orochimaru's eyes couldn't hide their intoxicated expression. At that moment, he looked like an artist who had discovered the most beautiful masterpiece in the world. At that moment, in his eyes, Shun was no longer human but something truly extraordinary. And Shun, who was being observed, did not care about his gaze because he too was immersed in this newfound power. Now, every cell in his body, full of vitality, embodied the existence of a sage's body. Every time he refined chakra, this constant flow of vitality made him unable to hold back a smile. The deepest impression for anyone who had watched Naruto was usually the Mangekyo Sharingan or Rinnegan, the Kyuubi chakra mode, or Might Guy's shocking kick. But as someone who had read Naruto fanfiction for years, Shun had seen powerful characters showcased one by one countless times and had managed to see the essence behind these phenomena. Ask a question. How could Yamato control a tailed beast? Yamato, don't ask, I have Hashirama cells. Then why wasn't Obito with the Mangekyo Sharingan blind? Obito, don't ask, I have Hashirama cells. How could Orochimaru restrain Tobirama? Orochimaru, don't ask, I have Hashirama cells. Could Danzō support so many Sharingan? Danzō, don't ask, I have Hashirama cells. Why did White Zetsu suddenly become so powerful? White Zetsu, because I got Hashirama cells. Hashirama, Madara, look at these shameless people, how cunning they are. Madara silently looked at his chest, then remembered how he awakened the Rinnegan, and blushed slightly without saying a word. Looking at the entire Naruto story, these Hashirama cells had a vitality of their own, not only possessing wood style but also bringing many beneficial effects. Without a doubt, they were the best cells in the world. It seems you have successfully integrated Hashirama cells. Orochimaru calmed his expression. This time, his gaze at Shun finally shifted from experiment to human. As I said before, I will accept you as my disciple. At the same time, you will also be my assistant to help research Hashirama cell compatibility. In Orochimaru's view, with Shun as an example of miraculously compatible Hashirama cells, in the future, as long as he could clearly study what was special about the other's constitution, he would be able to easily transplant Hashirama cells. On one hand, Shun's current sage body, comparable to Senju Hashirama when he was 8 or 9, would certainly change with age. On the other hand, Orochimaru was very fond of Shun's potential. This child had a terrifying conviction to become stronger, a sharp mind, and potential comparable to Senju Hashirama at 8 or 9 years old. Wait 10 years. No, maybe just 5 or 6 years, and Orochimaru would be able to create a new ninja god for Hidden Leaf Village. At least before being deceived by the third Hokage into becoming a rogue ninja, one of Orochimaru's life goals was always to become Hokage, and his heart was still set on Hidden Leaf Village. I will arrange an identity for you as a member of the Senju clan, and you will enter the Ninja Academy as Orochimaru's disciple, an orphan of the Senju clan who has awakened your Kekkei Genkai. Orochimaru looked at Shun and asked seriously as if instructing, besides, do you have any other needs? I have one more request. I want to transplant a pair of Sharingan. Shun made the request to Orochimaru without any courtesy, speaking in a bewitching whisper like a devil. Sensei, don't you want to try it? Perhaps my body is also compatible with Sharingan? Create with your own hands a disciple who possesses the full potential of Senju Hashirama and Madara Uchiha. What changes will he bring to Hidden Leaf Village and even the entire ninja world? As a ninja scientist and experimental maniac, after hearing Shun's words, Orochimaru was moved without hesitation. Chapter 6, Might Guy in Ancient Times. Azura, the second son of the Sage of Six Paths, inherited his father's yang release abilities, body energy, self-healing, etc. Later, the power of yang release was passed down to Azura's descendants, the Senju clan, who were also his lineage. Although the Uzumaki clan also inherited strong vitality and a large chakra reserve, their abilities were not as refined as the Senju clans. The eldest son, Indra, inherited the power of yin release, which was subsequently passed down to Indra's descendants, the Uchiha clan, granting them strong spiritual energy. Shun was particularly compatible with both powers, acquiring Genin level chakra within just half a month of training and mastering the 3 basic techniques skillfully. Moreover, with his sage body and 2 Tomoe Sharingan, his chakra reserve was notably greater than an average Genin's. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Orochimaru secretly feared the alarming rate of Shun's progress and even regretted it a little. If a prodigy like Shun were to grow up, it could potentially lead to significant upheaval. Therefore, on the 65th day after Shun arrived in the world of Naruto, Orochimaru decisively took him to the Ninja Academy to enroll him. On one hand, Shun's success sparked Orochimaru's research enthusiasm. On the other hand, he hoped that Shun would form bonds with the people of Hidden Leaf Village, adding a layer of security for Hidden Leaf Village's future. At dusk, under Shun's puzzled gaze, Orochimaru brought him to an ordinary household. After knocking on the door, Orochimaru entered with Shun. As they reached the entrance, a young girl with short purple hair, wearing mesh sleeves and a light brown jacket, ran over swiftly. Orochimaru-sensei. At first glance, this little girl appeared bold and impulsive. She had an innocent and gullible personality. Shun made a mental note about her. Anko. Orochimaru's expression softened, a rare occurrence. He stepped aside, allowing Shun to come forward. Let me introduce him. This is my new student, Takumi Shun. He is also your junior. Anko's initial curiosity about Shun quickly turned into interest upon hearing Orochimaru's words. Takumi Shun, please guide me well. Mitarashi Anko, your senior. Anko patted her small frame and confidently declared, I'll protect you from now on. Then, I'm in your care. Seeing the young Anko in front of him, Shun couldn't help but smile. Orochimaru nodded upon observing their interaction. I'll be going into seclusion for some time for my research. From now on, Shun will stay with you temporarily and attend the same ninja class as you. So, you'll look after him for a while, okay? Orochimaru's tone was particularly gentle. Before becoming a rogue ninja, he always treated this student as a daughter. Staying together? Doesn't that mean living together? Anko glanced at the charming boy in front of her, unsure of where her thoughts wandered. Unwilling? Orochimaru sounded slightly disappointed. Anko peeked at Shun, then quickly turned her head away. It's not impossible. Then, you'll take care of him from now on. Having accomplished his goal, Orochimaru didn't linger. He patted Shun's shoulder and hurried back to prepare for his experiments. He had done his part. The next step was to see how Shun would connect with others. As the door closed, only 2 people were left in the room. In this world, people generally married early, matured early, and fell in love early. Suddenly alone in a private space with a boy she had just met, even the usually cheerful Anko was a bit flustered. Shun could clearly see the girl's expression. He thought for a moment, took out Orochimaru's wallet, and said, "Would you like to go buy a bed or something with me? I'll treat you to dango. Is there red bean soup?" "Yes, with plenty of beans." "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Before Shun could react, Anko grabbed his hand and dashed toward the commercial street. The next day Ninja Academy. "Take me Shun, Orochimaru-sensei's new student, please guide me well." After introducing himself, Shun scanned the classroom. Kurenai, Kakashi, Guy, Obito, Rin. There are so many famous characters from the original series. Shun's eyes lingered on Guy and Kakashi. Although Obito would become powerful later and rank among the top experts, these 2 were currently the most valuable to him. Guy could lead him to the 8 gates technique, while Kakashi was a tool master. Shun was calculating in his mind how to approach them. At the same time, he maintained a cold expression and ignored the girls' chatter. However, he didn't expect that young girls always responded this way. From Kakashi to Sasuke in the future, cool, handsome guys were always popular. Amidst the whispers of many precocious girls, Shun sat right beside Anko and Kurenai. "Shun, you're so popular." Anko, who had become familiar after a few meals together, teased Shun and then pointed at her friend next to her. "This is Yui Kurenai, my best friend. Take Makun, please guide me well." Kurenai looked at him with curiosity. "Please guide me as well. If you're close friends, just call me Shun." Anko usually does. Shun's tone was gentle, in stark contrast to the cold demeanor he showed during his introduction on stage. Being cold to others while warm to them meant they were special. As the instigator, Shun had no other intentions. He just thought it would be a shame not to take the chance to engage with Kurenai, who would be so beautiful in the future. In the future, Shun might not gain eternal youth like pure gold in one piece. When the time came, seeing young Anko and Kurenai together, it would be exciting. Chapter 7, Obtaining the 8 Gates. Next, Shun did not rush to get to know the future notable figures in class. Instead, he quietly pursued training to understand the foundational knowledge and practices of the ninja world. The class gradually became accustomed to having someone even cooler and more distant than Kakashi among them. However, everyone knew that Shun's cold demeanor was directed at everyone else. When he was with Anko and Kurenai, the 3 of them would chat and laugh together, appearing quite close. Many people in the class even noticed how frequently the trio shopped and ate together and how well they got along. Over time, rumors began circulating in the Ninja Academy. Most people believed that Shun and Kurenai were likely dating, leaving Anko out of the running. The reason for this was obvious. Most people viewed Anko as a cool, wild, and sharp, fierce girl. She had a bit of a tomboyish temperament and often intimidated boys. Though both girls were equally attractive, Anko was seen as the least desired girl to date by the boys due to her brash personality. One day after class. This time, Shun didn't linger with the 2 girls but sought a secluded, quiet place to practice basic skills like water walking and tree climbing. Thanks to his sage body, his chakra reserves were approaching Chunin level. However, the accompanying drawbacks required constant training to refine his chakra control. After completing his daily basic training, Shun pulled out a balloon and began the 3rd stage of Rasengan practice. This was perhaps the greatest advantage for a time traveler. Anyone who had read the original story knew the 3-step training process for Rasengan. The first stage was rotation. As the name suggests, the user had to focus chakra into their palm and rotate it regularly, but the internal spin was chaotic. The second stage was about power. This stage used a rubber ball, and the user had to use rotating chakra in their palm to expand it. This stage was several levels harder than the first, comparable to learning a B-level ninjutsu and progressing to A-level ninjutsu. Shun had reached the third stage of training, which involved compressing the rotating power to its maximum and maintaining it. As he carefully controlled his chakra for the third stage of Rasengan training, he seemed to be waiting for someone. Finally, after his fifth balloon burst, a green figure full of youthful spirit appeared before him. 1001, 1002. He had the iconic bowl-cut hairstyle, thick eyebrows, a green jumpsuit, and was jumping frog-style with a rock on his back. The intense energy of youth radiating from him was unlike anything normal people would do for exercise. There was no doubt, this was the man who nearly surpassed all odds. The powerful individual who didn't rely on bloodlines but strived to reach the top, Might Guy. Though Shun had spent the past few days hanging out with the girls, he often kept an eye on Guy, Kakashi, and others from a distance. It seemed his efforts had paid off. At this time, Guy and his father were not well recognized in Hidden Leaf Village. Might Dewey was often mocked as the eternal Geinin, and Guy was ridiculed and ostracized by peers for his lack of talent in ninjutsu, barely making it into the Ninja Academy after retaking the entrance exam. Not until the Third Ninja World War, when Dewey opened the 8 gates and defeated the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, did people realize just how strong these 2 taijutsu specialists were. Because of this, Shun now had the opportunity and possibility to learn the 8 gates technique passed down by Dewey. With this in mind, Shun put down his balloon nonchalantly and watched Guy train with great interest as if they had just met by coincidence. Time passed, and only after Guy completed his set did Shun step forward. "Guy, I didn't expect to see you here. I have to admit, you're truly dedicated." Shun handed a water bottle to Guy with a gentle smile that was harmless to both humans and animals, simultaneously offering genuine praise. "I've always heard in class that Guy was weak, but seeing you today, I think you're a strong taijutsu ninja." "Really?" It was the first time in Guy's life that someone recognized and praised him. The thick-browed boy forgot about the water and stood up hastily. "Of course, your physical training is impressive. Even a genius like Kakashi probably doesn't have that kind of physical strength." Shun nodded firmly, looking genuinely intrigued. "I've always wanted to train my physical skills. If possible, may I practice with you?" "Oh. My blood is boiling." Guy, now invited by Shun, was immediately filled with fighting spirit. "This is youth, Shun. As partners on this journey, let's ignite our youth together." A week later Shun staggered back home and collapsed skillfully in the entryway. Moments later, 2 young girls inside the room helped him up without surprise, and Anko couldn't help but complain. "So, you sparred with Guy again today?" "No, I trained with Uncle Dewey today." Cough. Shun coughed, feeling the strain in his lungs. He had underestimated the intense training regimen of the passionate father and son duo. He only encouraged them, trained with them, and treated them to ramen a few times. As a result, the two insisted on pushing him to the limit every day, sharing all their experiences and techniques. Dewey even treated him as his personal disciple. Shun seriously doubted that without his sage body, he would be bedridden for 2 days straight. Chapter 8, Ra Senator Gon exchanged for the 8 gates. The sky grew darker as dusk set in. The setting sun, which had already reached its furthest point west, stubbornly lingered, reluctant to disappear completely. On the opposite side, a warm and bright moon hung serenely in the sky. The fading moon, eager to spread its moonlight, met the gradually dimming sun on this transitional evening. Nightfall deepened. Shun, recovering with the help of his sage body, lay in bed, contemplating his next move. Anko's cheerful voice occasionally echoed from downstairs, and the aroma of food wafted through the air, bringing a sense of relaxation to his heart. Tap tap tap. The sound of footsteps on the stairs grew louder, and Shun quickly shut his eyes, pretending to be asleep. Moments later, the door opened, and a young girl with curly black hair and bright ruby eyes stepped into the room. "Shun. Dinner is ready." Kurenai wasn't surprised when the other didn't respond. Wearing an apron, she walked to the bedside and looked at him sleeping peacefully with a helpless expression. Sure enough, he's asleep again. Kurenai squatted beside the bed, resting her cheek on her left hand while gazing at the sleeping Shun. Normally, his cold expression would cause a stir among the girls, but now, as he lay there unguarded with stray bangs partially covering his face, he seemed even more handsome. So handsome. Kurenai murmured, remembering the times they spent together and the kindness he showed only to her. In the silence of the room, she tried to calm her racing heart, lightly tracing his face with her fingers. When her fingertips brushed his thin lips, she withdrew them instinctively, as if shocked. "Seriously, what am I doing? I'm acting like an idiot." Feeling her cheeks flush, Kurenai patted her face with force to chase away her embarrassment and tried to maintain her composure as she gently shook Shun. "Shun, it's dinner time. If you don't calm down, all the red bean soup will be eaten." With that, she turned and hurried out without waiting for Shun to wake up. Hearing the hurried footsteps going downstairs, Shun opened his eyes, revealing a hidden smile. I didn't expect pretending to sleep would turn out so well. The three of them later dined as usual. Shun behaved normally, while Kurenai acted as if she were possessed by Hinata, blushing every time their eyes met. This led Shun to secretly tease Kurenai several times under the table, and her lack of resistance only encouraged him further. Throughout the meal, Anko was blissfully unaware, focused solely on eating, polishing off 3 bowls of red bean soup in a row. By the way, Shun and I might not be able to come next week. After dinner, Kurenai announced the news suddenly. The monthly evaluation at the Ninja Academy is in a week. My father will be home to train me in ninjutsu during that time. Wow, time flies so fast. Anko, who had been lounging comfortably on the sofa, suddenly sat up, clearly panicking. It's over. I haven't been practicing the 3 basic techniques properly lately. It would be so embarrassing to let Orochimaru-sensei down. At that moment, Anko looked like a troublemaker before an exam. The Ninja Academy taught foundational theories, shuriken techniques, assassination, and various wartime skills. However, the true test of a student's talent, and what made children from prominent clans shine, was the practical monthly evaluation. Kakashi's reputation as a genius stemmed from his consistent victories over his peers since entering the academy, remaining undefeated in every assessment. It may sound harsh, but in this world, even young ninja students wielded considerable combat power. During the Second Ninja World War a few years ago, students of the Ninja Academy were fully capable of taking enemy lives. Even Guy, if handed a knife, could take down 7 in an urban brawl and reign as the Dragon King of Special Forces. In that case, everyone should train hard this week, and then we can go out and celebrate once the evaluation is over at the end of the month. Shun set the tone for the upcoming week while tidying up the table. The next day, after school, Anko and Kurenai went about their respective training routines. Shun continued training in physical arts with Guy at their usual spot. As the two rested, exhausted by the riverbank, Shun casually broached a topic. Guy, it seems the end-of-month evaluation is coming up. Have you decided who you'll challenge? Of course, it's Kakashi. Guy's voice rang with spirited determination across the riverbank. Youth never stops. This time, I'll definitely succeed in challenging Kakashi. In other words, you haven't succeeded before? Guy looked a bit embarrassed. Kakashi never agreed to fight, and I haven't beaten anyone impressive enough to catch up to him. I see. Shun nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, in the early stages of ninja battles, taijutsu has its disadvantages. Shuriken throwing and ninjutsu encounters often decide the outcome. Kakashi is skilled in the 3 basic techniques and knows various ninjutsu. It will be difficult to beat him. In other words, with only taijutsu, it's hard to compete with Kakashi in the early stages. Guy frowned at the reality Shun pointed out. He was a taijutsu genius, but when it came to ninjutsu, he wasn't as proficient as Obito Uchiha. A ninja who couldn't use ninjutsu was often ridiculed at the Ninja Academy. However, if you master a ninjutsu that doesn't require hand seals, it could make up for most of your weaknesses. Shun extended his right hand, and a light blue Rasengan appeared in his palm before Guy. Rasengan, a ninjutsu that can be used without hand seals. Not only will it not hinder your physical abilities, but it will greatly enhance your offensive power. As your friend, to help you beat Kakashi's youthful spirit, I've decided to share with you this ninjutsu I worked hard to learn. Shun, you created your own ninjutsu. Guy stared at him in disbelief. Are you really going to teach it to me? Of course. We're friends chasing after our youth together. Hearing Shun's sincere and bold response, Guy burst into tears, shouting about youthful passion, and immediately ran 10,000 meters with a rock on his back. Shun's mouth curled into a smile. At this point, the Third Ninja World War hadn't occurred, and Minato Namikaze hadn't even discovered Rasengan. Naturally, it was Shun's invention. For someone set on exploring thousands of worlds, Rasengan wasn't of great significance. It was a strategic tool for negotiating benefits. Guy might not understand the Rasengan's importance, but Dewey, the Eternal Gainian, did. With their personalities, after Shun's generous offer, there was only one thing Dewey could offer in return, the 8 Gates technique he had honed for over 20 years. A taijutsu master with 2 decades of 8 Gates experience, training him personally. Chapter 9, Nativity of a World of Trees. One day after Shun taught Guy the Rasengan, he was solemnly entrusted with the 8 Gates by Dewey. The training that week left Shun amazed. No wonder the 8 Gates technique had been around for years, yet only Dewey, Guy, and the future Metal Lee had mastered it. The way chakra circulated through meridians, how to open the 8 gates, and how to unlock them in the most precise way to unleash potential all contain countless intricate techniques. The human body was inherently fragile, and meridians and acupoints were even more prone to damage. Moreover, The first two gates were located in the human brain. If mishandled, opening these gates could be fatal on the spot. Especially the first gate, as opening it required releasing the brain's limitations to fully utilize 100% of the body's capabilities. It had to be done with utmost care. No wonder Dewey had been mocked for so long, and it had taken him 20 years to master the entire technique. With Dewey as an expert teacher guiding Shun, his pace in mastering the 8 gates accelerated significantly. Additionally, while in a true spirit reincarnation mode, all negative effects wouldn't return to the main body. With his sage body, Shun dared to push his training even further than Dewey and Guy. Finally, on the night before the monthly assessment of the Ninja Academy, Shun managed to open the first gate. It was already late at night when Shun, after carefully closing the 8 gates, walked to his room's balcony. He leaned on the railing and gazed at the deep, starry sky, the orange glow of Hidden Leaf Village, while also glancing at the golden roulette wheel. Naruto, remaining stay time, 8 days. Given the current situation, if things continue as is, there won't be anything else to gain, and everything will return to normal once time runs out. Although this time's harvest is good, tomorrow's assessment might not be an opportunity to strike it rich. Since true spirit reincarnation can clear all negative effects when returning to the main world, I might as well go big. As if thinking of something, Shun went back inside, wrote some letters, and placed them in a drawer. He then took out a sheet of blank paper, and as his pen moved, names began to appear one by one. And the name at the center of the entire page was Shimura Danzō. The Ninja Academy was exceptionally quiet that day. It was a beautiful day with clear skies and a strong breeze, but up close, most of the students wore serious expressions. Even Eiko, usually the most cheerful and energetic, was quiet, occasionally practicing ninjutsu hand signs. Of course, on this day of the monthly assessment, some felt anxious while others were excited. For instance, members of the Uchiha clan, except Obito, and other clan students were very proud, eager to enjoy the limelight this one day of the month. When the bell rang, the Ninja Academy students gathered at the training grounds with awareness. The junior classes were a bit more relaxed, they only had to compete in basic shuriken skills and the 3 basic techniques. However, in the senior classes where Shun, Kurenai, and Anko were, they had already started fighting under the guidance of their class instructors. At first, it was rookie duels, and both Kurenai and Anko won easily. With explosions and ninjutsu duels, the atmosphere grew more intense. When everyone saw the silver-haired Kakashi on the stage, the excitement peaked. The reason was simple: this famous genius, son of Hidden Leaf Village's White Fang, was up against an Uchiha clan member who had activated his Sharingan. His opponent was a student preparing to graduate that year. With the one Tomoe Sharingan activated, this combat strength was already at a Genin level. Go, Shinno. Show that kid the power of Uchiha. I can't stand this guy for a long time. Kakashi, so handsome. Come on, Kakashi, don't let those smug ones win. Amid the cheers of fanatical supporters around, the two on the training ground held kunai and stared at each other calmly. Both sides observed each other closely, and finally, amid the shouting, the two figures moved simultaneously. Clang. The crisp sound of kunai clashing was pleasing to the ear. Both figures collided in the center of the field like arrows released from taut strings. In just a breath, the kunai clashed repeatedly, producing one spark after another. The first round of combat had the audience cheering loudly. If the opponent had been anyone before, they would have been defeated by these two before they could even form a hand sign. The two exchanged blows at a dizzying speed, and then both had to retreat after neither gained the upper hand. Suddenly, the eyes of the Uchiha member turned red, and the one Tomoe Sharingan locked onto Kakashi's movements with murderous intent. Amid the cheers of the Uchiha clan, the opponent displayed exceptional shuriken skills, and several black shadows shot directly at Kakashi's body. The impressive skill of manipulating the collision of shurikens to change their trajectory could only be performed by an Uchiha with Sharingan. In response, Kakashi demonstrated remarkable hand sign skills, using fire style as the shurikens flew into the air. The fireball launched like a seed of impatience spreading in all directions, attacking the opponent. Moreover, all the flames were controlled by chakra, making them difficult to dodge. Alongside their stunning visual effect, they packed significant power. This level of attack caused the surrounding girls to scream. Simultaneously, veins appeared around Uchiha Shinno's eyes. Playing with fire in front of an Uchiha, are you seeking death? Almost instantly, expending most of his chakra, Shinno formed hand signs and spewed a massive fireball forward. A level C ninjutsu completed in an instant, destroying the opponent's fireball while covering Kakashi's figure and sending him flying. Humphrey, foolish. Shinno snorted coldly, about to claim victory, when he suddenly felt cold at his neck. Kakashi's figure had turned into wood, and at some point, he had appeared behind the opponent, completing the kill. The audience erupted in cheers, staring at Kakashi in admiration. As the protagonist figure, Kakashi seemed indifferent, as if it was just a trivial matter. In such a warm atmosphere, Guy rushed to the center of the training field. Kakashi, accept my challenge and ignite your youth. The appearance of the school's famous underdog and his passionate shout drew everyone's attention. I refuse. You're too weak and unqualified to fight me. Kakashi rejected without hesitation. Kakashi, are you afraid? This time, I will definitely defeat you. Guy shouted desperately, but Kakashi remained unmoved. Hey, did the taijutsu genius break his head running last night? A weakling who doesn't even know ninjutsu wants to challenge a genius? Joked Shiranui Gemma, holding a leaf in his mouth, making everyone around laugh. Why, if idiots like he were willing to challenge the strong, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Idiots will remain idiots. Don't waste time on the exam. Ebisu stood beside Genma, pushing up the small sunglasses on his eyes, and his mocking words made everyone laugh again. Right, battles between the strong are rewards for the weak like you. Until you have equivalent power, just keep running in circles. Genma laughed. At this moment, Guy trembled with their words, especially under the mocking gazes and humiliating atmosphere, making his face flush with embarrassment. Shun glanced at the two chatterboxes. If his memory was correct, these two would become Guy's teammates after graduation. In the end, they'd be moved by Guy's persistence and sincerity, apologizing earnestly. However, right now, they were the main culprits discriminating against Guy. I was only planning to mess with Kakashi, but now that you've jumped in, the bigger the scene, the better. Bang. Shun kicked a wooden post beside him into the center of the field, and the sudden loud noise silenced everyone. When the smoke cleared and everyone could see again, there was a wooden post in the middle of the field, and atop it stood a boy even colder and more handsome than Kakashi. You speak words like that to suppress your friend and laugh at him. Are you worthy of being Hidden Leaf Village Ninja? Shun's voice spread throughout the ninja academy. But as each person lifted their angry eyes to meet the bloody Magatama filled with killing intent, they all lowered their heads, trembling, unable to withstand the terror and doubt in their hearts. You said battles between the strong are a reward for the weak? Then I'll give you a chance. Everyone who just laughed at Guy, gather up. This reward is presented by Takumi Shun. Looking at Kakashi, Genma, Ebisu, and other ninjas, Shun tilted his head and laughed. What, do Hidden Leaf Village ninjas not even have the courage to act? His words were like a fuse. As the final word fell, dozens of shurikens flew toward Shun without hesitation. From Kakashi to the geniuses from various Hidden Leaf Village clans, colorful techniques stained the sky like a sea of flames. Amidst countless moments of crisis, Shun spoke indifferently, and his words were clear to all. Wood-style secret technique, Nativity of a World of Trees Chapter 10, there is only one winner. Bang. Bang. As those words fell, enormous trees suddenly rose from the ground. In an instant, the entire training ground transformed into a vast sea of emerald green. The gigantic trees absorbed the previous ninjutsu attacks, dissipating them without a trace as if they were mud entering the sea with immense power. The forest that blocked out the sunlight enveloped everyone's view from thin air, and a terrifying shadow seemed to pierce their souls, making all the Ninja Academy students show expressions of fear. Whether it was Kurenai, Anko, Guy, the antagonistic Kakashi, Genma, or ninja from various clans like the Uchiha and Hyuga, all of them appeared stunned at his moment. Even the Chunin instructors prepared for rescue, the Anbu secretly observing the assessment, and even the third Hokage, who was using a crystal ball to spy, looked at the figure in disbelief. At that moment, the young figure standing on the massive tree seemed to overlap with the memory of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stood up in shock, his weary eyes widening as he stared at the slim figure intently. This is truly wood style. Kakashi, who had been confident and indifferent, uttered those words in a dry voice. The kunai in Ebisu's hand slipped to the ground without him noticing, and the sharp clatter rang loudly in the silence. The scene, which initially seemed to have pressed the pause button, resumed with this sharp sound, and uncontrollable exclamations and panic almost shook the entire Ninja Academy. Is that wood style? Wood style of Senju Hashirama? But his eyes are clearly Sharingan. What is happening? Our Uchiha clan doesn't even know anything about this. The former genius Kainin of the Uchiha clan no longer looked arrogant, he seemed utterly lost. Why does he have two Tomoe Sharingan? And at such a young age? Anyone who can control the Sharingan like that must have Uchiha bloodline, but I've never heard of him in the Uchiha clan. Could I be a fake Uchiha? At the same time, Kurenai pinched Anko's cheek hard, unable to believe it. Anko, am I under Genjutsu? Damn, that hurts so much, how could it be an illusion? Turns out, Shun, who is usually gentle, is actually that powerful. Ignoring Anko's angry retort, Kurenai stared blankly at the figure standing atop the towering tree that reached the sky. Do you still want such a prize? The mist-covered bamboo branches that stood against the sky, blocking the sunlight, looked godly in the eyes of everyone. Do you even want to challenge me? It wasn't mockery, it was clearly not an arrogant taunt but a statement delivered in a tone that described a fact. It seemed as if they had never been in his sight from the beginning, let alone qualified to be his opponent. Humiliation. Anger. Helplessness. Whether it was the future Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Obito Uchiha, future Kakashi Hatake who could go toe-to-toe with Otsutsuki Kaguya, or the elite Jonin to be, all lowered their heads at this moment, dropping their kunai. Takumi Shun wins, and the end-of-month assessment concludes here. The Chunin instructor quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shouted to end the match. As the loud voice spread, the assessment event came to a complete close. There was only one winner. Orochimaru's research laboratory. Orochimaru, who usually held a cold expression, frowned deeply as he stared at the student in front of him, looking thoroughly perplexed. Perhaps due to the extreme fluctuation of his emotions, the typically three-dimensional face showed signs of collapse. If not for his composed nature, Orochimaru would have wanted to punch the troublemaker before him. After a moment of regaining composure, he spoke in a weak tone, "Shun-kun, do you know what I admire about you? Perfect potential? No. Hard training? No. Persistence? Not at all." Orochimaru stared at him and said, "What I value most is, you are an intelligent person. You are good at learning, have the logic of an adult, know how to conceal flaws, can save yourself, and possess the madness to risk everything when an opportunity arises. Maybe, even without meeting me, Shun-kun would still lead a good life. Even in wartime, you might be the last to survive." At this point, Orochimaru could no longer suppress his doubts. "Then why did you suddenly reveal everything?" "Yes, the identity I created for you was perfect." Back then, the Senju clan spread their name and blended into different parts of Hidden Leaf Village. Your ancestors were said to be from the Senju clan. Your mother, from the Uchiha clan, failed to awaken the Sharingan and died during the war. It was perfectly natural to match your behavior. Physically, no one would question the bloodline of someone capable of controlling the Sharingan. But even so, that would never justify you showing such terrifying potential. According to my plan, you only needed to display the standard power of wood style. Did you know that neither Senju Hashirama nor Madara Uchiha reached this level of combat power at your age? Neither Hidden Leaf Village nor the entire shinobi world can tolerate your existence. No one wants another god of shinobi capable of sweeping across all shinobi villages. Shun-kun, aren't you afraid of death? Chapter 11, Classic Naruto Scene. Originally, Shun also intended to stay low-key. But the problem was that the sage body, which was very compatible, and the transplanted Tutomui Sharingan were too convenient to use. Having harmonized with both KK Genkai, Shun possessed an immense amount of life energy and spiritual energy under the strong effects of the yang and yin elements. Chakra is a combination of bodily life energy and spiritual energy. Other people need to rest and replenish energy after refining chakra for a while, otherwise, their body and soul cannot withstand it. However, Shun felt that his life energy and spiritual energy were as abundant as a gushing underground spring. 2 months of training, especially intense training with Dewey, had directly refined his chakra to the Chunin level. Shun initially planned to cause a scene and overpower the kids at the Ninja Academy, acting as he pleased. Without any restraint, he spent all his chakra and used a smaller version of the wood style. Although not as powerful as the original, it still served as a catalyst for creating a giant forest world the size of a football field that terrified a group of troublemakers. The scene was indeed intimidating, but the reality. If there were someone like Guy who was fearless, Shun might have had to rely on physical abilities to counter the Rasengan. Unfortunately, the kids at the Ninja Academy were still young. After witnessing the Tutomui Sharingan and the legendary wood style, they were nearly overwhelmed and lost half of their fighting spirit. They allowed Shun to pull off a major move. It was estimated that all of Hidden Leaf Village, perhaps the entire ninja world, was in an uproar now. Still, Shun didn't really need to worry. With true spirit reincarnation, not much time was left. If the time came, he could activate the multiverse roulette and escape. I'm actually quite afraid of death, but I can assure you, Orochimaru-sensei, that no one in the entire ninja world will find me in the coming years. Shun looked at him without fear, his eyes calm. I can't explain the specific reason to you, sensei. Everyone has their secrets. At this point, please believe that your student is smart and trust your own judgment. Shun's blood-red eyes met Orochimaru's indifferent gaze for a moment, and finally, Orochimaru chose to look away. Have Anko come and help me record today's experiment. You may stay at home. If nothing happens, you're free to leave. No problem, but before I go, I have a powerful ninjutsu that doesn't require hand signs and I want to consult with you, sensei. A light blue Rasengan appeared in Shun's hand, and he skillfully demonstrated the jutsu and explained the principles and process behind its development. Orochimaru was silent for a moment after hearing this. He looked at the young man before him with an unreadable expression. Shun-kun is indeed a genius to have developed this jutsu on his own. What do you seek from me? Rechi Cave Senjutsu. Shun voiced his long-standing desire without hesitation. I assume sensei has met the White Snake Sage. Given your personality, you couldn't have left without obtaining the Rechi Cave Senjutsu training method. Senjutsu training is extremely difficult. Orochimaru warned. Sage mode can only be performed by those with vast amounts of chakra. Those with insufficient chakra can be easily overwhelmed by natural energy. Even those with ample chakra can be swallowed by nature's energy. Shun-kun, this method is not suitable for you at this time. Moreover, just like how Mount Myabaku's Senjutsu begins by applying toad oil to the body to sense and absorb natural energy, Rechi Cave Senjutsu also requires the aid of the White Snake Sage and oil for training. Don't worry about that. I only need it for research. Seeing Shun's determination, Orochimaru did not hesitate, instead handing over the Rechi Cave Senjutsu training method. As expected, Rasengan proved to be highly beneficial for time travelers. In the end, Shun managed to use it as leverage for a trade. Well, I'm leaving now. Shun wrote down the training method, turned, and walked out. By the way, if Danzō comes looking for you, sensei, you can use this as leverage to threaten me and express your willingness to hand me over to him. Orochimaru stared at Shun's departing figure for a long time before turning back to his work. Shun continued training with Jiui as if nothing was wrong. At this time, an uninvited guest entered the conference room of the Hokage building. Bang! The door burst open, and Danzō rushed in. Do you realize what time it is, Hiruzen, and you're still having tea? Danzō was furious at the sight of the elderly man's kind demeanor and slammed his hand on the solid wooden desk. The loud noise attracted the attention of many ninjas, but when they saw the masked Anbu at the door, they all silently lowered their heads. The boy's potential is too terrifying. For the sake of the village, he must join Anbu. If not, he must die. He is the sole heir of the Senju clan and also bears the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. Neither Tsunade, representing the Senju in the village, nor the Uchiha clan will give him up. Danzō, you will only provoke the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. Hiruzen said. With Nawaki's death, the Senju clan's lineage was nearly extinguished. Finally, there was a wood-style user. If anything happened, Tsunade, who would rush back after hearing the news, might cause a major upheaval. Moreover, the Senju clan only laid down their name and blended in for the village, they weren't extinct. Not to mention the Uchiha clan, which was already in conflict with the village. If something terrible happened to Shun, a genius with Tutomui Sharingan, the group of potential rebels would likely take action. This matter must be discussed with the Uchiha clan, Tsunade from the Senju clan, and Orochimaru. Discussed? Danzō sneered. He had to act now. A ninja must sacrifice themselves. For the village, an unstable bomb like Take Shun must be managed by Anbu. So what if he sacrifices his freedom and life for the village? Bang! Hiruzen set his water glass down heavily, his cloudy eyes displaying a cold and sharp glint. I've said it. For the village, matters involving Take Shun will be negotiated by the three parties. No. If the Uchiha clan gains control of him, Hidden Leaf Village will fall into an irreversible situation. The entire village will collapse. As the root of Hidden Leaf Village, it is my duty to prevent trouble before it happens for the village. That's enough, Danzō. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen stood, slamming the table, and shouted. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzō gritted his teeth, slapped the table, and left. Silently, he cursed himself for being a coward at that time, otherwise, the Hokage position would have been his. This resentment gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake, driving Danzō further away from sanity as he turned and headed for Orochimaru. There was no chance with the Uchiha clan or Tsunade, so Shun's mentor Orochimaru was the only breakthrough. As long as he used real human experimentation as leverage, Orochimaru would certainly be forced to comply. Danzō's eyes showed determination. Surrender, or let everyone find only a corpse. Chapter 12, A Farewell Kiss 531, 532. When Shun returned to his usual training spot, the spirited guy was still working hard. On the other side, Kakashi was also diligently practicing his family's sword techniques. Although something seemed to have happened between them, judging by the bruises on Guy's face and the injuries on his body, it appeared the destined best friends had been fighting. At that moment, Shun didn't rush into intense training but instead sat by the river, chatting with them. It turned out Kakashi had realized he went too far before, and with his father's guidance, he decided to apologize to Guy. Guy challenged him but unfortunately lost again. Don't worry, but once you learn Rasengan, you'll definitely defeat Kakashi. Yes. When I master it, I'll beat you for sure, Kakashi. Guy immediately ignited with passion. He turned from crashing into trees to carrying a large rock on his back and hopping like a frog, disappearing 300 to 500 meters away. Oh, the flames of youth are burning again. Hearing the enthusiastic shout from afar, Kakashi clutched his forehead with a headache. If he knew he would get entangled, he wouldn't have wanted this. But is it real? Kakashi could only look at Shun with curiosity. If it was true, then a ninjutsu without hand seals would be terrifying. I'm just curious. It's okay if you don't tell me. Kakashi realized he had been impolite and quickly added, knowing that spying on others' ninjutsu was taboo. What do you mean, could I really deceive my friend? Saying this, Shun demonstrated the Rasengan to Kakashi. Seeing his usually expressionless face show disbelief, Shun knew his useful companion had taken the bait. So, how is it? Interested? Want to learn? Kakashi examined the light blue Rasengan closely and subconsciously nodded at Shun's words. But Kakashi quickly caught himself, looking wary. But I don't have any ninjutsu I can trade for it. It doesn't matter. I just hope that you'll accept Guy's challenges in the future. Also, if anyone gets inspired by this ninjutsu and develops one that changes chakra nature, you can share it with me. How about that? Is that all? Kakashi felt a bit strange no matter how he thought about it, but nothing seemed wrong. That's all. I can teach it to you first. That way, you won't lose anything. Okay. I promise with the honor of the Hotake clan that if a new ninjutsu is developed as a result, I'll teach it to you too. Shun couldn't help but laugh at Kakashi's assurance. Let's start. Let me explain the 3 stages of Rasengan. As the shadows of the setting sun dipped into the mountain curves, dusk finally melted into the sky. Life in Hidden Leaf Village was naturally peaceful. As night slowly fell, street lanterns lit up like a long parade. Streets that were somewhat quiet before now bustled with activity. The aroma from each home wafted far, and the lively atmosphere brought endless enjoyment to Shun. In this scene, the 2 girls on either side of Shun had very different moods. Anko felt reassured and relieved after hearing Shun say, Orochimaru-sensei will handle it. However, Kurenai knew that the storm surrounding the end-of-month assessment was more terrifying than she had imagined. Recalling her father's serious questions when she returned home, she felt a little down despite being out shopping together. Don't worry. Shun leaned over and whispered into Kurenai's ear, the reason I've revealed so much is because I'm already prepared. I know, you might not believe me now. In 2 days, when you hear something big happening in Hidden Leaf Village, check the 2 letters in the drawer of my study. Then, you'll understand better. Kurenai's eyes searched his, wanting to know the truth in his words. I understand. Kurenai returned to her usual state, while Anko, oblivious, grabbed Shun's hand and skipped into the barbecue restaurant. Looking at the lively scene of people eating and drinking, and the rich smell of barbecue, the 3 couldn't help but swallow. When they were seated, Anko showed a delighted smile like a food lover as the food arrived. Currently, she was eating freshly served dango, savoring it and squinting her eyes in joy. Wow! The 3-colored dango here is so good. Seeing Anko and Kurenai awkwardly yet harmoniously sharing a meal, Shun sighed internally at the farewell and hurriedly handed various dishes to the 2 of them. Try this takoyaki is delicious. When Shun handed the takoyaki to Anko, the silly girl didn't catch it. Instead, she bent forward and gently bit it from his hand, showing a look of squirrel-like satisfaction. So tasty. At the same time, Shun felt a gaze from the other side. He quickly extended his other hand, lifting some food to Kurenai's mouth. Kurenai, you try it too. Kurenai's face flushed a little as she hesitated. In front of her friend Anko, Kurenai felt shy about being fed this way. Hurry up, if you don't want it, I'll give it to Anko. Shun smiled at the corner of his mouth, then glanced at Anko, whose eyes sparkled. Feeling flustered, Kurenai quickly opened her lips, gently biting and slowly eating the food. Even without looking in a mirror, she felt her cheeks warming up, and she didn't dare to lift her head, saying, "It's really good." The first time was followed by the second. Under Shun's feeding and the delicious dishes, the 2 girls had a great time. The night, good wine, delicious food, the bustling restaurant, the smoky night market, the warm breeze by the window, and the soft murmurs of the young man beside her made Kurenai's eyes a bit dreamy, wishing time would stay here. Suddenly, a strange touch on her lips brought her back. When she looked again, Anko was immersed in her barbecue, and Shun grinned at her. Chapter 13, I am the best in the world. The night breeze felt cool, and as the curtains swayed, the slight chill brought Shun's mind back to calmness. After retreating from the tranquil countryside and returning home, he didn't rush to enter. From a distance, he saw the lights in the house were lit without permission, and a smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. It seemed that some people could no longer stay calm. The calculations that had been concluded in his mind flashed again. He moved quickly, opening his dual Magatama Sharingan, and pushed open the entrance with a cold expression. Is this the etiquette of the Uchiha clan when entering without warning? As an angry voice rang out, everyone who had been waiting for a long time saw Shun, who they had been eagerly anticipating. With a very handsome face and determined eyes, he could be said to be a cold and strikingly good-looking man, especially with his aloof and proud demeanor, which made the elders of the Uchiha clan secretly nod in approval. In particular, a little girl of around 12 or 13 years old covered her mouth, afraid of making a small sound. Arrogant, cold, proud, powerful, and carrying a gaze that looked down on everyone he saw. The aura he projected was as if he was carved from the same mold as the Uchiha clan's geniuses. Furthermore, a pair of swirling dual Magatama Sharingan delighted the Uchiha elders. Within the Uchiha clan, few were capable of unlocking this qualification at such a young age. Coupled with the wood style, Shun was undoubtedly the most likely candidate to be a genius, surpassing Madara Uchiha himself. However, no matter how greedy they were, the two leading Uchiha elders didn't show any signs of it. Those who barged in today are hidden leave village as ninjas, but there won't be a next time. Shun, you have also witnessed war. You must understand what you will face after displaying such potential. The great elder of the Uchiha coldly warned, no matter how much of a genius you are, you're just a corpse when faced with assassinations from Jonin all over the world. Only the living are called geniuses, the dead are just corpses. Seeing Shun's face grow increasingly ugly and showing signs of turning against him, the second elder on the other side spoke kindly, although Goichiro's words are harsh, they are true, Shun-kun. No matter what, Uchiha blood runs in your veins. The elder took out a sealed scroll, placed it on the table, and continued, we guarantee the honor of the Uchiha clan and will do our utmost to train you. The Uchiha ninjutsu and secret techniques will be passed on to you freely in the future. Not only that, with the clan here, you won't need to worry about your safety. We assure you that you will become the new Azura of the ninja world. Shun pretended to frown, appearing to show slight hesitation, while inwardly sneering at these two old men, one playing the good guy and the other the bad guy, attempting to deceive him. Rest assured, the Uchiha clan only has one request of you. Saying this, the second Uchiha elder signaled for the young girl hiding behind him to step forward. She was undeniably beautiful, exuding the essence of a perfect wife and mother, Yamato Nadeshiko. We hope that you and Mikoto will marry and produce more heirs for the Uchiha clan in the future. The elders of the Uchiha clan were masters of cunning. Once Shun married and had children within the Uchiha clan, could he remain indifferent if something happened to the clan? If a few children with dual bloodlines like Shun were born, wouldn't the Uchiha clan be able to dominate the ninja world and become the greatest clan? To say Shun was shaken this time would be an understatement. He silently expressed his sarcastic gratitude to these old men in his mind. Damn, I initially wanted to bide my time and gain more benefits, but these people didn't follow the rules and set a honey trap. Shun was genuinely moved by this. Just when he was contemplating leaving as soon as possible, the door was pushed open roughly. He is clearly the heir of the Senju clan, why should he join the Uchiha clan? A woman with a generous figure burst in. She had long, light blonde hair often tied into a large ponytail. A blue-purple yin seal mark was visible on her forehead. She wore a long green dress with black trimmings and a sleeveless top similar to a kimono, with a black cloth belt and dark blue cropped pants. This was none other than Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. After hearing the news about Shun's use of the wood style, Tsunade hurried back to the village. Upon learning that the Uchiha clan was approaching Shun, she rushed straight in. Tsunade stood protectively in front of Shun like a mother hen guarding her chicks, glaring at the Uchiha elders without backing down. Tsunade felt herself heroic for protecting the poor boy pressured by the Uchiha clan. However, she didn't notice Shun's slightly narrowed eyes behind her. Tsunade, huh? If you ruin my good plan to deceive, just wait for me. His eyes narrowed as Shun decided that next time he visited the Naruto world, he would teach this woman a bloody lesson. The initial plan to negotiate with the Uchiha clan was disrupted. Shun had to feign disinterest and watch the Uchiha elders and Tsunade argue. In the end, Tsunade with her powerful backing and usual disregard for protocol, won. The Uchiha elders stored away their large scroll filled with secret techniques, their faces pale, and stood up to leave. Yet, as they left, the second elder didn't forget to pull an envelope from his pocket, place it on the table, and say, Shun, No matter what happens, you will always carry the blood of the Uchiha clan. This is an engagement letter between you and Mikoto. From now on, Mikoto Uchiha will bear the title of fiancé, whether in life or death. The move was clever. Shun maintained an indifferent exterior and calmly watched Tsunade. Sure enough, the woman was furious, making for quite the dramatic scene. As the creaking of the wooden floors ceased, Tsunade, having just calmed down, stared at Shun. Shun ignored her, opened the refrigerator, poured himself a glass of cold water, and drank it. At the same time, he emitted chakra to repair the wooden floor within an instant. The familiar wood-style ability and KK Genkai made Tsunade's furrowed brows relax, softening her expression. Shun, come with me. I'll protect and teach you until you can stand on your own. I hope you can carry on the Senju name once more. Tsunade looked at Shun and recalled her late younger brother. I refuse. The cold words shattered Tsunade's fantasy, pulling her back to reality. The overlapping images in her mind dispersed, and only Shun's face was left in her eyes. Shun was a genius whom everyone vied for. He had many options, not just Tsunade, who only held the title of Sannin. Moreover, Shun had no obligations to the Senju clan. Realizing this, Tsunade calmed herself and followed the Uchiha clan's instructions. Orochimaru and Hidden Leaf Village do possess the wood style, but the advanced ninjutsu cannot be taught. However, I'll pass on my medical ninjutsu to you. If you come with me, I promise to train you to the level of my grandfather. The Senju clan will make you the second god of shinobi. Speaking of this, Tsunade was confident. As a ninja, who could refuse the temptation to become the second god of shinobi? I refuse. Shun's rejection was even firmer this time. If that's all, please return, Tsunade. Why? Tsunade was truly puzzled this time. She didn't understand why he would refuse. Shun wouldn't tell her that he didn't have much time left at all. By the time Tsunade taught him, Shun would have long since departed. The promise of training was not as beneficial as the scroll of Uchiha clan's secret techniques. However, he knew that deception was needed when appropriate. Planting seeds now might yield fruitful results later. With this in mind, Shun stared straight at Tsunade with sharp eyes. I don't want to be the so-called new Azura of the ninja world. I don't want to be the so-called second god of shinobi. There's no need for comparison. I am the best in the world myself. Chapter 14, Danzō the best in the world. Tsunade looked at him with a complicated gaze. Perhaps, for anyone else in this world, Tsunade would think they were just full of themselves. But Shun had perfectly inherited the Senju clan's wood style and the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, qualifications enough for such claims. It wasn't pride or ambition, but the clearest fact. Tsunade realized she couldn't convince him in a short time, so she could only settle for the next best thing, gritting her teeth. Shun, you also have Senju blood in your veins. At the very least, I hope you can agree to the same request as the Uchiha clan. When you grow up, marry a woman from the Senju clan and continue the clan's bloodline. With that, Tsunade placed the training scrolls for the mystical palm technique and the strength of 100 seal on the table. Consider this a betrothal gift from the Senju clan. I promise to teach you Grandpa's wood-style sage mode in the future. I agree. Shun rolled his eyes as if pondering something, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, it will be my choice whom I marry. At the very least, I need to marry someone I love. How about that? As long as she is from the Senju clan. Tsunade, unaware of what he meant, nodded in satisfaction. Shun placed both ninjutsu scrolls on the table and, at the same time, handed over the training method for the Rasengan to Tsunade. This contains the Rasengan I learned, which can be considered a return gift for you, Tsunade-an-chan. Tsunade trembled at hearing him call her that and agreed to the title. She opened the ninjutsu scroll, and after seeing the power and training method of the Rasengan, she couldn't help but look at Shun in surprise. Did you create this ninjutsu? Of course. Shun replied confidently. Your talent for ninjutsu is terrifying. Tsunade set the scroll aside with a complicated expression, stood up, and left. As she finally closed the door, she couldn't help but glance at the remaining descendant of the Senju clan once more, whispering softly, the best in the world. That's true. Late at night Shun, who was asleep, opened his eyes. At some point, 4 masked Anbu ninjas appeared in front of him. Take me Shun, Danzō requests your presence. Among them, the cat-masked Anbu spoke hoarsely of their purpose. After speaking, his hand behind him already gripped a shuriken. Shun didn't panic but looked at the 4 of them with interest. As expected, after Tsunade and the Uchiha clan came, Danzō couldn't hold back any longer. 4 Jonin-level ninjas, this old fox truly values me, an academy student. Shun didn't bother lifting his blanket and, without removing his coat, walked toward the 4 Anbu in a brisk tone. Please lead the way. With 4 Jonin here, I, An academy student, can't escape. None of the 4 Anbu responded, and 2 of them lifted him, instantly moving 1,000 meters away using the body flicker technique. They weren't afraid of revealing the route's location. There were only 2 possibilities for Shun entering, either be branded with the curse seal and become an Anbu member or... Moments later, Shun was carried into an interrogation room. The rich smell of blood and rows of cold, glistening torture tools sent a chill through the air. Whether in wartime or peace, almost no ninja brought here left standing tall. If he were an ordinary student at the Ninja Academy, he'd probably be terrified out of his mind now. But Danzō had observed in secret for a long time, and Shun showed no fear at all, even looking around with curiosity, glancing at the door expectantly. This kid is definitely a tough one, unafraid of punishment. Danzō defined Shun with a grim face, growing increasingly impatient inside. He couldn't detain Shun for too long. Too many eyes were on him in the village. If he couldn't subdue him quickly, he would have to. Danzō dismissed all his routes and entered the torture room alone. Brat, you have only 2 choices now: join the route, stand against the Uchiha clan and Tsunade, receive the cursed tongue eradication seal, and become my subordinate, or you can only keep the village's peace with your death. Danzō laid a kunai on the table, his sharp eyes betraying no hint of killing intent. The first or the last? You choose. Shimura Danzō, they are all my blood relatives, kind brothers, and friends. Shun shouted. Then what do you mean? Danzō's gaze sharpened. You need to pay more. Chapter 15, Danzō, he tricked me. The interrogation room fell silent. Danzō. He swore he had never encountered a scoundrel like Shun in his entire life. This guy was meticulous. So, what do you want? After all, he had conditions to sway the other party. Danzō said nothing, but he felt relieved inside. The Scroll of Seals. Shun spoke without hesitation. The Scroll of Seals is guarded by Anbu. For you, Danzō, obtaining the Scroll of Seals should be easy, right? As long as you let me study the forbidden techniques in the Scroll of Seals to my heart's content, I'll join route. Danzō couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Indeed, like teacher, like student. Orochimaru was obsessed with learning Kekkei Genkai, but his student was obsessed with forbidden techniques? What if I say no? Danzō, always comfortable only when things were in his control, asked doubtfully. I brought 800 explosive tags with me. Shun opened his coat, and sure enough, explosive tags were attached inside his clothes. Danzō's eyes widened as he watched in disbelief as the boy pulled out a pile of explosive tags from his waist like a fourth-dimensional pocket. Danzō, there's no need to do this yourself. Worst case, we all go down in the explosion together. Shun had a personal space equipped with a roulette wheel. Although he didn't use it often, the explosive tags he produced from his body at this crucial moment were extremely helpful. Seeing this scene, Danzō, who had not yet obtained the Sharingan, fell silent. Wasn't he the one threatening Shun earlier? Now, how did it feel to be the one being threatened? Finally, Danzō called for his route operatives and ordered them to fetch the Scroll of Seals. By the way, there might be some sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan. There should be some in the ninjutsu room where the Scroll of Seals is kept. Take him, Shun, don't push your luck. Danzō's face darkened. This boy wasn't taking him seriously. Danzō, this is a misunderstanding. Shun quickly faced the old man. Think about it, after you plant the cursed tongue eradication seal, won't I be your most loyal subordinate, Danzō-sama? You're giving a few more sealing techniques to a capable subordinate. When the time comes, I'll grow up and punch the Uchiha clan, kick the Hyuga clan, and help you ascend to the position of Hokage. As a boss, if you're not even willing to invest this much, how can you expect a subordinate with perfect potential like me to bring you great benefits? So, I don't want the Scroll of Seals and sealing techniques for myself but for you. Danzō, honestly, at that moment, he even felt that the boy's words made sense. But after realizing it, he was about to refute when he heard the other party add again. I can first be implanted with the cursed tongue eradication seal. Will that reassure you, Danzō-sama? Fine, as long as you accept this seal first, I'll have someone fetch them for you. With the cursed tongue eradication seal completed, Danzō didn't believe the boy could slip from his grasp. Danzō, confident as ever, chose to make this deal with Shun. With the cursed tongue eradication seal completed, Danzō, in a good mood, tossed the Scroll of Seals, the adamantine chain seal, and the 4-symbol seal to Shun. Danzō returned to his stern demeanor, speaking to Shun in a deep tone. Take him, Shun, from now on, you will obey my orders, understand? I understand. However, you'd better brace yourself first and then talk about it. Before Danzō could become confused, Shun suddenly threw all the explosive tags away while thinking to himself, return. 800 explosive tags exploded one after another, turning the entire interrogation room into a sea of fiery blasts. The flames swept through half the base, and the collapse and deafening explosions couldn't be hidden. Root ninjas kept using ninjutsu to clear the ground. Suddenly, a figure burst through the earth and rushed out. No doubt, it was Danzō himself, filled with pride. Danzō appeared fleeing from the scene, his whole body scorched. At this moment, he howled like a vengeful ghost crawling out of hell. "Damn brat, get him out of here." In an instant, word spread throughout Hidden Leaf Village that Danzō had taken Shun away at night disguised as Orochimaru. Similarly, the explosion at the root base also spread among all the major powers. "Danzō, come out here." Tsunade was now like an enraged lioness. Bursts of chakra kept shattering the floor, and ninjas throughout the Hokage building kept their distance. Hiruzen, who heard Tsunade's roar from afar, almost felt his heart pound and fainted. Following the sound of his two broken doors, Tsunade burst in. Is Hidden Leaf Village no longer able to shelter the Senju clan? Must the last heir of the Senju clan die? Tsunade's voice seemed to echo through the entire Hokage building. Whether it was the Nara clan or other clans' ninjas, they quickly fled, while Koharu and Hamura pretended to be dead on the spot. No one dared to intervene. Even Hiruzen cursed the fool Danzō in his heart at that moment. But regardless, he still had to clean up Danzō's mess. "Tsunade, please calm down first. Right now, it's highly likely that Shun is not dead." Hiruzen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said quickly, "Right after the explosion, the Uchiha clan rushed to the root base, but aside from Danzō suffering burns and injured root ninjas, Takuma Shun's body was nowhere to be found. The Hyuga clan also looked with their Byakugan. The boy seems to have simply disappeared. In other words, he might have escaped and is hiding." Hiruzen's words made Tsunade suppress the chakra she emitted. Coming back to her senses, she took a deep breath, turned, and ran toward the explosion site. Hearing the explosion from afar, Kurenai suddenly woke up. She suddenly remembered Shun's words, got up from bed, hurried to Shun's house, and pulled out two sheets of stationery. One was written for Kurenai, and the other for Anko. Kurenai stared at them for a long time under the moonlight before carefully storing the letter. Her eyes gazed at the distant moon, and she spoke softly yet firmly, "I'll become stronger before Shun returns." That night, Anko, who received Kurenai's letter, stayed up all night. The next morning, when she saw Orochimaru, she spoke with determined eyes, "Sensei, I will work hard to become stronger and catch up with Shun." Orochimaru didn't even lift his head, his eyes focused on a test tube. "Shun asked me to tell you, if nothing unexpected happens, within a few years of peace, the Third Ninja World War will break out. Shun-kun has always been smart and sharp, and I agree with him." Orochimaru's voice remained calm. "He also said that he will help you ascend to the position of Hokage when the time comes. Thank you for taking care of him before." A crack appeared on the glass wall of the test tube. Orochimaru set down the reagent in his hand, rinsed his hands, and looked at Anko. "Well then, it's up to you to relay my gratitude to me." "Hey, why? Won't Sensei go himself?" Orochimaru turned and didn't answer. Chapter 16, Return the Main World. Myriad Realms Roulette emitted a radiant light that spread across the sky, reaching into eternity. As the wheel turned, Shun slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Only half a day had passed since his last journey. Before Shun could lament the change in time, his expression shifted suddenly. As the light beam descended, a rumbling sound shook the world in his ears, and a warm current began to flow throughout his body, awakening him. First, his sage body awakened. At this moment, on a microscopic level, every part of his body had evolved, and rich vitality filled every cell. Immediately, Shun closed his eyes. Moments later, when he reopened them, his Tsutomu Sharingan began to flow slowly. Not only that, the chakra he had trained to the Chunin level surged, and the gates he had opened in the 8 gates responded effortlessly with a mere thought. From this moment on, Shun was no longer a mortal defenseless against ghosts, he had fully ascended to a transcendent existence. Suppressing his urge to experiment with ninjutsu, he held his breath and looked nervously at the roulette of the myriad realms. Despite feeling he had fulfilled his duties perfectly in the Naruto world, he was still a bit anxious before seeing the final score. Naruto, available state time, 5 days, including next travel time, return completion finalized, rank, S, roulette points, 7. If your test level and evaluation reach S rank, you will receive a lottery draw, evaluation ranks F to S yield 1 to 9 roulette points, respectively. Upon seeing the evaluation on the screen, Shun finally let out a relieved sigh. With a flick of his finger, several scrolls appeared on the table as his private space opened up. The Scroll of Seals. The Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. Mystical Palm Jutsu. Strength of 100 seal. There was also an engagement letter written by the Uchiha clan and Tsunade. Looking at all the gains from his journey in the Naruto world, Shun sighed in satisfaction, collapsing onto the large, soft bed with a loud laugh. This wave had definitely been worth it. Using the Sage Body and Sharingan to create the most perfect potential, he successfully exchanged the Rasengan's benefits for the 8 gates, along with Kakashi Hatake, a tool specialist, and Orochimaru's Senjutsu. At the same time, through his performance in the Ninja Academy's end-of-month assessment, he had managed to attract attention from all sides. Though Tsunade's intervention prevented him from deceiving the Uchiha clan, Shun still ended up with 2 fiancés in exchange. Mikoto Uchiha, who was supposed to become the mother of her loyal sons, Itachi Uchiha and Sasuke Uchiha, became his fiancé. As for the Senju clan, if done right, Shun was sure to make Tsunade pay dearly next time. The kind where she couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. Lastly, Shun had to mention that Danzō had contributed 2 valuable things, the Scroll of Seals and the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. The Scroll of Seals contained the Shadow Clone technique, Flying Thunder God, and many other forbidden techniques. The Uzumaki clan sealing techniques included the 8 trigram sealing style, the demon consuming seal, and more. Even if I didn't finish him off with that last move before I left, Tsunade and the Uchiha clan's retaliation should be enough to trouble Danzō. He still has to deal with the theft of the forbidden techniques and the Scroll of Seals. Danzō's a truly generous man. Shun chuckled carelessly and opened the roulette points interface. Beyond the useful function of activating true spirit reincarnation, this round of points could also be used to enhance himself, Sage Body, Infant Stage, plus, Tsutomu Sharingan, plus, 8 gates, plus, Roshi Cave Senjutsu, plus. Shun looked closer and found that all the ninjutsu, senjutsu, and sealing techniques he had ever seen or learned were all here. However, the techniques he had learned were in normal color, while the ones he hadn't learned were grayed out. He was initially thrilled with his 7 roulette points, but suddenly felt a sense of inadequacy. First, leave 1 point. If the next world I visit is too dangerous, I can activate True Spirit Reincarnation mode. Then I can use 6 points. The first thing he focused on was Sage Body, Infant Stage, plus. In the Naruto world, Shun, who was then fully integrated, was only 8 or 9 years old. If he were to grow naturally over time, his Sage Body would eventually develop to Senju Hashirama's level. But now that he was in the main world, time was too precious. Use a point. As 1 roulette point disappeared, the Infant Stage transformed into the Growth Stage. Sage Body, Growth Stage, plus. A warm sensation surged within his body, flowing through his limbs. As if his entire being had been sublimated, Shun intuitively felt the movement and changes in his physique, an overall enhancement of every aspect of his body. Sensing the vibrant life energy within, he nodded in satisfaction. He tried refining chakra and discovered that the emergence of life energy and chakra refinement speed had increased over 3-fold. Shun pulled a kunai from his personal space and thrust it directly into his thigh, leaving a deep wound. The next moment, the bleeding stopped instantly, and life energy continuously emerged. Under his gaze, the scar visibly healed to new, smooth skin in just 50 seconds. Seeing his fresh, flawless skin, Shun could only marvel. No wonder Senju Hashirama was called the god of shinobi. This kind of life energy was truly terrifying. No wonder he could unleash such fearsome chakra. Even the Ninetales was as helpless as a kitten in Hashirama's hands. In line with the principle of self-preservation, Shun decided to strengthen his Sage Body's life-saving capabilities once more. He noticed 2+ signs above it and, after a brief hesitation, decided to activate them. His body and life were most important. If he died, there would be nothing left. With the loss of 2 roulette points, the Growth Stage advanced to Sage Body Maturity Stage, plus. Chapter 17, Still Great. This time, Shun felt a qualitative change in his body. Every cell in his body told him he now had the ability to regenerate severed limbs. With his current vitality, unless his head was shattered to pieces or he was pierced dozens of times and his heart sliced into 8 parts, it would be hard to injure him with regular wounds. More importantly, Shun now possessed the life force of an adult Senju Hashirama. As long as his mental energy could keep up, he would be able to refine chakra quantities comparable to or even surpassing a tailed beast. The cool-down period for the Myriad Realms roulette was 1 month. He still had 3 points left, but he didn't plan to use them all right now. He had a vague feeling that if his vitality and spirit became unbalanced, he might actually lose control of his body and turn into something akin to a Cthulhu-like existence. I can practice these ninjutsu and forbidden techniques myself this month, but I need to strengthen myself first. Shun added a point to Tomui Sharingan, plus. The Tomui, which originally flowed in his blood, transformed into 3. With the upgrade to 3 Tomoe Sharingan, plus, he felt his spiritual power increase, and the sense of disharmony between his spirit and body suddenly diminished. What surprised him most was that there was now only one plus sign left. Roulette, what happened? Ding. After a point is used for enhancement, the Mangekyo has no preset eye abilities and can be customized by consuming additional points. What if I evolve it myself? The Sharingan is an eye that reflects the soul and will create eye techniques based on the host's mind. Note, Mangekyo can only be awakened if the Uchiha experiences intense negative emotions, such as witnessing the death of a loved one, and generates special chakra. Reading this, Shun paused. First, he was an orphan. Second, he hadn't won over any sweethearts yet. And besides, Shun would never let such a tragedy happen. Use a point. From 2 Tomoe Sharingan, plus, upgrade to Mangekyo Sharingan, plus, a cool stream of energy flowed into his brain, sending a chilling sensation straight to his consciousness, as if it was merging with his soul. A soft, delicate feeling, like spring rain, appeared in his eyes. The 3 black Tomoe became more distinct, finally transforming into a 6-pointed star within his blood-red eyes. The final barrier between his body and soul disappeared. Shun walked to the bathroom in disbelief, looked at the 6-pointed star pupils in the mirror, and was overwhelmed with emotion. No wonder people these days like to cheat. This was the power of cheating. 3 roulette points had saved him 10 years of growth, allowing him to perfect his sage body directly. 2 roulette points enabled his 2 Tomoe Sharingan to reach the Mangekyo level without him having to endure intense pain. Among Sharingan users, which Uchiha with a Mangekyo hadn't lost a father, mother, sibling, or even a lover? Shun tapped the interface for Mangekyo Sharingan, plus, and sure enough, a list of eye techniques appeared below. Sakaimi, Amaterasu, Kami, left, Kami, right, Izanagi, Izanami, Suzuno, man, I'm so broke. Crying internally, Shun spent 1 roulette point to activate Suzuno. No other reason, he just wanted to pilot a Gundam and try slicing through meteors with a sword. When he returned to Hidden Leaf Village, to repay Danzō's favor, he had to use Suzuno to give him a good slash, no matter what. Leaving the last roulette point for True Spirit Reincarnation, Shun clicked on the final reward from his journey. Myriad Realms Lottery, X1 please, let me draw something good. The roulette within Shun's field of vision began to spin, and moments later, a completely unexpected ability appeared before him. Master-Slave Contract, Naru's Maria Edition. The souls of both parties are linked through a magical contract. In the contract, the master controls the slave's soul. At first glance, it seemed like a typical master-slave contract ability from a magic world. But as Shun carefully examined the ability, his expression grew increasingly strange. This magic not only allowed the master to control the location of the slave but also ensured their loyalty at all times, a key goal of the master-slave contract. When a slave betrayed the master or felt they had done wrong, a curse would activate as punishment. In principle, the curse was shaped by the nature of the caster. At first, Shun didn't pay attention to the specific version in parentheses at the end. He thought it was merely a master-slave contract allowing him to control his subordinates. But after reading carefully, he suddenly realized where this ability originated from, Shinmei Imao no Kikosha. An anime even wilder than the DxD series, and this master-slave magic came from a succubus who spent all her time sleeping. If a normal person used the curse binding the slave, it would typically torment and burn the slave's soul with unending pain. But Shun had the downgraded version of Maria. So when a subordinate disobeyed his will, unless he helped the other person alleviate the suffering, their spirit would be consumed by that feeling alone. It's decided. From now on, this contract is only for the opposite sex. Even if you kill me, I'm not signing this contract with another man. Chapter 18, Garasamitha. Thanks to the power of the Sage Body and a Mangekyo Sharingan, Shun's chakra extraction was now almost 9 times greater than before. While others worked hard, metaphorically digging for oil with a shovel, his own oil flowed naturally. He only needed to spark it with his mental energy from time to time to easily acquire a large amount of chakra. Shun gradually adapted to his newfound strength, got up, and went to his room to change into casual clothes. After taking the train, he slipped through the crowd like a fish and headed towards Shuchian Academy. With steady steps and a quiet murmur, he recalled the adamantine sealing chains he had recently learned. In the Naruto world, this was quite a powerful sealing technique. The Uzumaki clan, known for its strong chakra, wielded this technique combined with their vast chakra to rival even the tailed beast. In the Kyuubi incident, despite having her Kyuubi extracted right after childbirth, Uzumaki Kushina used her chakra to perform this technique in a severely weakened state, easily subduing the Kyuubi and helping Minato complete the 8 trigrams sealing style. In the Fourth Ninja World War, Uzumaki Karen also used this technique in desperation while rushing to the scene of Sasuke's death to fend off the 5 Kage group and Orochimaru. Shun shut out the outside world and immersed himself in his studies. Meanwhile, Garasamifo, having just wrapped up her work, realized it was very late, and even the teachers in the staff room had already gone home. What a mistake. I should have taken it home to fix. I can't catch the train at this hour. Regretfully, Mifo stood up, put on her coat, and hurried out. Her car was currently in for maintenance, so she had been walking long distances to and from work and then taking the train. If she missed it, she'd have to walk home alone. After rushing out of the school, Mifo rounded a corner but hadn't gone far when she heard a group of girls excitedly talking in the distance. Look! Look! He's so handsome. Is he a star? Or an idol? He looks like a high school student and he's so stylish. Let's get his contact info. Hey, guys like him aren't easy to talk to. Mifo listened to the excited chatter of the girls on the street and turned to look out of curiosity. The young man was wearing black casual pants, a red and blue hoodie with a white layer underneath, a high hood, and white and blue Audio-Technica headphones hung around his neck. Although the hood covered part of his face, this partial obscurity, combined with his jet black hair and sharp features, gave him an aura of mystery and attractiveness. But why does he look so familiar? Most naturally beautiful people are distinctive and easy to recognize. And that quick glance filled Mifo with a strange certainty that she had seen him before. As a teacher, she flipped through the student files in her mind, and Takumi-san, the recently transferred student, immediately came to mind. Takumi-san? Didn't he say he felt unwell and left early? What's he doing here this late? An uncontrollable curiosity sparked within her. As a serious and responsible teacher, Mifo stopped hurrying to catch her train. After a brief hesitation, she decided to follow Shun from a distance. When Shun arrived at the school, Shuchian Academy had nearly lost its former vitality. The students in the homecoming club had already left, and the club members had also gone home. Except for the staff responsible for night patrols, the campus was eerily quiet. The tall buildings, usually bustling, were silent, especially at night with the darkened sky, as if unknown creatures lurked within the shadows. Shun climbed the stairs, his footsteps echoing through the dim corridor. After rounding the last corner, he stopped and looked up, seeing the door leading to the rooftop. In just one night, my heart has changed so much. With slight emotion, Shun stepped forward and walked with purpose. Bang! The rooftop door suddenly swung open, and Shun's gaze sharpened as if seeking something. Sure enough. Looking over to the bench, he spotted the 100-eyed phantom in broad daylight. The crouching phantom seemed to sense something, slowly rising. Hundreds of eyes across its form abruptly opened, filled with hatred and ferocity, all focused on Shun. A massive mouth, lined with sharp teeth, opened and closed in a twisted manner, uttering a low, raspy voice. Can you see me? What do you think? Shun replied calmly, yet this short sentence sent the 100-eyed phantom into a fit of mad laughter. A snake-like, slimy tongue flicked through the air, thick saliva dripping to the ground, leaving corroded marks. You can see me. The crazed 100-eyed phantom suddenly stopped, its eyes widening as if on the verge of exploding. Then, the massive figure lunged at the delicious human before it, charging at full speed. In the midst of the roar, Shun looked up, and his bright eyes shifted to a bleeding six-pointed star. Without hesitation, he poured all the accumulated chakra into his pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. As the six-pointed stars spun, the technique called Susanoo ignited for the first time. Initial form of Susanoo. A purple mist-like glow wrapped around Shun, and soon, 5 large ribs encased him like armor, with a pair of massive bone arms, also glowing purple, forming on the left side. The giant purple hand, which could easily cover the entire rooftop, stretched out and clasped the 100-eyed phantom in its palm, moving slowly but surely. Ah! You can see me. The 100-eyed phantom shrieked and struggled wildly, its voice shaking debris in waves like an aura. Shun extended his right hand, slowly forming a fist. The giant purple hand tightened its grip, crushing the 100-eyed phantom to nothingness. A grin appeared as Shun successfully overcame his fear. For the first time, he felt an exhilarating joy as if he had broken free of some unseen shackle, filling him with intense happiness. Suddenly, feeling a gaze on him, he looked back toward the doorway. His Mangekyo Sharingan met a pair of beautiful blue eyes, and emotions like disbelief, panic, and fear flickered across each of their faces. Shun was about to speak. In the next moment, Mifo's body went limp, and she fainted from fear. Chapter 19, Could It Be? The initial form of Susanoo dispersed, and Shun looked at the unconscious female teacher before him in silence. He never expected to be caught by Mifo while out seeking revenge at night. Mifo even fainted from fright. After all, Shun was a handsome guy, popular in Tokyo. Oh, but he was wearing the Mangekyo Sharingan at the time. Those grim and fierce eyes indeed weren't something an ordinary person could endure. Well, when Kirasu-sensei wakes up, I'll have to explain everything carefully. Shun sighed, stepping forward to carry Mifo on his back as he left Shuchian Academy. Having missed the last train, Shun could only walk home. A stylish, handsome young man carrying a beautiful woman in office attire, it was a combination that drew the curious and envious gazes of passers-by. Among those glances, there was one from a girl from Shuchian Academy. She had waist-length blonde hair with coral highlights, silver earrings, and a necklace. At this moment, her red eyes sharply observed the striking pair of man and woman. Although the boy was dressed stylishly, he was clearly her well-known classmate. And the woman sleeping peacefully on his back was Kirasu-sensei. Kitagawa Marin stared in disbelief at the pair across the street, and images of teacher-student romance from manga and H-games suddenly filled her head. She blushed and instinctively bit her lip to hold back a small squeal. I never thought that Kirasu-sensei, who usually looks so cool and distant, would look so sweet while sleeping. And Takuma-kun, too. He seems so gentle and soft in his school uniform, but after changing clothes, he looks so intense, like a strong boyfriend. Look carefully, they're such a fitting pair. But if their teacher-student relationship is discovered, there might be a lot of backlash. As Marin thought this over, she suddenly felt a gaze on her. When she refocused, she found that Shun had noticed her watching. Panicking and feeling guilty, she immediately turned away, bowing her head as she hurried into the nearest convenience store. Shun wasn't concerned in the least. He glanced toward the apartment complex just one street away and took another step. At the same time, Mifo, lying on his back, let out a soft, cute murmur. Slightly dazed, Mifo paused, then regained awareness and realized she was on a man's back. Kirasu-sensei, you're awake? The boy carrying her glanced back slightly. Seeing his familiar face, Mifo quickly remembered the events before she fainted. Her face paled, and Shun could clearly feel her body tense up, trembling in fear. Just as Shun began to explain gently, he noticed Mifo take a deep breath and summon the courage to look into his eyes. Clear and bright, filled with youthful spirit. They were completely different from the eyes she saw before fainting. It wasn't a dream. The other seemed to read her mind, answering her question before she even asked it. Kirasu-sensei, please feel free to ask anything. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Mifo seemed to find courage at that moment. She gently squeezed the boy's shoulders with her hands, then touched his neck, feeling the steady pulse of his heartbeat. Takuma-san, are you human? I'm just an ordinary person with special abilities. If Kirasu-sensei doesn't believe me, you can touch me again when we get home. Shun's teasing words put Mifo somewhat at ease, while also helping her regain her composure as a teacher. No, Takuma-kun, stop teasing your teacher, please stop thinking that way. But we're off campus now. Kirasu-sensei, please just call me Takuma, or Shun. Alright, then, Takuma-kun, can you tell me what I saw tonight? Mifo's open-minded response made Shun feel that his strategy was progressing well. Ambiguity disguised as a teacher-student relationship would create a subtle psychological bond. Over time, the two would naturally develop a normal relationship outside of school, strengthening their bond. First, may I ask, did you see the 100-eyed ghost? The 100-eyed ghost? Mifo tried to recall what she saw. After you caught something with that giant purple hand, I did see a terrifying monster in your grasp. Remembering the ghastly, frightening ghost, Mifo was overwhelmed by fear and instinctively gripped Shun's clothes. That's a ghost. The reason I went to the rooftop at night was to exterminate such spirits. You can think of me as someone who dispels evil spirits. Since she had already seen the fierce ghost, it was easier to explain. Shun stopped and looked at the apartment building in front of him. If Kirasu-sensei has any more questions, I'll explain them to you, but now we've reached your apartment. Would you like me to carry you into the elevator? Hearing Shun's words, Mifo snapped back to reality. Noticing his warm hands supporting her legs and their current position, Mifo's face instantly flushed, and she hastily slid down from his back. That was my mistake. Why did Takuma-kun have to remind me? I thought you knew. After waking up, you held on to me tightly and even reached out to touch me everywhere. Hearing Shun's words and recalling her recent behavior, Mifo felt that her dignity as a teacher had definitely taken a hit, and she quickly turned and rushed toward the elevator. Seeing this, Shun smiled and promptly followed her. Mifo entered the elevator with a red face, followed by Shun, and pressed the button for the 4th floor. Initially embarrassed and upset, Mifo was taken aback by the sight. Wait, Takuma-kun, how do you know my apartment? And that I live on the 4th floor? However, on second thought, the other party hadn't done anything while she was unconscious, and it seemed Shun wouldn't need to do something like that. In response, Shun answered earnestly, do you think it's possible that I'm your neighbor? Chapter 20, misunderstanding when Shun discovered that the place he had been transferred to was called Shuchian Academy and that the teacher in charge was Garasu. He deliberately sought out more information about her. After studying under the pretense of learning, Shun decisively moved to a place nearby. Coincidentally, the house next to Mifu's was vacant. With this, Shun managed to become her neighbor. Had Shun not seen Yotsuya Maiko on the day of his move and encountered a ghost on the roof that morning, he would have made the first move as a neighbor. As the elevator reached the 4th floor, Shun took the lead and opened the door of the room next to hers under Mifu's watchful gaze. Garasu-sensei, this world isn't as safe as it seems to most people. If there's any danger, please contact me immediately. Shun said, then closed the door. He didn't just seek revenge overnight, he lay down on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. Separated by a wall, Mifu experienced rare insomnia. She recalled the strange events of the night, feeling that all her beliefs over the past 20 years had been shattered. It turns out that ghosts do exist, and there are people like Shun who can vanquish evil spirits. This setup was just like a manga plot. In the middle of the night, when no one knew, the handsome high school protagonist would defeat one evil spirit after another, secretly protecting the city until one day he was inadvertently caught by a girl. Although those 6-pointed star eyes were a bit scary, thinking back now, they looked really cool and had a very shonen manga vibe. Hidden under her blankets, Mifu gently touched the wall, pondering, what kind of person is this Takuma-shun, separated by just a wall? At first, he seemed like a bright, gentle boy, an almost excessively perfect high school student in every way. But his cold, ruthless look when exorcising ghosts, and his expression when he teasingly carried her on his back, couldn't help but cloud Mifu's mind. These thoughts left her lying awake. The image of this mysterious young man walking through the night felt like the night sky after a summer rain, mysterious, radiant, and enticing to explore. Mifu picked up her phone and unconsciously brought up Shun's contact details on the messaging app, peeking at his avatar and profile. Seeing his display picture and posts made her heart skip just a little. Shigetsu wa kimi no yuso? So he's also a manga artist? Her fingers moved on their own, scrolling through Shun's profile and lingering over his photos. The night passed quickly. The next morning after a sleepless night, Mifu rode the train to school, arriving early. After Shun changed into his school uniform, he casually glanced at his phone. When he saw Mifu's name on his contacts, a confident smile spread across his lips. Sending her a friend request with ease, he opened the door to a bright new day. Shun arrived at his destination by train, grabbed breakfast at a convenience store, and bought some puddings. As he exited the station, the sight of girls in sailor uniforms turned heads. With the merging of some schools, Shuchian Academy's uniform now looked more contemporary and less strict. Young men admired the girls' outfits, especially the black stockings, white socks, and thigh-high areas. After enjoying the sights, Shun returned to his seat in class. As soon as he sat down, he could feel the envious stares around him. Nakano Itsuki, who sat to his right, looked at him but said nothing, though her face expressed her thoughts. Seeing Itsuki's pouty cheeks and her swaying hair antenna, Shun smiled and offered her one of the puddings he'd bought. Limited edition strawberry cheesecake pudding, as a thank you gift for Nakano-san's help. Wow! It looks delicious. Itsuki quickly accepted the pudding, her eyes sparkling as she focused solely on the treat. Takuma-kun, where did you buy this? The convenience store at the station. By the way, their oden is also pretty good. Itsuki diligently noted down the store location, saying she'd visit it on her day off. Shun left her to enjoy the limited edition pudding, while she savored it with delight. The peaceful daily lives of the students continued like this. Apart from Mifu's slightly dark eye circles, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. When the lunch bell rang, Shun joined the crowd heading to the school cafeteria. With 2 portions of yakisoba bread and lemon tea, he found a spot on the playground and began eating, focusing on replenishing his energy. Takuma-kun. An unexpected voice called from behind him. It was a blonde girl. Could I have a minute? Kitagawa-san? Shun looked in surprise at the pretty blonde standing before him. He hadn't spoken much with her before, why had she suddenly approached him? Please, sit down. Noticing that she held bread from the cafeteria, he realized she hadn't had lunch and scooted over for her. Marin, usually cheerful and outgoing, sat next to him without hesitation, gazing at Shun intently with her bright red eyes. What's up? Is there something wrong? Last night, I saw you with Garasu-sensei. Are you two in a relationship? Marin asked cautiously. Shun suddenly understood, recalling that Marin had seen him last night. Garasu-sensei and I aren't dating. Eh? You're not? Marin felt as if the entire romance manga storyline she'd imagined the night before had just crumbled. But Takuma-kun was so close to Garasu-sensei. In a normal relationship, Garasu-sensei, who's usually so distant, wouldn't show expressions like that. Besides, after Garasu-sensei woke up, I saw you talking and laughing together. Even though we were a bit far apart, I could tell she was touching you. Marin felt a little embarrassed after saying this. Well, I wasn't trying to follow you or anything. It's just that my apartment is close by too. So I saw you get into the elevator at the end. That's because Garasu-sensei and I are neighbors. Shun didn't want any misunderstandings, even if he wasn't dating anyone. For certain reasons, I'm just protecting Garasu-sensei. We're not a couple. Then why did Garasu-sensei touch you? And you didn't resist? Marin didn't seem entirely convinced. That's because Garasu-sensei. Shun was at a loss. How could he explain to Marin that there were supernatural forces in the world? She probably wouldn't believe him. Seeing his silence, Marin looked smugly satisfied, interpreting it her way. Don't worry, Take-kun. I'll keep your secret. At this point, Marin was having a romantic fantasy, patting his shoulder kindly as she said, and, if you and Garasu-sensei ever need help, I'll definitely support you. Shun was speechless for a moment. This was a misunderstanding that wasn't going to be easy to clarify. Chapter 21, Shinami Kaguya. Even though it is a comprehensive manga world, Shuchian Academy has undergone many changes and character developments. However, the student council president is still a third-year student of Shuchian Academy. Shun remembers that in the original work, it was student council president Risu who discovered Shirogane Miyuki and guided him to gradually become the student council president of Shuchian Academy. It can be said that he is a man with strong abilities and a clear vision. Take-kun, would you like to see the sights of Shuchian together? President Risu invited with a smile. Kitagawa-san can join us too. Of course, if there's a tour guide, I'd love to see it. Shun understood the other party's intentions, and coincidentally, he also wanted to become the student council president. Both Shinami Kaguya and Fujiwara Chika had come to Shuchian, and it would be a shame not to see them. Marin has a cheerful and generous personality, and seeing this scene, she became increasingly curious about Shun. After a brief pause, she chose to nod in agreement and follow along. President Risu was not in a hurry but patiently introduced the long history of Shuchian Academy and some of its famous attractions to both of them. Facing the other party's sarcasm, Shun responded calmly. Only after they approached a small lake at the pavilion did President Risu reveal the purpose of today's visit. Take-kun, are you interested in becoming the student council president? I'm somewhat interested, but why did President Risu come to me? Shun's question made Marin look curious. Because Take-kun is the most suitable. It seemed that the student council president always had a sweet smile on his face. You possess all the outstanding qualities that a superior person should have. Whether it's academics, sports, or even all aspects, it's hard for anyone in Shuchian to compare with you. And, Take-kun is a new transfer student from a mixed high school. In Shuchian, students who continue from junior high school are called pure, while students who enroll midway are called impure, creating a hierarchy. There have been some cases in the past. When a student from the impure category became the student council president, he was dismissed by the academy before completing his term. It was recorded in the academy's history that since then, caution among prospective impure students has spread. I have always wanted to eliminate this unhealthy pathology, and the current merger of multi-schools and the change in the student council is the best time. President Risu's words made Marin look at Shun thoughtfully. So, the student council president, your idea is to let Take-kun serve to eliminate this prejudice? Yes, I believe Take-kun's strength and skills are enough to dispel the arrogance and prejudice of those people that cannot be explained, right? In response, Shun nodded firmly. President Risu appeared pleased and continued to lead. He also changed his role to strategist and began to make plans for Shun. In terms of votes, with Take-kun's impressive resume and handsome face, I'm worried he could easily win the majority vote. I also guarantee that most of the clubs in the third year will support Take-kun. There are only a few mediocre individuals who can come to Shuchian. Most students don't care about what is called pure and impure. But when the number of any group reaches a certain level, some foolish and arrogant people will definitely appear. They always feel that their family background is superior and can easily belittle everything, flattering their superiors and oppressing the inferior. I will do my utmost to help Take-kun deal with those people. At the same time, I hope you can also gain support from more powerful kids during the election. Speaking of this, President Risu pointed to the middle of the small lake. There were wooden poles crossing there, and several boys and girls were carefully cleaning up the trash in the lake. That one is the second daughter of the president of the largest newspaper group in Japan, and the one next to her is the only daughter of the president of Hokkaido Steel Corporation. And the short-haired girl over there is the president of the volunteer club, Kashiwagi Nagisa. She is the daughter of the president of a major shipbuilding company and the granddaughter of the director of the Japanese Business Federation. She can be considered a princess and is someone worth competing for. President Ressa began to point out each one, which made Marin, who was listening with great interest, ask some confusing questions. President Ressa, why are you introducing beautiful girls to take Mikun? President Ressa said nothing but pointed to Shun's face. After Marin looked at it carefully, she subtly diverted her gaze from his face and whispered, indeed, these girls are very suitable for take Mikun. Shun, although he wanted to deny something, he thought about it carefully, it had nothing to do with him. The three of them continued walking, and President Rissa suddenly straightened her face and stared seriously at a long-haired girl coming from the other side. Although the other party had not dressed up intentionally, her extraordinary appearance and temperament still caught the attention of all three. Is that Ice Princess Kaguya? Marin quietly approached Shun with fear, their shoulders touching. During this period, Shinamiya Kaguya often presented herself to outsiders with a cold demeanor. Many people thought that the daughter of the Shinamiya Zaibatsu family was someone high-ranking and hard to reach. Even Marin, who had some social attributes, was quite impressed by this Ice Princess Kaguya. I heard Shinamiya-san also intends to run for the student council election. Take Mikun, she might be your biggest rival. On the other hand, Shun was not prepared to face formidable opponents like them. He looked at Kaguya without admiration and said meaningfully, she might become my right-hand person in the future. President Ressa frowned and was about to tell Shun how strong the other party was, but suddenly a scream was heard from the middle of the lake. Help! Kashiwagi-san fell into the lake. What is that? Is there something at the bottom of the lake? Panic screams and female cries echoed in the distance. More than 10 people gathered around the wooden walkway, but no one dared to enter the water to save the person. At the same time, Kaguya, who was being observed by the three, jumped into the lake without hesitation and swam toward the drowning Nagisa. If according to the original work, this would be a heroic act performed by Kaguya in her first year. But now the world has mysteriously come to life. In just a few breaths, another cry came from across the wooden walkway. No one expected that Kaguya would sink like Nagisa. The aquatic plants in the lake seemed to hold both of them tightly, as if something was dragging them into the lake as they continued to sink and struggle. The panicked calls came with urgency. President Ressa's expression changed, and she immediately rushed toward the sports warehouse to look for equipment, while calling out for someone. Marin tightly gripped Shun's arm in fear, and her face turned pale. Take Mikun, I just saw something in the lake. It's over. Shinamiya-san and Kashiwagi-san are drowning. What should we do? The panicked girl looked at the boy beside her in confusion. At this moment, Shun seemed unhurried but calmly stared at her and asked, Kitagawa-san, you said a thick fog suddenly appeared from the lake during the day. Is that normal? Chapter 22, The Thick Fog Sent from Heaven. Kitagawa-san, you said a thick fog suddenly appeared from the lake during the day. Is that normal? Eh? What? Marin was very confused as to why Shun was still saying this at this moment. Shun chuckled and reached out to pat Marin's head. Don't tell anyone about what you see later. After saying that, he continued to seal one by one under Marin's confused gaze. Water style, hiding in mist jutsu. In an instant, thick fog emerged in the middle of the lake. The misty and beautiful water vapor enveloped the entire lake in just a few breaths, and clouds of water mist surrounded everyone's view, turning it into a haze. Marin looked at the scene before her in disbelief. The young man, who was initially clear, became mysterious and enchanting in this fog. Under the girl's gaze, Shun walked directly into the lake, and a magical sight unfolded. The deep lake water became like a mirror that he walked on beneath his feet. In the midst of the hazy mist and the crowd's panic, he walked across the lake as if he were walking on flat ground. Marin's mouth dropped open in shock, as if she could fit an egg into it, and she helplessly witnessed this scene. Take Mikun. Is that superpower? The eyes of the girl who loved 2D and anime sparkled with curiosity and admiration. At the same time, as Shun walked on the water, he reached the middle of the lake. His eyes transformed into Mengekyo Sharingan, staring at the true culprit beneath the lake. It was an octopus that was always large, but the special energy it emitted made it no longer an ordinary creature, but something more akin to a demon. Is it a demon that craves blood, or? Shun did not dwell on it. After seeing the true nature of the crisis in the lake, he rushed into the water. The lake water was not murky, and Kaguya's eyes showed excitement as she saw a figure like a fish swimming. But then she extended her hand in panic, trying to inform the man about the real killer in the lake and the tentacles reaching for Shun. Shun did not pay attention to them but focused on the large octopus. This energy is different from the energy of evil spirits. Could this be the spiritual energy that transforms it into a demon? A Rasengan appeared in his hand, and he threw it with a backhand without looking back. The tentacle that stretched behind him collided. In an instant, the long snake-like tentacle turned into chunks of flesh and blood. The immense pain drove the octopus monster insane, and 7 or 8 of its tentacles began to thrash around. Seeing this scene, Shun no longer explored the monster's energy. He continued to refine his chakra and activated the wood element to an extreme level. Nagiza, trapped between them, was already feeling dizzy. Kaguya, in good physical condition for practicing archery, also felt the pain of oxygen deprivation. At this moment, Kaguya witnessed an extraordinary sight. In an instant, the wooden walkway and the rotting trees, along with the aquatic plants at the bottom of the lake, flourished under the immense chakra. In one thought, the deep lake bottom transformed into a green world. The endless trees entwined around the octopus monster seemed alive, as the once fragile branches pierced the enemy's body like fine iron. In an instant, thousands of wooden thorns pierced from all over the enemy's body. The monster that dragged them into the abyss of death like a nightmare was killed just like that. Until the moment she experienced a coma from lack of oxygen, Kaguya's deep red eyes stared seriously at the man's face. On the other hand, Shun felt the special energy being absorbed by his wood element and flowing into his body. As this energy was absorbed by his body, he felt his mind and body being subtly optimized. Soon, he released his wood element, swallowing half of the wilted body of this giant monster in just a few breaths. Indeed, the mystery has been solved. This aura can truly make humans evolve. Shun suddenly had more hope for the world. He waved his hand, embraced the 2 drowning girls, and left the lake with the support of the giant trees. Placing the 2 of them on the ground at the lake's edge, he proceeded to follow the principle of saving people and performed artificial respiration on both of them without hesitation. The first was Nagiza. After she coughed up water and could breathe freely, Shun did the same for Kaguya across from her. However, Shun did not realize that while he was giving artificial respiration to Kaguya, Nagiza on the other side turned her face away and stared at him. Nagiza slowly woke up, opened her eyes, and wanted to capture each other's appearance, but the dizziness and strong weakness made it so she could only see the other's figure clearly. Who is he? Shun slowly changed his clothes, turned around, and left. As footsteps and a familiar figure approached, her eyes lit up after seeing Shun. Take Makun. Before Marin could finish her words, Shun's fingertip touched her lips, and he said gently, "SHH, it's already been resolved." Amazing. Marin lowered her voice and exclaimed. She suddenly grabbed his arm and asked curiously, "Is Take Makun an Asper? Did you really walk on water just now? So cool, just like in a shonen manga." "It's a secret." Shun enjoyed the softness and warmth of Marin's chest. He leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "If Kitagawa-san wants to know, you have to trade your own secret." Warm and humid breath brushed against her ear, and the peculiarity made the girl weak. When Marin suspected that the other party was intentional, what she saw was the young man's clear and natural eyes. After hesitating for a moment, Marin leaned closer to Shun's ear and said shyly, "Actually, I've secretly used the sewing machine in the economics class to make cosplay outfits after school recently, but the clothes I made always turn out ugly." "Well then, do you need me to teach you?" Seeing the fish take the bait, Shun's lips formed a successful smile. "Actually, I also love cosplay and photography. Would you like to join me, Kitagawa-san?" "Eh? Really? Well, I always follow Juju on Twitter, and I really like her cosplay. Unfortunately, her figure is too petite. It would be great if I could cosplay as Kuro Shizuku from Saint Slippery's Academy for Girls." "What a coincidence. The costume I made is none other than Shizuku-tan." Marin was delighted by Shun, excitedly talking about Shizuku. As the discussion between the two heated up, the cheerful girl seemed unaware of the close distance between herself and Shun, as well as the soft and tender feelings wrapping around her arm. Chapter 23, Hayasaka. The incident of falling into the water during the day caused a stir at Shuchian Academy. Fortunately, the 2 girls who fell into the water were fine, so the aftermath was somewhat calm. Since 2 of the oldest women with very high family backgrounds were involved, public opinion among them quickly faded, and only a few people were aware of the developments of the issue. The peaceful school life gradually continued. After making a deal with Marin to create cosplay costumes, the 2 ran to the sewing room after class to enjoy making outfits. That afternoon, they went shopping for fabric, clothing, and accessories together. As expected, they shopped together, ate, chatted, laughed, and occasionally got close to each other. This allowed many Shuchian students they encountered to secretly take photos of their intimacy. Information about their relationship spread to various girl groups in just one night. And they still didn't know that Shun had gone home to continue training his chakra and feel the results of his harvest that day. The spiritual power within the monster's body was very beneficial for him. Unlike the blessing of the sage body, it had the energy to promote the evolution of the essence of life, which was good for both the physical body and the soul. It was a pity that the spiritual power of the octopus monster was too small and had little nutritional effect on Shun, who possessed an adult stage sage body. However, if I think about it carefully, the monster is somewhat strange. Its attack isn't a desire for blood, but rather a deliberate act of murder. If not, everyone on the bridge would have been swept away a long time ago. Shun recalled the feelings that the monster had given him. The most important thing is that besides its spiritual power, it also has traits similar to the master-servant contract that I obtained. Although they are different, their characteristics are very similar. Shun pondered deeply about the identity of Kashiwagi Nagiza. Indeed, after the emergence of such extraordinary powers, there would be new impacts and a restructuring of existing power classes. Now the Chables dominate Japan, so in the future. That night, Shipbuilding Co. Limited Tokyo office. How is it? Nishizawa Hirano, the president of the shipbuilding company, looked at his nephew in front of him with focused eyes. Wasn't the volunteer club responsible for cleaning the lake today? Did she have an accident? Is she dead? No. The boy wearing the Shuchian Academy uniform stammered. Initially, Kashiwagi-san had already sunk and was about to drown. However, suddenly the lake became foggy. After the fog cleared, Kashiwagi-san appeared on the shore. Thick fog? She's not dead? There was an expression of disbelief in Hirano's eyes, and his face changed for a moment. Then he realized his loss and waved his hand to signal the other party to back off. He sat in silence for a long time, then took out his phone and called Master Taniguchi. What happened? Didn't you say that as long as you provided a good time and place, she would definitely be killed? What, do I have to pay again if I take further action? Damn, you're charging me so much. The intense argument continued, and after a moment of silence, Hirano chose to give in. I understand. On the 5th of next month, I will transfer 1.5 billion yen to your account. Please handle it yourself. Kashiwagi family. Kashiwagi Ichiro, who rushed home after work, sighed in relief upon seeing his daughter. He reached the opposite side of the sofa, sipped tea, and looked at his daughter in front of him with a serious expression. Did you drown today? Yes, I was doing club activities today. Nagiza recounted the entire story of her drowning to her father, including the octopus monster and the boy who saved her. I only caught a glimpse of his face at the time, but if I see him again, I'll definitely recognize him. Nagiza bit her lip, her eyes misty with memories. Although somewhat blurry, she remembered that the charming prince was very handsome, had a six-pack, a great body, and must have been around 18 years old. Ichiro could only sigh as he saw his daughter's face flush. However, when he thought about the ever-changing world today, he gritted his teeth and explained to Nagiza various signs and possibilities of mysterious energy recovery with a serious expression. Nagiza, after learning this, you might be afraid of the future, but this is also what you will face in the future as the heir of the group. Ichiro then comforted her, saying, but don't worry, I recently met a very powerful onmyoji through a friend. It's estimated that you can buy a protective magical weapon worth 2 billion yen to ensure your safety. Next weekend, you stay at home and don't run around. After hearing this news, Nagiza's eyes sparkled. Dad, if I find him next weekend, can he join too? Since he's a strong onmyoji, he might have other magical weapons. Dad, can we buy another one? Ichiro, well, if you can find the person who saved you before next weekend. Shinamiya family. As the bath ended, the master and servant were in the same room wearing thin pajamas. This was Kaguya's study, and it was the only place in the entire Shinamiya family where she could feel comfortable. Hayasaka was brushing her long hair and gazing into Kaguya's eyes in the mirror again, not knowing what she was thinking. A moment later, Hayasaka. Do you think there are monsters and superpowers in this world? Have you been watching movies lately, Ajao-sama? Kaguya extended her finger and stroked her lips. After hesitating for a moment, she shared with Hayasaka what happened today. Hayasaka was like her younger sister, and Kaguya only dared to tell her about this issue. After listening, Hayasaka fell silent. Kaguya wouldn't lie to her, let alone make up strange things like that. So, Takuma-kun is an esper? Is it possible that there is someone with extraordinary power in this world? Hayasaka put down her comb and ran out carrying her computer. Starting that night, the two took a week off. Kaguya used all her power as one of the heirs, and Hayasaka used her hacking skills to continuously search for all information related to the mystery. A week later, their views shattered, and they were confused. Chapter 24, Don't even think about running away. Realizing that the world had changed, Kaguya and Hayasaka felt nervous about the future. Kaguya initially wanted to contact Shun directly, thinking it would be better to reach a mutually beneficial agreement with a transcendent being like him. After all, due to the heroic rescue incident, not to mention the first kiss, she had lost count of how many times she had been kissed by this man. As for Hayasaka, She was more prudent. She suggested not to contact him for now and to quietly observe Shun for 3 days to assess his character before making a decision. Shun was a being with extraordinary abilities. The two of them were no different from delivering food. Thus, Kaguya followed Hayasaka's advice, and her good sister spied on Shun for 3 consecutive days, using her hacking skills for secret exploration. Eventually, they summarized his behavior from Monday to Wednesday. Morning, going to class to flirt with Nakano Itsuki and bringing desserts from time to time. Afternoon, meeting Yotsuya Maiko and her friend Yurikawa Hana having lunch together, teasing Maiko, and continuing this for 3 days. After school, flirting with Kitagawa Marin in the economics classroom while making clothes. Evening, shopping with Kitagawa Marin on a date. Late at night, chatting with teacher Kirisumifa online. From Monday to Wednesday, this man was almost always surrounded by various beautiful girls. Even at night, Shun could chat for a long time with Mifa online and even shyly post his 8-pack ABS fitness selfies to woo the teacher. So full of hatred. How terrible. Hayasaka quietly stored this information and deleted the photo records. There was no other intention, she just feared that Kaguya would be tempted by this embarrassing man. That night, after watching the summary of Shun's activities over 3 days, Kaguya's expression grew colder, and she finally threw the report onto the table in anger. Did she look angry or jealous? For those at Shuchian Academy, Kaguya was like a mountain flower out of reach, the ice Kaguya they dared not approach. However, Hayasaka, who had grown up with Kaguya, understood her character very well. The third older brother, Shinamiya Unio, commented that Kaguya was a woman who uses aggression to hide her fears, and indeed, that was the case. No matter how cold she appeared on the outside, she was still an ordinary shy girl on the inside. She always wanted to cry, laugh, and scream freely like a normal girl, and she also wanted to have ordinary love. And Shun, who saved her when she was in her most desperate condition, had undoubtedly become a candidate for love in that girl's heart. Moreover, considering the charm of this mysterious handsome man, if he continued to maintain contact with Kaguya for a long time, the outcome would likely be the same. Bastard, he was so skilled at that. Ajou, for now, aside from being lewd and a bastard, this man is not dangerous. I think we can cooperate with him. This was already very dangerous. Kaguya bit her lip and looked very angry. This expression made Hayasaka chuckle inwardly. Of course, on the surface, she still had to give firm advice. Otherwise, with Kaguya's temperament, it would be impossible for her to take the initiative to contact each other in this life. Ajou, although he has made contact with many beautiful girls at school beyond the bounds of friendship, it cannot be denied that this is merely normal attraction and emotional interaction between men and women. The other party possesses extraordinary power, but he does not use it inappropriately to satisfy his selfish desires. There's no doubt that Takuma-shun is emotionally a bastard, but as a collaborator of Shinamiya Kaguya, he is someone who can adhere to contracts and travel. Sure enough, after being persuaded, Kaguya was shaken. Kaguya was a contractor. For her, the ability to adhere to agreements was a source of trust. Also, I know that Kashiwagi Nagisa has been searching for the boy who saved her these past few days. Hayasaka downplayed the existence of Kaguya's love rival. Since Kashiwagi-san is not searching on a large scale, her search speed is very slow, but in a few days, they might find Takuma-kun. If the Kashiwagi family collaborates with him first, it will disadvantage you. I understand. I will talk to him nicely after school tomorrow. Thinking about Nagisa, who was saved alongside her, Kaguya's heart tightened inexplicably. The next day after school, as Shun pondered where to go with Marin for cosplay, another sexy girl with blonde hair and a side ponytail appeared before him. Others might not know yet, but Shun recognized that the girl with the blonde hair and side ponytail in front of him was Shinamiya Kaguya's maid, Hayasaka. Takuma-kun, Kaguya invites you to the Shimokitazawa cafe next door. If you don't mind, please have coffee with us. Hayasaka did not hide her identity and simply conveyed the invitation. I understand, see you later. Shun didn't pay much attention to the consequences of the previous incident, he only heard that Kaguya was resting before heading to school. Initially, he thought they hadn't seen him clearly, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Shun went to the dressing room to accompany Marin for a while, found some modifications to the cosplay outfit, and explained that he had business today, so he was leaving first. On the other side, Nagisa had been searching for the charming prince who would save her that day, but she hadn't found anything for days, which made her somewhat desperate. At first, she wanted to ask Kaguya, who was saved alongside her, to thank her for her help at that time, but she ended up resting at home for a week. A week later, Kaguya's presence at school became increasingly erratic. She often disappeared after class ended. In the last 3 days, Nagisa hadn't had the chance to ask Kaguya about that day. However, this evening, As Nagisa was about to run to find Kaguya after class, she noticed something unusual. On weekdays, Kaguya would return home in a luxury car arranged by her family. But today, she quietly left school alone, glancing around from time to time, with a hint of guilt. Nagisa's intuition sensed that something was off, and she followed her closely until Kaguya entered the cafe. She waited patiently until a man appeared. The man walked confidently into the cafe, and after looking around, he sat across from Kaguya. Nagisa, hiding to the side, took a few steps closer and could clearly see the side of his face through the three-dimensional transparent glass. At that moment, Shun's face coincided with the profile of the man from that day. That's him. No wonder Shinamiya-san suddenly met a man alone. Nagisa clenched her small fists tightly, her eyes resolute, and she immediately took steps toward the cafe. Even if you are the daughter of the Shinamiya family, never think about running away in shame. Chapter 25, The Soft Rice King Shimokitazawa Coffee Shop. This is a fairly well-known coffee shop chain in Tokyo, located on a commercial street near Shuchian Academy and quite popular among students. From time to time, a group of Shuchian students and young couples would enter. However, when they saw the Ice Princess Kaguya, who was usually out of reach, also there, they almost displayed the same shocked expressions. Moreover, Kaguya seemed to be waiting for someone, which only added to their curiosity. So far, the only one who could talk to Shinamiya Kaguya was Fujiwara Chika. Could it be that these two older women were interested in having coffee together? While everyone was pondering this, a boy wearing a Shuchian Academy uniform appeared in the shop. In this world, there seemed to be a special type of person who didn't need to do anything. Just standing there made him the most captivating presence. As the handsome young man appeared, there were many whispers throughout the cafe. Is that him? Yes, Takuma-shun, the transfer student. Ah, he really is as handsome as the rumors say. I heard he's dating Kitagawa from Class C. Damn, someone really took action so quickly. Shun ignored the whispers in the cafe, and after looking around, he walked toward where Kaguya was sitting. Countless eyes stared at him in disbelief. Shun sat across from Kaguya and looked over the menu. However, Kaguya, instead of looking dissatisfied, calmly sipped her coffee and gazed at the man in front of her. After witnessing this natural and harmonious scene, many people quietly looked away and silently smacked their lips. What was happening? This transfer student had only been here for a few weeks? Was he really so close to Kaguya from the Shinamiya family? Many Shuchian students observed carefully and found that aside from Fujiwara Chika, only the man in front of them and Kaguya were so close and alone together. Look at how natural this man-woman relationship is. Their relationship is not simple. Perhaps, the Ice Princess would truly be captured. Boys and girls in the cafe gossiped quietly, covering their mouths one by one, sharpening their ears, and the entire coffee shop fell silent for a moment. The protagonist at the center of the incident was completely unconcerned. Takuma-kun, thank you for saving me earlier. After both had tasted their coffee, Kaguya took out a contract. Shun glanced at it casually. It was a transfer agreement for a large estate, and at the end, there was a monetary gift. Because there were too many zeros in it, he didn't bother to count. This is my thank you gift, please accept it. Well then, I'll be rude. Shun didn't continue reading and casually took a pen and wrote his signature on it. For him at this moment, the appeal of such a thing was just that. Since it was a life-saving gift from the other party, he accepted it without hesitation. This little money was just a drop in the bucket for the Shinamiya family. There was no need to make up false excuses that would only create a tense atmosphere. Sure enough, Kaguya also sighed in relief after seeing Shun pull it back. After pondering for a moment, she lost her usual cold demeanor and spoke with a hint of anxiety. Takuma-kun, would you be willing to make a contract with me? Contract? In Shun's mind, his informal master-slave contract came to mind unconsciously. From now on, Takuma-kun will be my personal secretary and bodyguard, and in return, I will give you 40% of all the industries and resources of the Shinamiya department. Kaguya unintentionally lowered her voice, even deliberately publicizing their contract for others to know. When these words came out, many Shuchian students who heard them immediately gasped. Although many of them were rich and powerful kids who had seen the world, they were still so shocked that their spoons fell to the floor. Even Shun was quite surprised. The Shinamiya group had total assets of 200 trillion yen and owned thousands of subsidiaries. It was one of the 4 major consortia in Japan. Kaguya was the eldest daughter of Shinamiya Genin, the president of the Shinamiya group. Although the Shinamiya family was now dominated by the 3 Shinamiya siblings, they were in competition with each other. However, it couldn't be denied that as the daughter of the Shinamiya family, Kaguya would also inherit very valuable assets in the future. Even if she could only get a portion of such a large group, it would surely make ordinary companies and wealthy individuals envious. And now, Kaguya was actually truly giving such assets to Shun? With the condition of being his personal secretary and bodyguard? What kind of soft rice was this? The boys in the cafe grew envious out of jealousy. Even Shun was slightly shaken. He felt that Kaguya had someone guiding her behind her. If Shun agreed, this contract could bind him tightly to her ship. The relationship between the two parties would become very close, and of course, Shun wouldn't mind that. After all, who would refuse a beautiful Kaguya and Hayasaka? In the future, if the eldest woman and the maid were allowed to sleep in the same bed. After thinking about a certain scene, Shun hesitated and wanted to speak. Seeing him like this, Kaguya felt a little excitement in her heart. This way, she could legitimately stop Shun from making contact with those women as her boss. Bang! Everyone in the cafe watched in fascination, and no one noticed that Kashiwagi Nagisa had arrived at the coffee shop. Take-Mikun will not join the Shinamiya family. After hearing Kaguya's words, she rushed over and firmly rejected. Seeing her good deed suddenly interrupted, Kaguya's expression turned cold, and her ruby-like eyes stared at Nagisa with a hint of chill. Kashiwagi-san, it's rude to interrupt someone else's conversation. The daughter of a major shipbuilding group has such little education? Nagisa did not rush to respond to Kaguya's cold remarks. With a polite smile, she deeply bowed to Kaguya and then said, Shinamiya-san, thank you for your help earlier. Although there were some accidents, I still appreciate your assistance. If Shinamiya-san needs it, the Odo Shipbuilding Group will do its best to help you. This behavior made Kaguya's expression soften even more. Nagisa quickly explained what she meant by being polite before getting into a fight. But Take-Mikun will never give in to Shinamiya-san. Shinamiya-san is merely the weakest of the four heirs in the family, and I am the only successor of the Odo Shipbuilding Group. Nagisa simply sat next to Kaguya. Despite the cold expression on her face, she glared at Shun across from her with fiery eyes. Take-Mikun, if you're willing to join the Kashiwagi family, all the rewards will be yours. At that moment, all the men in the cafe turned sour. Chapter 26, The Most Affectionate Person in Tokyo. Nagisa's words caused a silence to fall over the entire cafe. Someone took a deep breath after calculating the assets of the large shipbuilding group. Some people stared blankly at life, their knives and forks having long since fallen to the ground. And even more of them were honest and young girls, whose uncontrolled whispers continued to ring out. Some took out their phones and quickly shared the secret with their friends. Two women fighting over a man. I'm so jealous, I want to keep Take-Mikun. Kaguya is really arguing with Kashiwagi over a man? Is this the legendary love triangle? Wow! The romance manga story has become a reality. Take-Mikun is so strong, he can really play both sides. The quarrels and murmurs from the onlookers meant nothing to the two women lately. Nagisa. Kaguya glared coldly at the woman beside her. Kaguya. It's rude to call her by her first name. Nagisa replied with a smile. Almost simultaneously, the two exchanged names with cold expressions and perfect smiles. They locked eyes. Both sat in silence, making no moves, yet the air seemed filled with the smell of gunpowder. At this moment, Shun between them dared not make a sound. He was not the foolish protagonist in a Japanese light novel. Now that the love triangle had emerged, he finally understood. No wonder the story of the hero saving the beauty has remained popular from ancient times to the present. Although it sounds vulgar, its level of appeal is very high. Kashiwagi-san, everything should be done based on who arrived first, right? That's true to some extent. As if not sensing the coldness in Kaguya's tone, Nagisa maintained her smile and said, but, as the daughter of the Shinamiya group, you should also know that sometimes, you need to do whatever it takes. Kaguya stared without realizing it at the woman who clearly had her own opinions about her. Nagisa ignored this gaze, smiling as she turned to Shun. What I said earlier was serious, Take-Mikun. Saying this, Nagisa reached out her hand to grasp Shun's palm. If possible, please come to my house on Sunday. I have a thank you gift for you. Seeing this woman move her hands and legs as she approached, Kaguya blocked Nagisa's wrist. Kashiwagi-san, when both parties have reached a contract, it's inappropriate to do unnecessary things like that. With her palm obstructed, Nagisa stopped upon hearing those words, then withdrew her hand, her eyes staring at Kaguya. But, we did some things that day. Has Shinamiya-san forgotten? Nagisa's words, which seemed attentive, made Kaguya slowly narrow her eyes, staring straight at this woman. This was tough. Nagisa was a very difficult woman. Although there were many children from powerful families at Shuchian Academy, this was the first time Kaguya had met someone like Nagisa. This woman was so provoking. Compared to a certain woman who has been unconscious for a long time, I haven't forgotten at all. Shinamiya Kaguya, would not back down. After hearing Kaguya's words, Nagiza turned slightly, her eyes a bit dissatisfied. Although she maintained a gentle smile on the surface, Nagiza was very concerned about Kaguya's departure. She had worked hard to find Shun, but Kaguya was a solitary figure. If she didn't act smart, she would become a dog or a loser. Thinking of this, Nagiza no longer engaged in verbal sparring with her opponent and directly played her trump card. After surveying her surroundings, she leaned forward, lowered her voice, and softly said in a volume only audible to the three at the table, "My father has invited a powerful onmyoji. He said he has a magic weapon he wants to sell. Take Makun, if possible, please come to my house this weekend and take a look together. Perhaps the other party has other treasures to sell. I will buy them for you." At this moment, even Kaguya fell silent. Perhaps her father was gradually connecting with this existence, but at home, compared to her three brothers, she still had too little control over the resources of the Shinamiya group. In the future, Nagiza would become the successor of the Odo shipbuilding group, and the resources from her grandfather and father's entire family were destined to be with her. Shun, who had initially decided to pretend to be mute to avoid this love triangle, finally became intrigued. Onmyoji? Thinking that he would be in contact with extraordinary beings in this mysterious recovery era, Shun felt a little more hopeful. "I understand, I will go to the appointment on time this weekend." Shun leaned back in his chair, looking at the two girls with different styles in front of him, pondering for a moment, and said, "For now, we are connected because of that accident, and both Kashiwagi-san and Shinamiya-san care about me because of this. However, this is a bit too soon for me. I still have a long time at Shuchian Academy, and I hope to truly ascertain our fates and bonds while hanging out with both of you in the future." The essence of Shun's words could be summarized in one sentence: don't confirm the relationship yet, wait until I earn enough goodwill in the future and everything matures. As a man aspiring to have a harem in this world, he certainly wouldn't make a choice at this moment. Regarding Shun's response, Nagiza and Kaguya exchanged glances simultaneously and chose to nod. Chapter 27, On Myoji 8 a.m. On the weekend there was a knock at Shun's house. "Who are you?" Shun looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with slight hesitation. "Take me, I apologize for disturbing your rest." The middle-aged man bowed to apologize, then slightly bent and spoke respectfully, "I am the driver of Kashiwagi Ajou. I will take you to the Kashiwagi residence today." Shun suddenly remembered that they indeed had an appointment today. He had been busy studying Flying Thunder God on Friday and Saturday and had almost lost track of time. Thinking about this, Shun felt dizzy. After 2 days of research, he found that mastering Flying Thunder God required talent in space-time ninjutsu, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control this technique at all. In a short time, he wouldn't be able to learn such ninjutsu. "The car is downstairs. Take me, please come down. If you need anything, feel free to ask me." "No, I'll come down after I shower." Shun asked the driver to wait while he returned to take care of himself and get dressed simply. After he came down, a Bentley Mulsanne had been waiting by the roadside. Seeing Shun approach, the driver immediately stepped forward and opened the door. Once inside the car, the driver recalled the woman's explanation and spoke carefully. "Take me, the president went to invite other experts to help host today. Now only Kashiwagi Ajou is waiting for you at the house." After saying that, the driver closed his mouth and became an instrument for driving. Shun was slightly taken aback. No wonder there was a car coming to pick him up this early. It turned out to be Nagiza's trick. The invitation to him and the sale of magical weapons by the Onmyoji was probably half the reason. 20 minutes later the car drove toward a very large noble house. When the door opened, half of the greenery resembling a maze was trimmed into various shapes. After driving for 3 minutes, Shun got out of the car and entered the Kashiwagi family home. After being escorted to the living room by a servant, he heard an argument between Kaguya and Nagiza from a distance. "Why are you here?" Her complicated plan was being executed by Kaguya, her romantic rival, and even Nagiza couldn't control her emotions for a moment. "I contacted President Kashiwagi earlier, and with his approval, I came to meet the Onmyoji from Hokkaido today." Kaguya's dismissive statement made Nagiza grit her teeth. The two women continued their previous confrontation. Shun firmly waited outside the door for half an hour, and then entered after the situation inside quieted down. Sure enough, both women were now silent and said nothing. Shun pretended nothing had happened and chatted with Kaguya about the student council elections. Nagiza occasionally interjected, and after the three of them discussed the matter seriously, they actually became quite harmonious. Gradually, Shun made a decision. Nagiza was most suitable for the position of the main wife. She could provide good advice to her husband, analyze various matters, and was very sharp. Kaguya was a standard successor. She mostly resolved issues with a cold superior attitude. She also liked to use some dirty tricks and was not hesitant to use her family's resources. If he married these two, although Shun would have to manage a large group, he might be able to do so easily as long as he wasn't foolish. There must be a way for them to live harmoniously. Shun quietly made a decision. A few minutes later, President Kashiwagi came in with an elderly woman. Kashiwagi Ichiro and Shun were quite satisfied after chatting for a while and introduced the elderly woman he had invited to the three of them. Godmother Takeda Mitsu. When Shun heard that name, he immediately recalled the origins of the other party. Once, Takeda Mitsu worked as a mysterious psychic in a small shop on the roadside. She could vaguely see spirits, and the beads that could repel evil spirits were refillable for 30,000 yen. According to the trajectory of her original work, after meeting Maiko, Mitsu would give magic beads for free out of goodwill and make them with all her strength when she was young, but those beads would explode. After one of the beads hit her face, Mitsu became disheartened and decided to retire and return to the countryside to work on a farm with her son. However, the world had changed a lot now, and Mitsu, with her special abilities, had naturally become an expert in Ichiro's mouth. Though the onmyoji today is guaranteed by my former business partner, it's still wise to be cautious. Shun nodded, and Kaguya, who had come in, also quietly remembered the old woman's face. Being able to invite Kashiwagi Ichiro to take over, it seemed that this extraordinary being must have a good character. If there were problems in the future, the other party might be able to help. A few people were seated and had just served tea when they heard the sound of visitors outside. The leader was a gangster-looking man, dressed in branded clothing and sporting a beard. He looked to be about the same age as Ichiro, with a habit of smiling. Behind him was an onmyoji wearing a black hat, a plain white hunting coat, and unadorned white nails. He appeared to be in his 50s, with proud eyes, and he walked into the hall step by step. Ichiro stood to greet him, and Nagisa, beside Shun, like a virtuous wife, gently explained in his ear, "The one in front is named Nakamura Makoto. He has been involved in foreign trade and has cooperated with the Kashiwagi family for 7 or 8 years. However, he has run some not-so-good industries, so my father still worries about him a bit." Shun nodded, passing by the man and staring directly at the onmyoji in the hunting outfit behind him. He indeed sensed a spiritual power in the opponent's body, and Mitsu clearly did not possess much of that power. But compared to the monster in the lake, this onmyoji was somewhat unsatisfactory as a monster. "Asugi, please take a seat." Ichiro approached, smiling and greeting. "No need, my time is very valuable." Asugi flicked the folding fan in his hand, and his sense of superiority and arrogance almost overflowed. This is how these people treat ordinary folks after they gain extraordinary power. Shun shook his head and said nothing. Ichiro's expression froze, but then he restored his smile and pulled out a bank card, handing it over. "All right, please show me the treasure that is to be sold." After seeing the bank card, Asugi's face suddenly brightened. After putting away his folding fan, he said, "Then let's go outside." Everyone complied and went to the garden courtyard. Asugi looked at the sun, then extended his hand with satisfaction, and a black magatama adorned with stone beads suddenly appeared in his hand. From its appearance alone, it didn't seem too remarkable. Kaguya approached Shun and gently asked, "Take Makun, is that real? A magic weapon?" Kaguya's voice was very soft, but it was clearly heard by Asugi. He immediately frowned and impatiently scolded, "What does this child know? He's just an ordinary human, and asking your little boyfriend is like asking a blind person." Kaguya was slightly angry at first, but after hearing the term little boyfriend, she pursed her lips tightly to prevent herself from laughing happily. However, Shun chuckled, ignoring her, and quietly released the chakra induction technique. The essence of chakra induction is to sense the existence of chakra energy. After Shun absorbed the spiritual power, it could also be used to sense spiritual power. His eyes ignored what was called the magatama but stared at the cracked stone beads inside it. That's it, the magatama outside is used to intimidate people, but the cracked stone beads inside, which might break after a few uses, are the real core. Shun sensed spiritual power emanating from the damaged place and immediately understood that the other party was here to steal money. Magatama has a special status in Japanese mythology, so the outer part is adorned with nice jade, and the small beads inside indeed have spiritual power. It was estimated that it could deceive many people. Shun looked at the other party's routine with a sense of amusement on his lips. Makoto and Ichiro, who still didn't understand, looked at this rumored magical weapon in a fashionable and passionate way, and Nagisa also looked at it with curiosity. After a moment, Ichiro diverted his gaze and looked at the invited elderly woman. "Grandma Mitsu, sorry to disturb you." "President Kashiwagi, it's all right." The old woman grinned, then walked up with a serious expression. The beads in her hand kept flowing, and she looked very extraordinary with her momentum honed over the years. Asugi panicked and subconsciously pulled back the Magatama. Makoto also quickly stepped forward to block the way. Chapter 28, More Money Kashiwagi, what are you doing? Asugi's face darkened. How could you let this stranger touch such a valuable item? Makoto urged. Just conduct business as usual, inspect the goods, and rest assured that the reward will not be diminished. Ichiro pressed. After hearing this, Asugi stared at Mitsu for a moment and handed the Magatama to her. Mitsu took out an ancient compass from her hand and murmured to the Magatama for a long time. Then she pulled out a string of black and sparkling Buddha beads, and at a glance, one could tell that they were not ordinary Buddha beads, murmuring something under her breath. Everyone fell silent for a moment, staring at her. Shun looked at the Buddha beads, thinking that this was the strongest collection of the other party in her original work. Taking advantage of this moment, Makoto looked at Asugi, seeing the confident expression on his face as he lifted his chin, and immediately understood. Are you done reading? Makoto stepped forward and said casually, the old woman's power is far inferior to that of an expert. You won't even be able to see the miracle within it if I give you 3 days and nights. His words made Ichiro look gloomy, and Mitsu even snorted, taking back her props and saying, my training is still insufficient, but I can vaguely see that this Magatama has a radiance of spiritual energy, but the spiritual energy within it. I'm afraid it's not strong, right? Speaking of this, Mitsu had some doubts, but she could only see vaguely and did not dare to confirm it. Expert, please show me the usefulness of this magic weapon. Asugi showed that he was indeed like this. Dressed in onmyoji attire, he stepped forward proudly, snatching the Magatama and said sarcastically, I know that, but a third-rate onmyoji like you surely cannot understand it. Even Mitsu, with her good temperament, looked very embarrassed. Her frail hands tightly held the beads, and she said in a deep voice, then let me see you demonstrate it. She had just watched for a long time and had a vague feeling that the aura of the magic weapon Magatama was not too strong. Under everyone's gaze, Asugi took a deep breath, first taking 7 steps to the left, then 5 steps to the right. He held the Magatama in one hand and formed hand seals with the other. At this moment, Ichiro and the others looked at the onmyoji in shock. They saw his plain white hunting outfit moving without wind. As the clothing fluttered, his eyes suddenly showed a kind of light. Is this it? Mitsu's face suddenly changed. She felt that the other party and she were in 2 completely different worlds at that moment. It is called hell. Asugi proudly declared, the power to see spirits is a talent required to become an onmyoji. Different things basically emit different auras. Only a true onmyoji can see it clearly using the power to see spirits. Spirits emit ghost energy, men emit yang energy, and women emit yin energy. The Magatama in his hand glowed. Everyone in the garden suddenly felt an invisible wind flowing. Like the warmth of spring, the coldness of autumn that had set in disappeared as it circulated and blew. An indescribable light surrounded Asugi at this moment, making him truly look like a legendary onmyoji. Nagiza looked at this treasure in amazement, and Kaguya also quietly memorized this style, hoping to gather it in the future. This. Ichiro looked at the Magatama with burning eyes, unable to contain the ecstasy in his heart. This is a real magic weapon. Even Makoto couldn't help but reveal longing and jealousy in his eyes as he looked at the magic scene again. Asugi couldn't help but show a hint of unexplainable mockery in his eyes as he saw Ichiro's shocked and enthusiastic expression. He dispelled the seal and put the Magatama back into the pocket of his hunting coat, wearing an expression of arrogance and disdain on his face, as if he were watching a drama of these people behaving like country bumpkins. The temperature returned to autumn, and compared to the previous situation, a sharp contrast appeared in Ichiro. How is it? Ichiro, this is a precious magic weapon in Asugi's hands. Makoto spoke proudly and continued, with the protection of this Magatama, even if you encounter a ghost, you will surely be able to protect Nagiza's safety. This time, even Ichiro fully believed it. Although Mitsu had a good reputation outside, her strength might not be as good as Asugi's, and she might have been wrong in her previous assessment. This was clearly a powerful magic weapon. Thinking about this, Ichiro felt a surge of heat. And Nagiza beside him had bright eyes, thinking, this is the most valuable. Is there anything else? How should I ask my father to buy another one for Take-Mikun later? After seeing the expressions of Ichiro and his daughter from the Kashiwagi family, Mitsu shook her head with a bitter smile, stepped forward, bowed, and said sadly, it seems I am too old, and my power is too low to see its mystery. I do not need a gift today. This old woman must return to the countryside to work on the farm with my son. Asugi looked at the old woman who almost ruined his good deed and snorted coldly, if you can't even say hell, I suggest you return to your hometown as soon as possible and stop wandering around Tokyo. Mitsu could only smile bitterly and apologize. This time, the confidence and prestige she had built over the years as a paranormal was completely shattered, and she was considered worthless. Beside her, Shun looked at the increasingly large cracks in the stone beads and became certain. The onmyoji in front of him was indeed a novice. His spiritual power was pathetic and his quality was not high. The other party had used almost half of the spiritual energy in these stone beads after taking them. It was estimated that what was called a magic weapon would turn into a mundane object in less than a month. Of course, the most important thing was that Shun was sure Asugi could kill 100 people with one hand. Shun trained his chakra. He was initially worried that in this mysteriously revived world, the experts practicing spiritual power would fly to the sky and escape from the earth, moving mountains and filling seas quite well. However, even though Asugi is a beginner, he has finally stepped into the extraordinary realm of onmyoji. It would be very easy to fool my future father-in-law as he is doing now. Myriad Realms Roulette will be cooled next week. While traveling around the world, I should also consider preparing some self-defense items or self-protection practices for my future girlfriend. It's a pity I don't have talent in space and time, otherwise, having Flying Thunder God would be a guarantee for them. Shun's thoughts gradually faded, and he began to make secret calculations. On the other hand, Makoto ignored Mitsu's depression and said with a happy face, Asugi is also showing his magic weapon. Ichiro, now is the time for you to show your sincerity. Of course. Ichiro couldn't hide his emotions at this moment and quickly pulled out a bank card. This is 2 billion yen. Please take a look, expert. Ichiro handed it over, and Asugi smiled coldly but didn't even look at it. This made Ichiro awkward, unsure whether to take it back or leave it. Ichiro, 2 billion is the previous price. Now that you have seen this magic weapon, you must pay 10 billion yen. Makoto seized the opportunity to step forward and said, 10 billion yen. Nagisa, who was anticipating it, couldn't help but exclaim. 10 billion yen, this was not the market value of a company but actual cash. Moreover, Nagisa also wanted to ask her father to buy another piece. If so, the cost would become 20 billion yen. Although the Kashiwagi family had rich assets, it would be quite painful to suddenly draw a cash flow of 20 billion yen. Ichiro, who was also thinking about this, hesitated. From the previous conversation, Shun was indeed good, and his daughter liked him too, but the two were not officially married yet. Kaguya quietly leaned beside Shun. Take Makun, what do you think? As long as you agree to our previous contract, I will pay for it for you. Hearing this, Asugi glanced at Kaguya and Shun. He did not expect this. He did not expect this young couple to be so wealthy, and his eyes suddenly became a little more excited. But then, Shun shook his head. It's better not to buy trash like this. It's useless if you face the same danger as before. Shun did not hide his voice. After seeing the extraordinary power of this world, he could not continue to watch monkeys jumping around here. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes were on him almost simultaneously. Asugi's face darkened, and Makoto immediately stepped forward, staring at Shun and asking cautiously, given your age, are you a student of Onmyojuku? I study at Shuchiin. Upon hearing this, a trace of disgust appeared in Makoto's eyes. He turned out to be a pretty boy who had just eaten soft food. How dare you, a mere high school student, speak nonsense here? You, pretty boy, deserve to know the power of my magic weapon? If there is no explanation regarding this matter, I apologize. Seeing this situation, Nagisa anxiously reached out her hand to grasp Shun's hand, pulling him and gently shaking her head at him. She had fainted in the lake, just like Kaguya. She knew Shun's strength, but she only knew that he had saved her from the mouth of that giant beast. Seeing how powerful this onmyoji was today, she was a little worried that Shun would be hurt by him. Ichiro sighed softly, thinking that he might need to add more money for charity today. He thought that the boy was still too young and energetic. However, if he resolved his issues today, he would feel the loss of money, but it would also be good for his daughter in the future. Mitsu, on the other hand, also hesitated to speak. Shun chuckled and patted Nagisa's head, then turned to Asugi with an indifferent gaze. It's not too late for you to admit your mistake and leave. When I finish speaking, things won't be that simple. Upon hearing this, Asugi's face turned red with anger, and he uttered a few words as if gritting his teeth. Say it. I want to see what you have to say. Chapter 29, The Amazing Boy. Why is this kid so crazy? Makoto frowned. He had lived in Tokyo for a long time, but he had never heard of anyone named Takuma in that noble family. No matter how he looked at Shun, he appeared to be a pretty boy who was interested in Nagisa and Kaguya simply because of his good looks. Girls aged 16 or 17 were the easiest to be fooled by such scoundrels. Moreover, at the other party's age, since he had not been chosen by the onmyoji and couldn't even see spirits, how could he possibly know their plans? However, Shun's indifferent attitude was so confident that he wasn't sure. He glanced at Asugi anxiously, but the latter was already very angry, as if he insisted that Shun explain himself. Shun released Nagisa's hand, took a few steps forward, and unceremoniously grabbed the Magatama. In today's world, the mysterious revival and emergence of spiritual power allow people like you to step into the extraordinary realm and achieve what is called the realm of seeing spirits. Shun continued, the existence of spiritual energy is beneficial for humans and other living beings. The peculiarity just demonstrated by this magic weapon is actually caused by the spiritual power that moves it. A glimmer of light in your body is merely the most superficial use of spiritual power. It can be broken by an ordinary sword. Asugi's face turned slightly cold. This boy seemed to possess some skills. So, is this magic weapon Magatama real? Ichiro asked. The spiritual energy is real, but the Magatama is fake. Shun squeezed it tightly with his right hand, and what was called the Magatama instantly turned to powder, leaving only the stone beads in his hand. Everything that just happened was caused by the spiritual energy emanating from these stone beads. Shun opened his hand, and the cracked stone beads appeared before everyone's eyes. Have you ever seen these cracks? The spiritual power within is continuously depleting. Uncle Kashiwagi, after you buy it, especially the body protection, it will become worthless in less than half a month. As soon as Shun said this, all the onlookers were shocked. Kaguya, Nagisa, and Mitsu looked closer and found that it was indeed covered with many small cracks. However, everyone thought the Magatama was a magic weapon and did not pay attention to the stone beads wrapped inside it. In other words, this item was completely worthless. Let alone 10 billion yen, it was estimated to be worth less than 10 million yen. Brat, how dare you? Asugi never expected that the high school student in front of him would actually expose his trick. At this moment, he no longer cared about the Onmyoji's demeanor and stared at Shun with a rising intent to kill in his chest. This was a business worth tens of billions of yen. If successful, how long could he enjoy a luxurious life? You are very clever, but there are some things you should not reveal. You must be careful in obstructing how people make money. Asugi looked at him coldly, and word by word came out from between his teeth. He looked as if he wanted to eat Shun alive. I also remind you that if you kneel to apologize and leave early, it will be fine. I said it, but it's too late now. Shun's eyes were cold, looking at the person in front of him like a spring in a deep valley. What, do you want to take action? I also want to see what else you can do. He did not pay attention to those who flaunted and deceived people with spiritual power. Asugi. Makoto. Ichiro looked gloomy and shouted angrily, don't forget, this is the Kashiwagi family. As soon as those words were spoken, more than a dozen black-suited guards emerged from all over the garden. Almost everyone had noticeable bulges at their waists, clearly carrying firearms. How could a famous chaebol in Japan not have some private armed forces under his command? What a bunch of people. Asugi's eyes turned red, and he no longer tried to hide it at all, looking around cynically. You will have to pay tens of billions of yen today, or you will have to pay for it. After saying that, he flipped his hand, and a simple bronze mirror appeared. A sudden feeling of panic and dread emerged, especially for Makoto, who was near Asugi. His face turned red, and he fell to his knees, gasping for breath. Asugi made hand seals from thin air and pointed to the cherry blossom tree in the garden under everyone's gaze. In an instant, the ancient cherry blossom tree surrounded by 5 people died on the spot as if it had been scorched by the sun for several days. Everyone fell silent as they saw the cherry blossoms turn to black ash, the ancient trees dried up, and the ground cracked and parched. Ichiro turned pale and stepped back. Nagisa quickly grabbed the corner of Shun's clothing. Kaguya also turned pale and leaned against Nagisa. And the guards holding firearms seemed to freeze there, not even daring to move. The terrifying burning sensation felt like a ray on their backs, and they could die at any moment. Is this the B-class spell? Mitsu was so frightened that the strongest Buddha beads in her hand had scattered on the ground, with cold sweat on her face. Yes, with my magic weapon and this spell, even its power is only this much. Asugi nodded proudly. After seeing the fearful expressions of these people, he looked at Shun, his intent to kill unmasked. Brat, do you know that even if I kill you and take the money, once I go abroad, even the 12 divine generals won't be able to do anything? I will still be respected by thousands of people in North America. An ordinary person, I can turn into a dead tree like this ancient tree with just one thought. He enjoyed the feeling of dominating everything at this moment. Holding the bronze mirror in his hand, he asked Shun in a cold voice, how is it? What do you think of my method now? Under his gaze, Shun glanced at the dead and dying cherry blossom tree, then looked at the corner of his mouth as if he were sneering with a mocking tone. At this level, I'm afraid you should stay here. Asugi was furious, but before he could take action, Shun's eyes instantly turned into Mangekyo Sharingan. Under everyone's gaze, they saw him stomp his foot hard and shout, "Open for me." In an instant, the god of spring seemed to issue a command. The dead cherry blossom tree came back to life as if by a miracle. The trees were full of blooming cherry blossoms, and the scene was so beautiful that there was nothing like it in the world. Everyone looked at the sight before them in disbelief. Starting from the misty branches among the bamboo, the flowers and trees in the garden bloomed perfectly. It should have been a solemn autumn moment, but at this moment, everyone seemed to be in a sea of flowers in June in an instant. Yet there were so many precious flowers blooming together, including plum blossoms in the winter months, beautiful summer nights, and several types of peonies competing for beauty. The scene was so clear and beautiful, like an endless expanse of blooming sunflowers with billions of flowers, and the fragrance wafted, enveloping the entire world. Chapter 30, The Taizun Fukun Ritual Spell? Mitsu gazed at the ever-changing world and murmured in confusion for a moment. How can someone activate a class spell just by thought? What do you mean? Ichiro could hardly contain his surprise and inevitably asked after hearing this. A spell is a means for onmyoji. Mitsu shook her head and said with a bitter smile, I heard that regular onmyoji use magic spells and charms to release spells, and most of them are class B. I didn't expect anyone to be able to use it just by thought. A class A spell is a very powerful spell recognized by the Yin-Yang Agency. In principle, only those who have obtained national qualifications of Type Yin-Yang I or Type Yin-Yang II are allowed to use it. Upon hearing this, Asugi, who was kneeling on the ground, silently cursed this old woman in his heart. Regular Yin-Yang spellcasters did not possess this kind of power when using class A spells. With just one command, Shun transformed the entire large courtyard into a world of flowers and trees. The level of wonder was beyond imagination. At the moment he knelt in fear, he even recalled the shocking changes that occurred that night 18 years ago. At that time, when Tsuchimikado Yaku held his ceremony, he also had such terrifying power that it changed the color of the world. Nagisa, Kaguya, and the others could not see it, but in Asugi's eyes, who had seen spirits, Shun had become one with the ocean of flowers throughout the garden. The most terrifying thing was not the vast ocean of trees supporting the misty branches among the bamboo, but the power emitted by the young man in front of him that transformed into this world of flowers. Such terrifying power and immense spiritual strength were needed to achieve this. Now Asugi knelt trembling, feeling like an ant beneath the feet of a giant, ready to be crushed at any moment. Even though his whole body trembled to the extreme, he still did not dare to lift his eyes. Shun followed the others and listened to Mitsu's speech while looking at Asugi. Expert Asugi? Don't you dare! Don't you dare! When he heard Shun call his name, he froze like a rabbit facing a tiger. His whole body shook, and he almost fell to the ground. Master, have mercy on me. Nagisa and Kaguya exchanged glances, contrasting sharply with their gentle eyes, but Ichiro's gaze was cold. Shun stepped forward and took the bronze mirror. After sensing the immense spiritual power within it, he asked, I will break your spell, will you accept it? I accept, I accept. I block your way to make money, will you accept it? I accept, I accept. I take your magic weapon, will you accept it? I accept. I accept. I accept. Asugi cried out every word and prostrated himself as if he were pounding garlic. Shun's eyes were indifferent, and then a branch flew out and pierced the man's leg. For a moment, that thin spiritual power was swallowed by his wood element. Now that you have accepted it, descend calmly. After speaking, Shun glanced at Ichiro. The Chable leader who had long led the large shipbuilding group quickly understood. He waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to drag Asugi and Makoto, who had fallen to the ground on the other side. The consequences for both were clear. After the unpleasant incident, Ichiro enthusiastically invited them for lunch. During this time, Ichiro agreed to the revenge confrontation between Nagisa and Kaguya, as well as Shun's trick of pretending to be dead. Not only that, he also honored Mitsu, and her reward was said to be as much as 1 billion yen. Seeing how to win the hearts of these people, Shun could only nod. By the way, Grandma Mitsu, can you tell me about onmyoji? Seeing the host and guests enjoying themselves during the meal, Shun asked curiously. If Takeda wants to know, I will tell you everything. Hearing Shun speak, Mitsu immediately agreed. Although her level was not high, she could be said to have one foot in this circle. Besides Ichiro, she also had many connections with other powerful people knowledgeable about the affairs of extraordinary people in Tokyo. The revival of onmyoji in modern times began with the sacrifice 18 years ago. Talking about this, Mitsu felt a bit admired and a bit regretful. This immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. Actually, the mysterious revival started slowly more than 30 years ago, but at that time there was no internet, and it was very slow. Even if something strange happened, most people thought it was just a vague legend. What truly strengthened this mysterious revival was the sacrifice that originated from Tokyo that year. And that sacrifice is called the Taizunfukun sacrifice. At that time, there was a genius named Tsuchimikato Yaku. He combined Onmodo, esoteric Buddhism, Shujendo, Shinto, and other supernatural Japanese spells into one and added his own interpretation to create the Onmyoji agency and the spell system. He was the strongest Onmyoji during the World War II period, but he wanted to challenge the authority of the underworld of life and death, reincarnating through the Taizunfukun ritual to live a second life. No one knows whether that sacrifice succeeded or failed, but since that day, spiritual power leaked throughout Japan and even caused terrible spiritual disasters. In fact, because of this ritual, the entire world triggered a butterfly effect, and the revival of spiritual power worldwide actually accelerated. More and more ghosts appeared, and I even heard that in legends, the nine-tailed fox demon made joyful cries that day. It can be said that the environment is changing every day, especially in Tokyo lately. I heard there are many people with strange abilities from time to time. No one knows whether that is true or false. Mitsu then shared many stories that captivated everyone. Then, Grandma, do you know if there is a division of power systems among practitioners in the world after the spiritual energy recovered? Shun asked the most important question for him. After the spiritual energy revived, even Asugi had a very powerful relic. Perhaps the ancient families that had been passed down would rise again with the help of spiritual energy thousands of years after the revival of spiritual energy. The best example is Onmyoji Tsuchimikato Yaku, who was a leader of an era. The Tsuchimikato clan had existed for thousands of years and was said to be inherited from Abe no Seimai. The clan had been passed down for hundreds of years. As a result, after the spiritual energy revived, monsters like Tsuchimikato Yaku appeared directly. Such things might be repeated in other parts of the world, but very few people played it as large as Tsuchimikato Yaku. Only by understanding the combat power levels of extraordinary people in the world today could Shun be mentally prepared. Chapter 31, Classification. Mitsu thought for a moment and then said regretfully, the mysterious power has been diminished for too long. It is unknown how the ancient Onmyoji divided it. As everyone felt a bit regretful, she turned and said, however, I heard that the United States has built a dark network that emits extraordinary people all over the world. They refer to those qualified to absorb spiritual power as superpowered individuals, and they have created a simple classification. Rank F, strength surpasses that of ordinary people, with a power threshold of 1,200 kilograms. Rank E, possesses realistic super strength, can see ghosts and sense spiritual power. Its critical value is a strength of 2,400 kilograms. Rank D, effectively avoids firearms. Rank C, capable of directly facing thermal weapons. Rank B can easily kill 100 fully armed special forces units. Rank A, it is said that one can easily control spiritual flight. After exerting special power, it is possible to destroy a city. It is important to deploy a large number of troops and send tanks and planes to surround and eliminate them. If we go further, I just heard that Rank S will be established, but the specific details are not something someone like me can see. Mitsu sipped her tea and sighed, this is an extraordinary era. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lunch lasted until the afternoon, followed by afternoon tea in the courtyard, which ended at night as the ink grew darker. Mitsu and Kaguya left separately, and Nagiza cleverly gave Shun an excuse to send her home when she was leaving. The sky was dotted with rays of light, and the night, like a black veil, brought a special tranquility. After getting off the bus early in the neighborhood, Nagiza followed Shun, and the two strolled together through the night scenery. Take-ma-kun, may I call you Shun-kun? Then I will call you Nagiza by your first name from now on. Yes, Shun-kun. Seeing that Shun did not refuse, Nagiza happily leaned in and hugged his arm while calling his name. Thank you for today's matters. It's nothing, just a small thing. Shun also gained many benefits from this, whether it was his understanding of the world or that nice magic weapon. This is not a small matter for me. Nagiza shook her small head, her eyes gazing at him with different emotions. If it weren't for Shun-kun, my family might have been deceived. Shun-kun saved me again. The expression of admiration and the aggressive posture made even Shun unable to resist. He took advantage of the situation and hugged Nagiza's slim waist, saying firmly, don't worry, I will protect you wherever you are. Alright, if I face danger, I will contact Shun-kun as soon as possible. Shun-kun can always reach me online if we need anything. The Kashiwagi family is still very powerful in other aspects. Nagiza waved her phone, while Shun was a bit lost in thought. He suddenly recalled the incident where Kaguya and Nagiza fell into the water. Such a sudden crisis, if he hadn't faced it. What's wrong? Nagiza inevitably asked as she saw Shun suddenly lose his train of thought. It's nothing, I just suddenly thought of the spell from before. Unfortunately, I don't have the talent for space and time. When I want to know your location, it seems there's no other way. Huh? As Shun's eyes glanced toward the roulette wheel in the lower left corner of his field of vision, he unconsciously thought of the master-slave contract that wasn't too serious. It seems this is fine. No. If I do this before we start dating, no one will agree. Shun muttered a bit, but Nagisa, who was holding his waist, listened attentively. Even though I don't know what that is, I agree with all of Shunkan's decisions. Nagisa's eyes were very firm. But this is the master-slave contract, and after signing it, you will become my slave, and the consequences of violating it are. Shun explained the master-slave contract to her. This ability could indeed control the status and position of both parties, but the consequences were also very easily aligned. After saying that, Shun felt a bit guilty, but when he turned around, Nagisa looked a bit shy, but there was clearly hope in her eyes. Indeed, this young rich woman was actually hiding a ferocious carnivorous body behind her seemingly sweet face. Although she was a bit yandere and liked to control, once she asserted her emotional goals, she was also a very proactive character who could act in front of outsiders without hesitation. Then let's go to my house. Since Nagisa agreed, Shun took a firm step forward, hoping they would both hurry to his home. This way, I can fully control Nagisa and know her status and location. As soon as she faces any crisis, I can easily resolve it. I will soon become Shunkan's slave. What's next? I'm really looking forward to it. With a purple heart-shaped magic circle printed on it, Shun and Nagisa felt each other's presence simultaneously. Especially Shun, who was a bit amazed at how easily he could control her. On the other hand, Nagisa, who had special thoughts in her heart, blinked and asked a little disappointedly, Shunkan, why don't I feel anything? It's fine under normal circumstances, but if you don't obey my commands, or have bad thoughts, like disgust, you will be punished. Bad thoughts? Nagisa looked at the young man in front of her. She felt that not only was there nothing wrong with him, but she was actually a bit happy. Shun also noticed this, and while feeling a bit subtle in his heart, he thought for a moment and said, like, jealousy or something will be punished like that. He recalled Nagisa being somewhat yandere and having a desire to control her boyfriend. After hearing his words, Nagisa began to think about those words. In her mind, she thought of Kaguya, the disloyal thoughts of her love rival about Shun, the scenes of Shun with her, and ugh! The special contract punishment struck Nagisa directly, and she fell to the floor, her face red and her eyes wet. The punishment kept coming, affecting her nerves and placing her in a certain condition. At this moment, she remembered Shun's words that this punishment could only be alleviated by her master. So, under Shun's gaze, this well-behaved young woman crawled toward his feet. Chapter 32, Planning the Sun-Breathing Monday, no school. Tuesday, no school. Wednesday, how can Shun be so obsessed with something that he doesn't go to school? Thursday, no school. Only after his father-in-law couldn't sit still and called his daughter to remind her to come home did the two who had just tasted the forbidden fruit reluctantly part ways. Seeing the myriad realms roulette cooling down in just 2 days, Shun couldn't help but scold himself for being addicted to women. He stored their toys, put the box in the closet, and practiced seriously for 2 days. 2 days later, after completing chakra purification, Shun packed gold, food, and other supplies he had prepared into his personal space and sat quietly on the sofa to wait. Although it wasn't his first time, he was still very excited. The wheel in his field of vision slowly spun, and as the cooling period ended, it blossomed with eternal brilliance. Kaimetsu no ya, remaining time, 105 days. Check the remaining 1 roulette point from the host to activate the true soul reincarnation function, Kaimetsu no ya. Shun thought hard. The power of this world wasn't that strong. Now that he had chakra, with the sage body and Mangekyo Sharingan, he could be said to be strong enough to rampage in this world. This is a world suitable for gaining evaluations and points. If this breathing technique is released, Nagisa and the others can practice it too. Also, I am indeed a bit curious about the sun breathing technique. Tsujiku no Yoriichi with the sun breathing almost killed the Demon King, Kibutsujimazen, and split his body into 1,500 pieces in an instant. If it was a close-range fight, Shun was very suspicious he would be slashed hundreds of times by Tsujiku no Yoriichi even before he finished releasing his ninjutsu. It was impossible not to be greedy for sword skills and breathing techniques like this. Don't hesitate. Let's travel through time. Infinite light filled the entire field of vision. When Shun regained consciousness, the salty sea breeze from the port blew in. At this moment, he was in a fairly prosperous port. The whistles of Taishawara ships echoed in the distance. He seemed to blend in among a group of people returning from the west. He carried a small box, and after exchanging gold bars for Taisho coins in this port town, he took out money to find out where Mount Kumatori was located. As for the reason, of course, Shun wasn't thinking about water breathing at Mount Kumatori. But in the anime, Danjiro walked with Nezuko on his back and arrived at a dilapidated temple near Mount Kumatori in about 1 or 2 days, indicating that the two families shouldn't be far apart. If the plot hadn't started, Shun could directly contact Danjiro for help and learn the Ingakami Kagura dance of their ancestors, which was the most valuable sun-breathing technique in the entire Kimetsu no Yaiba world. After 2 days on a slow ancient train, plus 6 days of eating and sleeping outdoors, Shun finally arrived at a small town, following the path of temple ruins and rural farmers. "Old man, if I plan to stay in this town for a few days, where should I buy charcoal?" After seeing a group of old men chatting, Shun stepped forward to ask. "Mister, what are you doing?" The old men looked at Shun, who was wearing bright clothes, and were slightly confused as to why a young man who seemed to be studying abroad could return to their small town. "I am a novel writer. I came here to seek inspiration for writing and plan to stay for a few days." Everyone was stunned after hearing this. It turned out that the other party was writing a novel, so it was no wonder. If the family hadn't had much money lately, a normal person would have starved to death long ago while writing a novel. After all, writing novels was a dead end. "Well then, after you find a place to stay, you can wait until tomorrow. The boy from the Kamado family comes back to sell charcoal on the street every morning." Hearing this, Shun finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Danjiro and his family hadn't encountered any problems, and he had a chance to obtain the sun-breathing technique. The next day, Shun settled in this town, and after several charcoal sales, he finally got to know Tanjiro, a kind-hearted young man. The next day Shun was about to climb the mountain and pretended to be confused when he met Tanjiro. This way, he might have a chance to connect with him and see the Ingakami Kagura dance. After climbing the mountain path for more than 20 minutes, Shun, who felt completely lost, doubted his life when he heard someone yelling from afar. "Help! Is anyone? Help!" The voice of the woman sounded not far away, and Shun rushed closer. It turned out that a beautiful housewife was carrying a basket and was surrounded by a pack of wild wolves. Wild wolves in winter were the most terrifying. They dared to fight for food, and attacking people was common. Shun looked shocked. The housewife who could live in such a place had a good figure and an extraordinary face. This must be Kamadoki, right? Shun immediately realized that this was an opportunity. Learning Ingakami Kagura might not necessarily make him liked by Tanjiro, but his mother was also good. If his mother asked, Tanjiro would definitely be willing to perform. Thinking of this, Shun immediately rushed forward with a kunai in his hand. "Madam, hide behind me." He held the kunai in his right hand, and with his left hand, he pulled Ki's mouth and backed up to a large tree, pinning her between him and the tree. Ki, who was initially terrified and helpless, simply obeyed his command. When the wolves around saw this, they all began to get restless, especially when Shun, who was taller, protected the woman behind him. Howls came from the wolves. In an instant, 5 wild wolves rushed toward the bamboo branches. Such a scene made Ki's face pale, and she tried her best to cover her mouth and didn't dare to affect Shun in front of her. Seeing such a fight, Shun didn't use any ninjutsu but continued to swing the kunai while hitting and kicking the wolves directly. He tried his best not to kill the wild wolves with one hit. And these hungry wild wolves were also very determined. Even though there were several bloody holes opened by the kunai, they still rushed and bit him without fear of death. During the fight, Shun sustained several injuries on his body, especially blood-stains scratched by the wolves' claws. He tried his best to suppress the sage body to prevent healing. Both sides went back and forth for more than 10 rounds, which greatly touched Ki, who was protected behind. Her tearful eyes reflected the figure of the man desperately protecting her, especially his handsome profile made him unforgettable. Chapter 33, Kamadoki. After Shun struggled to defeat several wolves, the long terrified wolves finally turned to flee. The wolf king among them howled again, and the wild wolves ran away quickly with their tails between their legs. Seeing the wolves escape, Shun felt relieved and let out a sigh of relief. Ki, who was behind him, quickly tore the corner of her skirt and helped him bandage his wounds one by one. Upon seeing his injuries, her eyes suddenly welled up with tears. "I'm sorry, it's all because of me that you're in danger like this." "Madam, you don't need to say that. This was my voluntary action. I believe that anyone with a kind heart wouldn't want to see a beautiful woman like you die like this." Shun pointed to the bandaged wounds. "Besides, your bandaging was quite timely." Seeing Shun comfort her so gently after suffering such injuries, he felt even more touched. "Your extraordinary kindness will never be forgotten. My name is Kamadoki. I would like to know if I could know your name." "My name is Takema Shun. I am a novel writer. I just returned to England and am living in this small town. I plan to write a love novel that is good enough to be published. I didn't expect to meet you while gathering stories." Shun stood up with difficulty and smiled as he said, "Although there were some accidents, I also gained inspiration, so you don't need to feel guilty. After that, he walked down the mountain with great effort. Please wait. He hurriedly chased after him and grabbed Shun's hand. Take me, it's too dangerous for you to continue like this. With your injuries, it's too easy to be attacked by wild animals alone, and it's getting late. If you don't mind, please stay at our house for one night. Shun showed hesitation. That would be embarrassing. It's fine, the children at home are very perceptive, so don't worry. After repeatedly refusing, Shun finally accepted the invitation. Under the pretense of retrieving the bag he left behind, he pulled out a bag and coat from somewhere. Upon returning, he put a thick and warm jacket on Ki. This sudden act of kindness made Ki's face flush. I know your clothes are torn. It's cold in the mountains. That was reckless of me. Please don't mind it. That night, Shun went to Ki's house as a guest. When Tanjiro opened the door and saw Shun telling stories to his siblings, he couldn't help but show his surprise. Take Miss-san? Tanjiro, I'm worried I'll get in trouble tonight. After understanding what was happening, Tanjiro was very grateful and immediately helped Shun clean the room. Time passed slowly, and when the aroma of dinner wafted through the air, the Kamado family was having dinner, but this time Ki felt a bit helpless. Take me, these things are too precious. It's nothing, just some worthless candies. Besides, madam, your dinner is delicious too. When Ki returned and saw Tanjiro and the others eating the seemingly expensive candies and snacks from their wrappers, she immediately refused. In the end, she couldn't compare to Shun's intentions. Seeing her children eat happily, she could only express her gratitude in the end. Shun smiled and waved his hand, and while continuing to give candies to the children, he casually told fairy tales he had read in his previous life. Fairy tales like 1001 Nights would never go out of style and were very appealing to the children in the mountains. Each of them listened attentively to his stories, and even Nezuko gradually became enchanted. As night fell, Shun finished telling last story and gently coaxed the children back to their rooms to sleep with a soft smile. Ki watched Shun's handsome face and the warm scene of laughter with her children. She didn't know what she was thinking. She felt a little dazed for a moment, and her face appeared even redder because of the stove nearby. The next day Shun said his goodbyes and left. For some reason, Ki, feeling that her room was a bit empty, sighed. And when she realized that Shun hadn't taken the coat he wore yesterday, she felt a bit of joy that she didn't even realize. Ki hurriedly took the clothing to town. When she returned the clothes to him. To help me bandage my wounds, your clothes got torn. If you don't mind, let's buy some together as an apology. How could this be done? The gentle Ki couldn't resist her opponent's strength, so she bought plain and warm clothes on the way. Sir, your wife looks great in this dress. Her cheeks suddenly flushed, and Shun paid for it with a smile. Ki once again invited him for dinner at her house, and a similar night passed. A week later Shun felt that the Kamado family had enough goodwill and quietly called Ki to the backyard after dinner. Madam, there's actually something I want to ask you to agree to. You want me to agree? Ki's heart raced, and she nervously rubbed the hem of her shirt with both hands. It's something very important. For Takema, is it something very important? Ki felt her face would turn red even though it was covered by the night. Yes, if Ki-san doesn't speak, Tanjiro might not agree. Tanjiro. They also like Takema. Ki said quickly. Can I ask for your help? Shun stared at her. Whether he could obtain the sun breathing would depend on this. Yes. Ki gathered all her courage and said, Tanjiro and I believe in Takema-sama. That's great, can I invite you now? Now? Ki was surprised by the other party's impatience, but her ears turned red, yet she didn't refuse. We can't do it here, Takema, please follow me. Ki took the initiative to grab Shun's wrist and pulled him into the shed. How can we get in here? Could it be that Ingakami Kagura has a book that records it? Shun was initially hesitant, but then as he felt those slightly cold lips. Chapter 34, Very Smooth. Day 1, I opened this new diary to encourage myself to note the important points of Ingakami Kagura. You must learn sun breathing and swordsmanship first. Day 2, Komodoki is very humid. Day 3, very moisturizing. Day 4, very moisturizing. Day 5, Takema-shun. How could you be so depraved? Have you forgotten the plan you made earlier to learn the breathing technique? Day 6, very moisturizing. Day 7, very moisturizing. Day 8 Shun felt a burning power within his body and couldn't help but frown. No wonder so few people can learn sun breathing. A normal person's body cannot withstand the terrible burning sensation from solar energy. There are many breathing techniques in Kimetsu no Yaiba, each sounding unique. Moon breathing can unleash a variety of sword energies and is always accompanied by countless round moon blades. The technique is essentially a lethal move with high attack speed and a wide range. A skilled water breathing user can unleash agile slashes containing sword energy like flowing water. A skilled fire-breathing user can use slashes to emit extremely hot flames, burning demons to death. Thunder-breathing has the fastest breathing speed and the strongest explosive power. It has very high requirements for the physical strength of its user, making it very difficult to practice. Its attack speed is incredibly fast, and super high-speed attacks can even cause thunderous roars around. Everything sounds powerful, but in reality, compared to sun-breathing, these techniques are inferior. In this world, there are only two breathing techniques. One is sun-breathing. The other is other breathing techniques. The fundamental ability of breathing techniques is to use a large amount of oxygen to enhance the functions of the heart and lungs, smooth the flow of blood, and provide humans with temporary strength beyond the human body. Based on this, sun-breathing can emit energy equivalent to the sun, which is deadly to demons. At the same time, the energy can also directly attach to the blade to form a blazing red blade. Once it penetrates a demon's body, it will destroy the demon's internal organs, causing the organs to burn as if they were engulfed in flames, leading the demon's body to gradually collapse and be unable to regenerate. The way to generate energy through this breathing is almost similar to the method of chi purification in martial arts novels, training inner breathing through breathing. And when Tsujikuni Yoriichi shared this training with his big brother Tsujikuni Wichikatsu and other members of the Demon Slayer Corps. However, no one was able to withstand the power of the sun and learn to inhale the sun. There was no choice but to guide them to develop other breathing flows based on sun breathing, including the 5 basic flows of water, thunder, fire, stone, and wind. This adaptation made some basic sword skills of the breathing techniques seem to have their own specializations, but in reality, the aspect of energy generation through breathing techniques had weakened. Sword skills are the foundation of a person's sustained strength. This is clearly evident from the fact that before Yoriichi almost died of old age, he still nearly killed Michikatsu. If it weren't for the affection between them, Wichikatsu would have been dead long ago. In essence, other breathing techniques are a degradation of sun breathing. This was primarily confirmed by Shun after he learned Ingakami Kagura and felt the solar energy emerge in his body. Only those with a naturally strong physique like Yoriichi can withstand such power and truly use the power of sun breathing. Even in the initial fight against Muzn, Tanjiro, who inherited sun breathing, might not be able to exert even 1/10 of its original power. If Tanjiro possessed half of Yoriichi's sun breathing power, he would dominate the final battle against Muzn. After practicing sun breathing all day, Shun had achieved his goal and decided to leave, but before that, he still had to settle with the Kamado family. That night after dinner and putting the little one to bed, Shun called Tanjiro and Ki. "Madam, do you know about demons?" In this era, demons are not a secret. Many places know about demons and the Demon Slayer Corps. Early in the plot, the man who kindly asked Tanjiro to stay off the night road was aware of the existence of demons. "I've heard something." Ki shared what she had heard, and Shun nodded. Since he knew, it would be easier to explain. What the Kamado family inherits should be the sun breathing passed down from Tsujikuni Yoriichi. If you are found by a demon, you will most likely be killed. At that time, everyone will be in life and death danger. Upon hearing this, both Ki and Tanjiro felt a little scared. The siblings were still young. If they truly encountered a demon, they couldn't even think of the consequences. "Don't worry, Tanjiro has learned sun breathing, and I will teach him further. At the same time, I will send you to a safer town first, and Tanjiro will also remove his earrings." Shun took out coins exchanged for gold bars and gave them to Ki, urging them to live a normal and simple life. "After I contact the Demon Slayer Corps and achieve cooperation, I will bring you to live in an area near the station protected by the Demon Slayer Corps." Shun held Ki's hand to reassure her. Tanjiro looked at him and then turned away. In the following 2 days, Shun, who had settled with the Kamado family, was looking for the Demon Slayer Corps while killing demons with sun breathing. After wandering like this for 7 days, Shun heard new legends about demons. "Isn't there a demon on Mount Natigamu?" Shun recalled Drew in the original work, and his hands itched to hold the sword he had bought. "I just learned this sword technique a few days ago, and coincidentally I need a sharpening stone. This 12 Kizuki group is not enough." Shun seemed to be thinking of something and simultaneously added the remaining roulette points to Tsukimi. Demon Slayer Corps headquarters with the support of his wife, Yubuyashiki Kageyama reluctantly rose and stepped forward into the courtyard. Oyakata. Kacho Shinobu and Kacho Kami knelt on one knee to pay their respects simultaneously. Recently, a new Demon Slayer has appeared. He is not a member of the Demon Slayer Corps. He does not possess a Nichiren sword, yet he kills demons. Kageya's voice was always soothing like a spring breeze, but this time, they heard uncontrolled excitement within it. According to witness statements, the sword in the hands of the young man has a red blade with a very high temperature. He has most likely mastered the long-lost sun breathing. "Kami, Shinobu, He is heading to Mount Nitagamo, preparing to kill the demons there. Kaguya looked at both of them seriously. He may be the one who can end this 1,000-year fate. Please find him and bring him back. Please. Kani and Shinobu exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. No matter what happens, we will definitely complete this mission. Chapter 35, How Can You Sleep at Your Age? Mount Nitagamo. The thick darkness of night enveloped the entire mountain forest, and endless ink filled the dense woods. Even the starlight in the sky could not shine at all. It was like a deadly silence sleeping in the mountains, and it seemed that no living creature could survive here. Shun stepped lightly on the mountain grass while holding the heads of several demons he had just decapitated in one hand. Except for the kind mother from the original work whom he had driven away, the other demon heads were writhing and roaring in his hand. The sounds of pleading and curses echoed in the distance. Shun did not listen to this, humming a song with great interest. Finally, when he reached the midpoint of the mountain, the long-awaited 12 Kizuki at the end of the month, Ru appeared. He was a short boy with white hair, wearing a snow-white kimono with a spider-web pattern, and the words lower rank 5 were etched in his left eye. Shut up. A disgusted growl was heard. It was unclear whether it referred to the demon crying out in sorrow or to Shun, who was singing cheerfully. In an instant, the howling demon fell silent as if it were being choked. Shun looked at them with great interest. You are the leader here and the brother of this house game? Your whole family is here. As Shun said this, he threw all the demon heads in his hand into the sky. Suddenly, Ruin narrowed his eyes, and several threads of spider silk detached from his hand, trying to reclaim them. Unfortunately, Shun's sword was a step faster. The solar energy from the sun breathing attached to his blade transformed into a red slash like a burst of fireworks in the night sky, turning the demon heads into flying ash. Oh, your father is dead. Your sister is dead. Well, it seems your mother is also dead. Shun's words changed Rua's expression. Rua had a twisted obsession with family bonds. He believed that no matter what happened, parents should protect their children, and older brothers and sisters should protect their younger siblings, even at the cost of their lives. Yet now, the home he had painstakingly built was turned to ash by an unforgiving opponent. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Rua revealed his eyes with the words lower rank 5 etched in them, staring at Shun as if he were choosing someone to eat. What greeted him was a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan with 6 pointed stars. Shun coldly uttered a single word, Tsukaimi. Tsukaimi is an illusion cast by the Mangekyo Sharingan of Itachi Uchiha in his left eye. This technique can pull the enemy's spirit into an illusionary space, controlling all factors including time, location, quality, etc. by the user. Once controlled, the enemy will suffer tremendous physical and mental pain in the illusionary world, and the pain experienced by the opponent is exactly the same as the pain in the real world. As long as the opponent looks into the eyes, they will be attacked. Moreover, Tsukaimi is the strongest mental attack in the Naruto world. Typically, Tsukaimi cannot be broken. Only those whose Sharingan is stronger than the caster and possess strong mental power can break it. In the world of Kaimatsu no Yuba, Tsukaimi is unbeatable. As he unleashed the illusion, he easily sensed Mizen's spiritual power present in Rua's body. It was precisely because of this that Mizen could control the 12 Kizuki and understand the enemy's intelligence through his eyes. Shun did not want to reveal his abilities, easily shielding this spiritual power, and then he entered the Tsukaimi illusion space. Upon seeing Shun's appearance, Rua, who harbored a grudge of killing his father, killing his mother, and killing his sister, could no longer think of the strangeness of this space. Blood demon art, cutting thread gauge. What came toward him was a slash as red as fire. Sun-breathing first form, Danzō the red blade slashed in an almost perfect circular arc, cutting through the blood demon art, and at the same time, attacking toward Rua. Rua continuously executed ferocious killing moves. Shun, who had just learned sun-breathing, was enjoying fighting his opponent. Gradually, Rua realized that the opponent's swordsmanship was becoming increasingly skillful. In the end, Shun merely stood there, and 12 forms of sun-breathing transformed into flawless solar discs, turning all his vampiric attacks into ash. At that moment, Rua even hesitated. Despite the heavy rain pouring down on the young man, he might not be able to surpass the opponent's solar discs. Finally, there was a brief pause in his attacks using blood demon art, and a fire dragon emerged to kill him. It's over. At the moment of death, the feeling of finally being freed arose in Rua's dying heart. And the next second, he, who was supposed to die, unexpectedly came back to life in this space. Why? Is this happening? Wasn't I supposed to die after being decapitated? At the end of the strings, Rui was too exhausted to think about it, as Shun had already run toward him with his sword in hand. After the battle, hope emerged in his heart. Although he didn't know why, he felt that the opponent's physical condition seemed to be deteriorating. The young man's physique had previously been like a monster, and even Rui could not compare to him. However, This time, the opponent's physical fitness was only at the Hashira level. This time, I will definitely kill you. Rua, now full of fighting spirit, uttered harsh words. 3 hours later, Rua, who had risen, found that the opponent's physical fitness had declined again. I can't kill you at the Hashira level, but I will definitely kill you when you are weak now. 8 hours later, you are only slightly stronger than an ordinary person now. I will definitely kill you. 24 hours later. Why? Why can an ordinary person die with me? 3 days later, Shun in the Tsukimi space looked helpless. He used his sword to poke Rua, who was lying on the ground like a corpse, not forgetting to encourage him. Come on. A little more, just a little more, and you can kill me. Can't you get up and try harder? How can you sleep at your age? Chapter 36, The Kacho Sisters. After the 3 days of Tsukimi ended, Shun added another Tsukimi for caution. During these 3 days, he felt he had fully utilized his skills of trash talk and chicken soup. At first, the hatred of destroying a family by killing the father, killing the mother, and killing the sister could also make Rua angry. Later, phrases like the bonds of fear and hatred are merely hypocritical falsehoods. Can you do it, you skinny dog? Became part of his repertoire. Eventually, Shun became an expert in inspiration, watching all the inspirational films from The Pursuit of Happiness to The Shawshank Redemption. It was only then that Rua had the ability to face life and himself again. Of course, this courage was cut short by the sword wielded by Shun. This marked the end of 3 days in the Tsukimi space. In reality, Rua showed no movement at all. On the contrary, Shun closed his eyes and carefully enjoyed 6 satisfying days. At this point, he had become very skilled in sun breathing, especially when cutting Rua. He was so adept that he could even close his eyes and know how to do it in seconds. Shun opened his eyes, stepped forward, and kicked Rua until he was exhausted. He found that the demon's eyes were now lifeless, as if he were already dead. Why was the demon lying flat now? The lower moon demon is too weak, the upper moon demon must be stronger. Shun grabbed Rua by the back of the collar and walked down the mountain. However, you have also helped me a lot. The past was even worse. Today I showed kindness and let you die in the sunlight. This is worth your hard work over these 6 days. This time, there was finally light in Rua's eyes. Thank you. He spoke with difficulty, showing a relieved expression. Huh? Shun turned around in surprise. You can still talk? It seems you've recovered well. How about the next round? Rua firmly tilted his head, and his eyes lost their sparkle. TSK. You skinny dog. Shun pursed his lips, turned around, and dragged him to the ground by his hair. On the other side. After receiving orders from Yuba Ayashiki Kageya to end the 1,000-year bloody battle between the Demon Slayer Corps and the Demon King Kibutsu Jimazn, Kacho Kenny and Kacho Shinobu arrived at Mount Nitagamo during a starry night. After both sisters sensed the lifeless and dark environment, they drew their Nichiren swords simultaneously. After years of training and fighting demons, both Kenny and Shinobu had felt the presence of demons and vaguely sensed that this place likely harbored the 12 moons of demons. The two women carefully climbed the mountain quietly, light as butterflies dancing in the night, silently searching for the only sound in the quiet night. A moment later, Kenny suddenly stopped, and Shinobu's face tensed at the same time. She heard the sound of a corpse being dragged, along with a faint curse from a man. Suddenly, a bad premonition arose in their hearts. They had heard that the recent successor of sun breathing was a young man. He had just come down from the mountain and had recently killed several weak demons. Compared to the already infamous 12 moons of demons, they truly did not expect that a newcomer who had just come down from the mountain could defeat the 12 moons of demons. Therefore, something must have happened to that young man. The two sisters exchanged glances and moved at the same time, quickly swinging their swords toward the figure. Let him go. Disgusting cannibal, go to hell. 2 screams echoed simultaneously, and 2 figures rose. Their movements seemed to be carved from the same mold, like a pair of butterflies flying gracefully amidst a fierce storm. Flower-breathing second form, Honorable Shadow Plum. Insect-breathing, Dance of the Butterfly, Caprice. 2 blades swung in the hands of their respective owners. Kenny sent sweeping slashes in all directions. Her trajectory resembled the petals of blooming plum blossoms exploding, like snow plum blossoms blooming in the dark night. Shinobu moved as lightly as a butterfly and quickly used her poisoned blades to continuously stab at the bamboo branches. The cold light was invisible but carried a fatal crisis. When 2 rays of cold light shone in the dark night, Shun turned around, and the appearance of 2 sun discs was clearly visible in his clear eyes. Kenny, the first to attack, sensed something was wrong, especially when she saw those clear eyes. She suddenly realized that the other party seemed to be human. She was about to change the shape of her sword and send a reminder to her sister nearby. At this moment, Shun, who had been fighting in the Tsukimi space for 6 days, swung the sword in his hand almost instinctively. Sun-breathing 11th form, Dragon Sun Halo Head Dance. In the night under the cold moon, an angry fire dragon was flying. The chaotic sword light carrying blazing sword energy suddenly exploded in the middle of the battlefield, patrolling in all directions like a roaring dragon. Wherever the sword light imbued with solar energy passed, nothing could stop it. The burning fire dragon generated waves of hot air, striking Kani and Shinobu's blades with unmatched force. In an instant, the two women were thrown like cannonballs, and even the niche iron swords fell uncontrollably to the ground. Kani barely managed to kick off a few trees in the air one by one. She turned to unleash her strength. However, Shinobu, who had always been the weakest, rolled in the grass several times before she managed to turn over. The girl who was initially cute and beautiful was now covered in grass in a pitiful state. Shun looked at the clothes of the two sisters and felt pleased upon recognizing each other's identities. It seemed to be about 2 years since the beginning of the plot. Kani was eaten by Dama. Shinobu, he is human. Seeing her stronger younger sister struggling to get up, Kani immediately reminded her. This left Shinobu looking astonished. If the other party is human, then what he dragged like a dead dog is a demon? You are the Demon Slayer Core. Rui was very excited at this moment, struggling, rolling, and crawling to rush over. Please, kill me as soon as possible. Kacho sisters. Chapter 37, Hashira. What did he say? Shinobu looked at her sister in disbelief. He asked us to kill him? Kani also felt like she was dreaming. Both women sensed something was wrong with their worldview, yet the words lower rank 5 in the demon's eyes before them were indeed real. What happened between this young man and that demon? Unexpectedly, it could make the 12 moons of demons, who could devour many, so fearful. Kani and Shinobu gazed at Shun with confusion and curiosity. At this moment, Shun skillfully punched the back of Rua's head. With a sharp sound of bones breaking, Rua made no noise and stopped struggling. Shun held the collar of the exhausted Rui with satisfaction. Noticing the gazes of the two women, he lifted his head and gave a gentle smile that was harmless to humans and animals. This kid is too noisy, so I'll let him sleep for a bit. This isn't just a nap. At this moment, Shinobu couldn't help but complain. If it were anyone else, they would have been dead long ago. But this is a demon. I think it's better for the demon to die. Shun said casually. I agree with this. Shinobu suddenly had a good impression of the person before her. Unlike her sister, she felt no sympathy for the demon. Shinobu deeply hated demons. Her parents were killed by a demon. After her parents died, she promised her sister to eliminate as many demons as possible and not let others experience the same fate as them. She also strongly agreed with Shun's words. At this time, Shinobu was only 14. Before her sister's death, she had a straightforward character that wouldn't hide her thoughts. You are a swordsman using the long-lost sun breathing, right? Can you meet Oyakata of the Demon Slayer Corps? That's not impossible. Coincidentally, I also have some dealings with him. If nothing else, the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters should have 5 basic breathing styles: water breathing, thunder breathing, flame breathing, stone breathing, and wind breathing. If not, relying solely on one-on-one teaching and word-of-mouth promotion without classical texts for nearly 1,000 years would make it difficult to pass down techniques and swordsmanship. Shun planned to gather some and bring them back to teach Kashiwagi Nagiza and the others. After all, these highly universal and effective breathing techniques could be considered valuable in the world of spiritual energy recovery. Grandma Mitsu mentioned in Popular Science before that spiritual energy recovery also allowed some warriors to achieve significant breakthroughs. It was said that powerful swordsmen were as lethal as Onmyoji. In 2 or 3 hours, dawn will break. We will set off after sunrise. Shun pointed toward Rue, who was sleeping. I promised him to let him bathe in the sunlight and greet death. Shinobu and Kani exchanged subtle expressions at the same time. No one knew where the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps was hidden. If ordinary people wanted to find out, they would need to contact retired Hashira. As their strength diminished with age, these individuals would act as trainers, selecting prospective swordsmen and sending them to the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. If such a swordsman wanted to join the team, he had to undergo strict assessment. Staying on Mount Fujikasane for 7 days and nights, where many demons captured by the Demon Slayer Corps members were imprisoned, the death rate was extremely high. Of course, Shun, who killed the 12 moons of demons right after coming down from the mountain, would be allowed to stay in the main house, which served as the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, under special circumstances. Because the leadership of the Demon Slayer Corps had been held by the Yashiki family for generations. The original Demon Slayer Corps was also formed by this family, so the leader's residence was the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, the Yashiki family residence. Since the location of the mansion could not be exposed easily, on the way to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps, Shun and the Kacho sisters entered it by airtight carriage. Although it was somewhat annoying, the experience of riding in a rickety carriage with warm-scented girls on either side was quite pleasant. Once the three of them entered the house, they heard the puzzling caw of crows from a distance. The one who will come. He has arrived. Under the guidance of Kenny and Shinobu, Shun walked through a garden filled with beautiful flowers and plants, crossing a small bridge and flowing water with artistic conception, finally arriving in front of a mansion. This was a Japanese-style house with a strong sense of long history. In front of this large house, sitting under the eaves was a man who had long suffered from illness. He was the current master of the Demon Slayer Corps, Yubuyashiki Kageya. Not only was he not a strong person, but he was even so weak that he was not as good as an ordinary person due to his illness. Because Mizun was born into the Yubuyashiki family, their bloodline had been cursed. Under normal circumstances, a child born would die early. Only by marrying a woman from a priestly family could a child be born weak and sick, but it was possible to live up to 30 years. Such a family had been cursed by the Demon King, yet had continued for thousands of years. Each generation could marry women from the priestly family and always lead the Demon Slayer Corps. Today, Kageya was the 97th member of the Demon Slayer Corps. Due to his illness, the upper part of his face was completely ruined, even uglier than a demon, yet his body radiated an unparalleled aura of peace like the spring breeze. As Shun stepped into the courtyard, several figures appeared. Accompanied by sounds that pierced the air, these Hashira displayed their physical skills and landed in the open space of the courtyard. It seems you still don't believe me. But that's normal. Shun looked at these people with great interest. The long-haired one with yellow and red, sword-like eyebrows, and sharp eyes was the Flame Hashira, Rengoku Kyojiro. With 3 scars on his face and his entire body covered in scars, the fierce-looking one was the Wind Hashira, Shinazugawa Samai. Wearing a diamond-studded forehead protector on his head, with light cyan chains hanging from both sides of his headpiece, and his silvery white hair tied into a prominent ponytail, he must have been a winner in life, the Sound Hashira, Yuzui Tenjin. Wearing a brown robe with Namo Amitabha written on it, holding Buddhist beads in his hands, and blind, the strong man was the Stone Hashira, Himejimejamai. At this current timeline, Mitsuri Kanraji was not yet mature and might still be developing her own breathing method, thus not yet a Hashira. The Mist Hashira Muchiro Takido might not be either. As for the Serpent Hashira Iguro Obanai and the Water Hashira Tamiya Kaju, they were most likely absent as well. After all, if Kami was included, there were already 5 Hashira present. The members of the Demon Slayer Corps had traveled all over the country to slay the demons, yet they could not gather all the Hashira just for Shun. Chapter 38, Hope Take Makun, Kani and Shinobu sent a message back about you. I apologize for holding this meeting now. After Kageya sincerely apologized, he looked carefully and said, do you know the breathing techniques and swordsmanship that you use? Sun breathing was created by Yoriichi Tsukaguni, and it is the ancestor and foundation of all breathing techniques, right? Seeing Shun accurately say these words, Kageya nodded. Yes, during the Warring States period, a genius samurai emerged, Yoriichi Tsukaguni. At the recommendation of the head of the Rengoku family, he joined the Demon Slayer Corps. Based on the principles of the breathing techniques he mastered, he created his own sun breathing and shared it with other members of the Demon Slayer Corps. However, since others could not withstand the power of the sun and could not learn sun breathing, Yoriichi Tsukaguni guided them to develop other breathing styles based on sun breathing, including water, thunder, fire, stone, and wind. After that, the members of the Demon Slayer Corps created various derivative breathing techniques based on these 5 basic breathing techniques. The emergence of breathing techniques provided the Demon Slayer Corps with weapons to face demons, and in battles with demons, they gradually gained an advantage in the war. With the gradual improvement of breathing techniques, sun breathing has faded, but other breathing techniques have always developed rapidly, and their successors continue to create new forms based on their ancestors. Kageya appeared very enthusiastic today, and he said a lot in one breath. And now, the Demon Slayer Corps has grown to an unprecedented scale in history, with 7 existing Hashira. Furthermore, perhaps it is God's will for you, Take Makun, to appear at this time. Cough. Oyakata, please take care of yourself. Oyakata, please don't get too excited. The Hashira in the courtyard hurriedly spoke with concern, clearly showing their deep respect for the master of the Demon Slayer Corps. Kageya smiled gratefully at them in response, then coughed a few more times before feeling better. I apologize, Take Makun, I got too excited. When I think that the tragic fate endured by our family for thousands of years might be resolved in this generation, I cannot contain my feelings. If you don't mind, may I tell you a story? Of course. Although Shun already knew about Kibutsujimasen and the Yubuyashiki clan, he pretended to be interested and listened attentively. Kaguya explained in detail the origins of the Demon King, Kibutsujimasen, the bloody battles his family fought against Mazen for thousands of years, as well as the history and mission of the Demon Slayer Corps. During the Han period, Mazen was just an ordinary person suffering from an illness. To prolong his life, an apothecary prepared a special medicine for him. He killed the apothecary, but afterward, he found that his health had recovered, gaining unmatched strength and immortality. However, Mazen also began to crave human blood and flesh. Although this was not a problem for him, having gained great power, being unable to walk under the sun became his most fatal weakness. Not being able to walk in sunlight for his entire life made him feel deeply humiliated and angry. Mazen began to create demons to seek the blue spider lily. Due to the rebellion of the demons and the curse on the family, the Yubuyashiki clan formed the Demon Slayer Corps and began hunting demons. In the Demon Slayer Corps, swordsmen are divided into 10 ranks: Mizunodo, Mizuno, Kanodo, Kano, Tsuchinodo, Tsuchino, Inodo, Ino, Kanodo, and Kano. When a Kano-ranked swordsman kills the last demon in the 12 Moons of Demons, he can become a Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. Takemakan has proven your ability to defeat a lower rank of the 12 Moons of Demons. You can easily defeat the lower ranks of the 12 Moons of Demons to the point of destruction, and you also inherit sun breathing. If you join the Demon Slayer Corps, we will have a strength that surpasses all eras. Perhaps in our generation, we can truly defeat Mazen. Seeing Kaguya becoming more enthusiastic, the other Hashira seemed hesitant to speak. Oyakata, I can understand your feelings, and I admire the tenacity of the Yubuyashiki clan and the life and death sacrifices of the Demon Slayer Corps. Shun felt it was better to clarify a few things first. However, I do not have the habit of being someone's subordinate. To be honest, with my abilities and personality, I hate being ruled and ordered to do something anywhere. So, I do not wish to join the Demon Slayer Corps. Given his current abilities, if he didn't want to dominate the world and cause chaos, he had already graduated from 9 years of compulsory education. Did he still want to work as a breadwinner in the Yubuyashiki clan? So rather than asking me to join you, you should come to me for help. Shun said this very calmly, which immediately made the courtyard Hashira frown. Promotions to Hashira were all based on killing lower ranks. In their opinion, Shun had just killed one of the lower-ranked 12 Moons of Demons. I'm not short on money, and I have no desire to gain power in this world. So, my conditions are simple. During this period, the Yubuyashiki clan and the Demon Slayer Corps come to support me and provide me with the 5 basic breathing techniques, as well as training experience. And I will look for the right opportunity to kill the 12 Moons of Demons and slay the Demon King to understand the bloody battles that have caused problems for thousands of years. By the way, regarding matters related to the 12 Moons of Demons and Mazen, I have full authority to make decisions. Even Hashira, listen to me or leave. After Shun finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire courtyard froze. It was exactly like the moment of calm before a storm. The present Hashira erupted with a terrifying momentum, glaring at the arrogant young man with fiery eyes. Seeing this situation, Shun couldn't help but remain completely unyielding. Instead, he raised the corners of his mouth and smiled, saying, I guess the Hashira must be very angry. But that's fine. If you don't accept it, please take action. If you can defeat me, I'm willing to join. If you lose, fulfill what I just said, how about that? All the Hashira looked toward Kaguya, wanting to get his permission. After pondering for a moment, Kaguya nodded. In an instant, the entire courtyard was illuminated by countless sword lights waving simultaneously. Chapter 39, Mystical Palm Technique. The Hashira took action almost simultaneously. Kenny, having witnessed Shun's strength, did not attack directly but instead hid behind everyone, waiting for an opportunity. Since they believed Shun was only capable of killing lower ranks and had strength comparable to a Hashira, the others were furious and launched brutal attacks. No one expected that. Seeing this situation, Shun would not retreat but instead approach, charging towards their 4% siege. You arrogant brat, suffer death. The fastest among the Hashira was, of course, the Wind Hashira, Shinazuka Basenmai, who practiced wind breathing. This man always had a foul mouth and a bad temper. He shouted the fiercest and strongest words, yet in reality, he was only swinging his fist, not his sword. He felt in his heart that Shun would suffer a crushing defeat in an instant. If he used his niche iron blade, it would cause serious damage to this person, so he wrapped the blade of wind generated by his gust around his fist, hoping to teach his opponent a lesson. Of course, the gust of wind was a blade of wind with very strong cutting power. If it hit Shun, it was guaranteed that this crazy person would not be able to get out of bed for 10.5 days. At the same time, the stone Hashira, Haimjimejamai, who was the strongest and most intimidating Hashira, seemed to have the same idea. The tall man, like a rampaging armored vehicle, shook the ground in the yard as he crashed into bamboo branches. With such a level of impact, even the 12 Kizuki would lie dead with their bones shattered after being struck for a moment. From the front, there was the unmatched and fearsome stone Hashira rushing towards him, and from the side, there was the wind blade swirling around him, as the very flexible wind Hashira swung his fist. Facing the sudden fight that shaped a tense situation, Kani felt that this was a very dangerous scenario. Shun would only be severely injured by both of them on the spot. The weakest among them, Shinobu, even unconsciously let out a soft scream. But Shun, who was at the center of this battle, could not help but laugh. Indeed, these people were a group of poor souls with gentle hearts. I will bear your fate, but you must lie down for me today. In an instant, he opened the gate. This first gate was responsible for releasing the limitations of the brain to achieve 100% physical ability. Shun, building momentum, didn't even look towards the colliding stone Hashira. He focused on the wind Hashira, clenched his right hand, and immediately struck at the man. This immoral punch shocked everyone. There was a wind blade swirling around Seinmai's arm. While the other Hashira were confused, a ray of sunlight appeared between Shun's arms. This was the sunlight energy produced by the sun breathing. The successors of regular breathing techniques needed to withstand the power of their hands to collide with the sunlight energy to produce high temperatures. However, they did not know that the original breathing technique created by the founder of sun breathing attached the sunlight energy produced through breathing to his blade. For Shun, who used chakra to walk on water and climb trees every day, and even help the pupil technique condense Susanoo, the level of energy use was too simple. Under the gaze of all the disbelieving Hashira, the sunlight energy between Shun's arms collided with a wind blade that could cut through human flesh, and then shattered the entangled wind blade into several pieces like broken bamboo. As the two fists collided, a sharp cracking sound echoed throughout the yard, followed by the smell of burning. Kani on the outer side clearly saw Seinmai flying like a kite with a broken string, and the punching hand burned red. The most critical thing was that the sunlight energy directly entered his body, and the breathing technique that was originally functioning shattered and broke, causing him to fall to the ground. In one punch, the wind Hashira was defeated. At the same time, Jamai was already closing in. The stone Hashira, with his body at the peak of the Hashira, relied on the strong inertia from continuous running, leaning forward with his left shoulder, and colliding with his opponent. In this case, Shun did not hide or evade, he simply took a step forward, turning to the side as if trying to topple his opponent. Shoulder to shoulder, flesh to flesh. The two collided with great force. Bang! The muffled sound echoed like a heavy object hitting the ground, and the airwaves from the collision blew flowers and plants in the yard. This was beyond everyone's expectations. In this collision, the winner was not the muscular Jamai, but the skinny Shun. The sound of cracking bones was quite subtle, but at this moment, it was clear enough to reach the ears of the Hashira. In an instant, everyone saw Jamai flying like a cannonball, only stopping and falling to the ground after he crashed into a wall. Whether it was Seinmai, who had just struggled to get up, Kani and Shinobu outside, or Kageya, who had witnessed all of this, they were all very shocked at this moment. Jamai was the strongest combat force in the entire Demon Slayer Corps, and he was also the most promising to fight and win against Mizn. The most famous and powerful thing about him was his physique that could not be matched by anyone. With a height of over 2 meters, it could be said that no one could rival him. Yet now, under Shun's collision, Jamai turned out to be as fragile as a piece of tissue paper. What kind of monster is this person? Seinmai couldn't help but curse. The other three in the battle circle even squinted their eyes. The two battles between Shun against Seinmai and Jamai had nearly finished in an instant. No one expected that the huge advantage of 5 against 1 would be shattered in a single punch and collision. But now the battle was nearing its end, and only 3 people remained, gritting their teeth at the same time and exerting all their strength in the only gap in the battle. Kyojuro, Tenjin, and Kani swung their swords without hesitation. After all, the previous example was right in front of them. Rather than worrying about hurting Shun, it was better to think whether their swordsmanship could be better than the others. Flame-breathing fourth form, blooming flame undulation. Kyojuro shouted loudly, like a bright and upright flame. He used a fire slash shaped like a vortex with great power. The flames were very bright and dazzling, and the orange-red fire blazed brightly. Under such a powerful sword technique, Tenjin suddenly attacked at the same time. His attack was not as strong as the aura wrapped in fire, but the fine light from the specially crafted dual swords swung one after another suddenly lit up the front yard. At first, the swords were like drizzle, but in an instant, they turned into a tremendous storm. Each of Tenjin's attacks exploded like sonic booms. When using dual swords, combined with the use of special explosives, they could unleash incredible power. Sound-breathing fourth form, constant resounding slashes. The roaring slashes and the tremendous explosion of gunpowder almost echoed in the sky. Under the fire slashes, the dual swords playing the highest sound waves roared like explosions that could no longer be concealed. Although the four of them took action one after another, they almost completed the coordinated attack between the two in the blink of an eye. The combat quality of these leading warriors allowed them to coordinate quickly. On the other hand, Kani also suppressed her fear of the sudden sword attack from the Night Sun Dragon. 9 consecutive attacks were launched from all directions, stabbing at the same point. Their trajectories resembled peony petals. Even if it couldn't be compared to the prowess of the previous two, it was still a sword technique that could not be ignored. Their sword techniques reached a personal perfection, which finally made Shun feel a bit happy. He personally believed that if he wanted to be a strong man, he should not leave any apparent shortcomings. The 3 most fundamental points, namely mind, body, and technique, were essential. There was no lack in the first 2, and in terms of training technique, he had indeed been quite childish before. This was also the reason why Shun was so eager for sun breathing and suitable sword techniques. It was also the reason why he placed valuable roulette points on Tsukimi and fought through it. Seeing such beautiful sword techniques, Shun took the initiative to suppress his own power, drew the sword in his hand with excitement, and immediately swung the sword to block one after another. He clearly swung his sword very late, but he attacked last, as if he was actively attacking the swords of the other 3. Clang! 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 A series of sharp swords clashed, producing a symphony of sharp sounds. The sound of gold and iron humming loudly echoed throughout the world once again filled the entire yard. Countless slashes triggered countless exchanges, blooming like fireworks in the sky. As a result, everyone present witnessed a beautiful sight that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Under the desperate attacks of the 3 Hashira, the most ordinary sword in Shun's hand suddenly appeared with stacked cold swords one after another. The attacks from the 3 of them, the blades were swung again and again, gently reflected again and again, and the sharp sound from the thin blade collisions seemed to change at every moment. The sword in Shun's hand grew faster, and 12 types of sword techniques began to be used in his hands at will. Initially like a glimmer of dawn, then the sun rose into the sky, shining in all directions. "Destroy for me!" Shun suddenly shouted angrily. In an instant, the red light flashed, and with 3 clear shouts, all the weapons in the hands of the 3 Hashira were cut in 2. The nearly desperate power caused the 3 of them to stop. With only half of the sword hilt remaining in their hands, the 3 looked towards Shun, who was slowly sheathing his sword, dazed as if they had just woken from sleep. But no matter how they looked at it, what was in the hands of the young man was just the most common sword from a blacksmith shop on the roadside. They were confused, but they could not say anything at this moment. They could only lower their heads in silence, feeling bewildered. Shun was in a good mood after feeling that his sword skills had improved. After sheathing his sword, he casually walked over to Sanmai and Jiamai. "Don't move, you two. Your bones are misaligned, and I don't care." After saying that, Shun placed his hands on the 2 and released the mystical palm technique with a wave of chakra. The output of chakra from the mystical palm technique could enhance the healing ability of wounds or affected areas. It was a type of healing ninjutsu and an advanced healing technique. However, for a moment, Jiamai and Sanmai, who were confused, realized that something was wrong. Their injuries. Heal? Will this heal just like that? Both expressed doubts at the same time. Jiamai and Sanmai touched the injured areas and felt no pain. Sanmai punched his fist in disbelief and jumped twice. As a doctor, Shinobu involuntarily opened her mouth a little upon seeing this, as if she could fit an egg in it. She could understand the previous competition, but what was happening now? Weren't those injuries supposed to be treated with medicine, bandaged, and then rested for 1 or 2 months? Is this good? This man was like a fog that made people curious and eager to explore. Shinobu's eyes reflected the face of the young man. After staring at him for a long time, she suddenly decided in her heart that she must understand his medical skills. "Yuba Ayashiki Dano, what do you think about my previous proposal?" Shun did not look at the Hashira again but turned to the only one who could make decisions, Yuba Ayashiki Kageya. Not only did Kageya not frown in disappointment, but instead, he looked at Shun with a fanaticism he had never seen before. After a moment, a voice like a spring breeze slowly spoke. "Take Mikun. Perhaps it is indeed the will of God for you to inherit sun breathing. It seems I have seen the emergence of another Yoriichi Tsukiguni." Kageya suddenly smiled very happily. "Whether it is a breathing technique or other requirements, just ask. Take Mikun, all members of our Demon Slayer Corps will cooperate with all your requests and actions. Then, today's meeting ends here. Kani, you will be the one to receive Take Mikun in the coming days." After saying that, Kageya slowly stood up and bowed his head. "Please do everything from now on, Take Mikun. Please, Take Misama." This time, all the Hashira bowed their heads. Chapter 40, Kanraji Mitsuri. After Shun moved to the Butterfly Mansion, he finally enjoyed a relaxed life for a few days. He practiced sun breathing every day, drank tea, snacked, and flirted with the little girls in the Butterfly Mansion, and it was very enjoyable. Of course, it would have been better if there weren't any serious younger sisters causing trouble while flirting with Kani. Shun initially liked to eat rice bowls, wanting to guide the softest and kindest Kani. However, Shinobu was very curious about him and always wanted to be close to him. As a result, Shun's strategic plans were repeatedly hindered. In the end, Shun encountered many problems and imparted a little knowledge about medicine from his past life to her, and then he let Shinobu quietly stay in the pharmacy for the last 2 days. Seeing the beautiful sky, Shun thought to take this opportunity to find Kani. Takema, Hugana's Yuko from the Swordsmith village is here. Please go to the Rengoku family home. The voice of a Demon Slayer Corps member interrupted Shun's plans. Even though a regular sword could also kill demons, since the Demon Slayer Corps was here, Shun might also get a better Nichiren sword. The Demon Slayer Corps always collaborated with the Swordsmith village. The swordsmiths in this village were not only responsible for forging and maintaining all the Nichiren swords for the Demon Slayer Corps but also put a lot of enthusiasm and sense of community into forging swords. Generations of people had learned and forged Nichiren swords, making the sword forging expertise advance year by year. Each member of the Demon Slayer Corps had a swordsmith who specifically crafted a Nichiren sword for them. To prevent attacks from demons, the location of the swordsmith village was also very hidden. One even needed to be blindfolded to enter the village. Some people responsible for guarding the path would lead step by step, often changing direction with crows. Its concealment was comparable to the Yuba Ayashiki family's home. At least in terms of making Nichiren swords, the swordsmiths in the swordsmith village were clearly the best in the world of Kaimatsu no Iba. Moreover, the Nichiren swords made from scarlet crimson iron sand and scarlet ore that absorbs sunlight. Therefore, Shun believed that Nichiren swords made from these materials had a great possibility of killing demons in the world where their spiritual energy was revived. After all, it was the Demon Slayer Corps that paid for it. If everything went well, Shun planned to adjust 100 or 200 Nichiren swords to take back before leaving. After all, Mizen would die by then, and keeping them would be pointless if they were taken back and used again. Shun arrived at the Rengoku family home and spoke briefly with Higana's Yuka. The latter forged a Nichiren sword with a thin blade according to his customs and requirements, promising it would be completed in a week. As Shun was about to return and prepare to suppress Shinobu in a certain way, a figure from the Rengoku family's martial arts training area appeared before him. She had a pair of large leaf-green eyes, often flushed cheeks, and a mole under each eye. She had 3 long cherry-pink braids with grass-green tips. Wearing a snow-white haori, her open-chested team uniform and short skirt were very eye-catching, and the green striped stockings accentuated the girl's beautiful legs. Seeing the girl swinging her sword vigorously as the figure moved, Shun suddenly felt that his rice bowl could be put back first. He stepped forward decisively. "Did you create your own breathing technique?" "Ah." Shun's sudden appearance and words startled Kanraji Mitsuri. Upon seeing his handsome face, she immediately blushed. "Yes, recently I wanted to improve a breathing technique that suited me." Hearing Mitsuri speak in a low voice, Shun knew something was happening. Unlike others with blood feuds, Mitsuri chose to join the Demon Slayer Corps to find a man who could accept her true self. She also wanted to find a good husband in a team stronger than herself who could protect her. Yes, she came here to find a husband. When Mitsuri was little, she lifted a 15-kilogram stone out of greed, which shocked her mother. She had shown extraordinary strength and appetite since she was young. She even ate more than 3 sumo wrestlers. The special color of her hair and eyes was because she loved eating sakura mochi so much that she consumed 170 pieces in 8 months, causing her originally black hair to turn pink. When Mitsuri reached the age of 17 to marry, at a blind date party, because of her large appetite and strange hair color, her date not only rejected her but even said sarcastically, "Only a bear or a pig could marry you." This deeply hurt Mitsuri, and she realized that she was very different. Gradually, she, who was once cheerful and confident, turned into a girl who feared the gaze of others. So she dyed her hair black, went on a diet for several days until she nearly fainted, and went on another blind date. Because she almost fainted from hunger, her sad appearance managed to capture the heart of a man. However, at this moment, Mitsuri kept thinking, "Do I want to continue like this? Is this really me? I eat a lot, have great strength, and have strange hair color. This is my true self. Is there a place for me in this world? No one will love my true self?" In the end, Mitsuri decided to be herself, so she joined the Demon Slayer Corps to find a husband stronger than herself who could protect her. Her criteria were very simple: 1. Able to accept her large appetite. 2. She didn't mind how strong the other party was. 3. Accept her true self and become stronger than her. No need for a house, no need for a car, no need to add name, no need for engagement gifts, just 3 simple and humble conditions. As long as satisfied and willing to take the initiative to pursue, the strategy could be accomplished. Moreover, Mitsuri was just an ordinary little girl with a cheerful personality. If a handsome man could say sweet words, he might be able to complete the level in easy mode. Do you need my help? Shun looked at her with a sincere face. Really? Takuma-sama. Huh? Do you know me? Well, Rengoku-san often says that Takuma is a very strong swordsman. He has defeated several Hashira before. Talking about this, Mitsuri's eyes sparkled. The man in front of her seemed to meet her criteria for choosing a husband. She just didn't know if the other party would know her true situation. It would be easier if you got to know me. Shun seemed to want to show something, and he immediately said, I just observed that your strength is very strong, almost several times that of an ordinary person. Even among the Hashira, you are very powerful. Therefore, you can improve your flexibility and agility compared to attacking. What does Takuma mean? Eh? Mitsuri looked at him in surprise. At this moment, Shun still looked serious and was analyzing seriously. Takuma sees it. How embarrassing. What happened? Shun blinked and asked, isn't it better to become stronger? I think that's good. It would be better to look for a wife who is stronger in the future. Both of you could compete with each other in swordsmanship over time, and train more postures. How interesting. Mitsuri's eyes immediately sparkled, and her level of fondness increased significantly. Well then. Takuma, what do you think about a girl with a large appetite? It's nothing. It's not that I can't afford it. As long as your body shape doesn't change, it's fine if you eat too much. I really like beautiful girls who are food lovers. Kanraji. Mitsuri's level of fondness rise. What's wrong? Kanraji? Why is your face so red? No, it's nothing. Mitsuri gathered her courage and said loudly, if you don't mind, just call me by my name. Well then, please give me your advice in the future, Mitsuri. Yes. Please give me advice. Chapter 41, Will you marry me? 5 days later, Shun and Mitsuri arrived in the girls' study. The window was half open, and a strong wind blew the clean white curtains tirelessly. The two people in the room sat in silence, taking advantage of this beautiful moment to enjoy the comfortable climate. They sat together and could almost feel each other's body temperature. Shun twirled a piece of cherry cake, took a bite, and nodded with sparkling eyes. Then he offered the snack he was eating to Mitsuri's mouth. The girl slightly lifted her hair around her ears and opened her mouth. Her rosy lips made beautiful contact with the tips of the young man's fingers. From time to time, Mitsuri would taste the sweet, refreshing, and very light wine that the young man brought. The sweetness unknowingly made her feel dizzy. There was nothing to say, and they didn't even look like a couple in love, but the atmosphere was so comfortable. In the past 5 days, besides helping Mitsuri create a new breathing technique, Shun had also accompanied her. With sharp strategies and delicious food, Mitsuri felt conquered up to this point. From holding hands at the beginning to all sorts of physical touches while teaching sword techniques, the girl's defenses had been broken several times without any resistance. Until today's opportunity, Shun, feeling that the time had come, hesitantly held the girl's slim waist. Unexpectedly, Mitsuri not only did not resist but gently curled into his embrace. Shun understood. He leaned down and easily loosened the bindings of her black demon slayer uniform. Noticing his movements, Mitsuri clearly became tense, but did not resist. Shun-kun. Will you marry me? Feeling the young man's mischievous hand, Mitsuri made her final confirmation. I promise, I will marry Mitsuri as my wife. Shun held the steamed bun tightly and promised. Shun-kun. Mitsuri's face gradually turned red, her right hand tightly gripping the hem of Shun's clothing. She lowered her head to see the gentleman in front of her and said in an inaudible voice, You have to be gentler. Yes, I know. Shun felt Mitsuri's cuteness and couldn't help but feel a bit proud and happy inside. His gaze intensified, and he leaned down for a deep kiss. The kissing skills he had practiced many times made Mitsuri feel dizzy for a moment. As their lips parted, Shun looked at the blushing girl and couldn't help but laugh. No wonder they brought sweet wine. Seeing the proud expression on the young man's face, the shy girl complained, Shun-kun. You really have a wicked mind. Shun was already hot-blooded. Seeing Mitsuri's words, he raised his hand and pushed her up against the blanket. Before Mitsuri became nervous, she felt her body sink, and her lips were captured again. Shinobu happily searched for Shun, ready to learn more medical knowledge from him, but she came empty-handed. Humphrey, that guy must have gone looking for Nasan. Shinobu was 16 years old this year, and she was not a little girl who didn't understand anything. She had long felt that Shun was plotting against her older sister, and now he must be taking advantage of her absence to flirt with her again. Shinobu ran to her sister's room, then went to the Butterfly Mansion's training area, only to find that only Kani was training. Ne-san, isn't Takema here? After hearing Shinobu's question, Kani stopped training and said, Takema-kun went to the Rengoku family home. He said he was recently teaching Tsuguko to develop a new breathing technique. Tsuguko generally refers to members of the Demon Slayer Corps trained by the Hashira themselves. They must have great talent and ordinary people cannot be chosen. That guy can be so serious. Shinobu couldn't believe Shun had taught her sister sword techniques before. As a result, when she entered, she saw her sister so entertained, chatting and laughing. The two of them were almost in love, and there was no trace of him teaching sword techniques. At the Rengoku family home, Tsuguko is Kanraji Mitsuri. Kani added in a weak tone. Kanraji Mitsuri? Shinobu suddenly remembered the woman. As one of the few women in the Demon Slayer Corps, although the three of them did not communicate much, they had a good relationship. Shinobu also knew Mitsuri. Mitsuri joined the Demon Slayer Corps just to find a suitable husband. If she met Shun, I'll check on her. Shinobu rushed out quickly. After running fast all the way, Shinobu climbed the wall of the Rengoku family home with an unsteady body. After searching around the training area and finding no one there, she walked toward the yard where Mitsuri was based on her memory. That person can't be that nice, right? According to Mitsuri's simple and shy character, if she meets a guy like that. No. It must be fine. It's only been 5 days. Even if he fulfills all her criteria, it won't. Ah! Shinobu almost screamed when she saw what was happening inside through the back window opening. On the table were 2 finished cherry cakes and a bottle of sweet wine. But the 2 people on the bed. Shun was clearly doing something bad, but Mitsuri did not stop him at all. In an instant, Shinobu's entire face turned red. She wanted to run away, but for some reason, there was no movement as if there were roots under her feet. Chapter 42, Are You Really Emotionless? After an intimate moment with Mitsuri, Shun returned to the Butterfly Mansion feeling content. As he spotted Kani sitting in the courtyard sipping tea after her swordsmanship training, a doubt crept into his heart. What's going on? She's not here? In Shun's impression, Shinobu was always by Kani's side. He had secretly calculated Shinobu's research schedule, and by his estimate, she should have been here today. Shinobu went to look for you this afternoon. She returned at night and locked herself in her room, refusing to come out. Kani said, placing her teacup down and looking at Shun quizzically. Takema-kun, did you do something to her? No. I was teaching Mitsuri how to run faster today, and I didn't see Shinobu. Maybe it's something personal. Shun quickly denied, waving his hands before grabbing a teacup and taking a long sip to calm his nerves. Takema-kun, that's my cup. Kani reminded softly, biting her lip. I know. Shun replied, taking another sip and giving her a cheeky wink. Kani's ears turned bright red in an instant. Shinobu was right, Takema-kun is mean. She murmured before abruptly standing and fleeing. Watching her panicked retreat, Shun finished the tea in the cup. Conquering Kani is going smoothly, but I'm worried Shinobu might find out. Shun thought, a headache forming as he imagined Shinobu's reaction. It seems the road to becoming the king of a harem is long and arduous. But tomorrow I'll bring Ki and the others to settle nearby. The word run flashed in Shun's mind. Over the next 2 days, Shun continued his training, even practicing total concentration breathing in his sleep. Apart from Shinobu avoiding him at all costs, nothing unusual happened. That day, after parting with Mitsuri as usual, Shun returned to the Butterfly Mansion and noticed the absence of swordsmanship training sounds. Hey! Shinobu! Shun saw Shinobu arriving at the training area with a wooden sword and quickly approached her. The moment Shinobu spotted Shun, she instinctively turned to flee in panic. Shun didn't hesitate. He grabbed her wrist and roughly pinned her against the wall. You're still running after all this time. His tone was harsh, but Shinobu, trapped against the wall, didn't display her usual competitive and fiery spirit. Instead, she hung her head like a scolded sparrow. Tell me quickly, where's Kani? Is there a mission from the Demon Slayer Corps? Hearing Shun mention her sister, Shinobu pursed her lips before replying softly, there's news of a demon spotted at the Eternal Paradise Faith sect. Ne-san went to investigate. Shun's expression shifted. If nothing had gone wrong, this would likely lead to Kani's fateful encounter with Dama in the original storyline. Is it dangerous? She asked, her voice serious. Shinobu panicked by Shun's reactions. There might be a 12 Kizuki demon at the sect. How long has Kani been gone? Half an hour. Shinobu answered hurriedly. Do you know the location? In Ichikawa City. Without another word, Shun spun around and bolted. By the time Shinobu caught up, he was already gone. Take Makun, please. Don't let anything happen to Nei-san. Shinobu cried out. At the Eternal Paradise Faith sect, the large church doors were suddenly flung open with a deafening crash. The heavy gates were hurled into the church temple, creating a thunderous boom that shook the structure. Dama looked toward the shattered entrance in surprise, curious to see who had the audacity to interrupt his domain. What entered his gaze was a strikingly handsome young man, whose appearance was so captivating that Dama felt a desire to claim him. Shun, however, surveyed the room with cold determination. He immediately spotted Kenny, who had arrived before him, and breathed a sigh of relief. But his resolve to kill intensified. Originally, Shun had intended to continue training and mastering total concentration breathing and transparent world. However, this situation demanded action. Sakami would be his training ground now. It didn't matter if it drained his eyesight or risked blindness, his resilient body could endure hundreds of Sakami uses. Blocking the mental energy of Mizzen within Dama's body, Shun prepared to attack. Dama, unaware of Shun's thoughts, spoke with interest. Demon's Lair, you, Sakami. Sakami inflicted excruciating physical and mental pain on its target in an illusory world, with the pain translating directly to the real world. For Dama, Shun magnified that torment several times over. Back in reality, Dama's face remained blank. I feel nothing for anyone. It's pointless. He said. Then can you feel this pain? Shun replied, his voice icy. Dama's expression faltered. Sakami. 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 Several seconds in the real world passed, but inside Sakami, over 2 months had elapsed. When Shun returned to reality, he felt a slight sting in his eyes. Fortunately, his complete mastery of total concentration breathing during the prolonged fight had left him stronger than ever. Meanwhile, Dama had been reduced to a lifeless shell. At first, he resisted, but the relentless torment broke him. After countless cycles of Sakami, his once glassy eyes dulled, and he became unresponsive to even the most brutal attacks. I'll leave you to burn in the sun later. Consider yourself lucky. Shun muttered, dragging Dama's corpse out. As he exited the temple, Kani arrived, her eyes darting between Shun and the defeated demon he held like a battered dog. For a moment, she felt a strange sense of déjà vu. Chapter 43, The Fall of Kani. As time passed, the night slowly faded. Outside the main hall, Dama, once infamous and having slain nearly 100 Hashira over the past millennium, was now pinned to the ground with a niche iron sword. Inside the main hall, a blazing campfire cast warmth and light into the surrounding darkness, with only the occasional crackle of burning branches breaking the tranquil silence. At this moment, the two sat on the steps of the main hall, quietly watching the warm-colored fireworks. So, take Makun, you heard I was sent on a mission for the Demon Slayer Corps and rushed overnight, ran ahead of me, and defeated an upper-rank demon? I was anxious at the time. Shun nodded, glancing toward Dama. I was a bit scared, so I might have hit too hard. PFFT. Take Makun, turns out you can be so sweet. Kani couldn't help but laugh as she saw his embarrassed expression. She could imagine the worried look Shun must have had. Because he was concerned about her, he rushed ahead and beat the 12 Kizuki to death. It was truly amusing, but it's a little touching. Kani looked at him gently. When I first met him, I was shocked. It was the first time I'd seen Take Makun so angry. You were so ruthless it felt like you'd killed that demon 1,000 times. Shun blinked. In truth, he had slain the demon thousands of times while training for total concentration breathing. Still, I didn't hate it. Because when Take Makun looked at me afterward, your smile was so gentle. As Kani said this, her eyes showed a hint of surprise, and she softly said, it reminded me of how my father used to look at my mother when I was little. Shun, seeing her expression, felt a surge of emotion and reached out to embrace her. Here, take Makun. Kani's shy words were almost a whisper. Call me Shun. He undid the ties of her cloak, wrapping them both together. The unexpected warmth of the embrace made the girl's body go weak. After all, Kani, who was about the same age as Nagisa, was still a young woman unfamiliar with love. She was confused by Shun's actions, her ears turning crimson. But most importantly, she didn't dislike it. In fact, since the beginning, when Shun chased her at the Butterfly Mansion, Kani hadn't resisted, she was even a little happy. Shun noticed this, too. He leaned close to her ear, breathing warmly and mischievously. Kani, seemingly drained of all strength, fell into his embrace. I'm too tired. Kani murmured faintly, explaining guiltily in a soft voice as she rested against Shun. But you mustn't mess around. What? It's inappropriate here. Her weak protest sounded more like an invitation than a real attempt to stop Shun's mischievous thoughts. It was like a small kitten trying to meow, only making others want to tease it more. Shun couldn't help but laugh. He wrapped his arms tightly around Canny's slender waist, holding her close. At that moment, Canny, soft and supple, pressed against him like a little kitten. The rapid heartbeat she initially felt gradually stabilized. Resting in his embrace, she was mesmerized by the rhythm of his heartbeat. It was like a lullaby from her childhood, slowly soothing her heart. When the initial thrill of youth faded, an indescribable harmony and sense of security blossomed between them. They embraced in the world's most intimate position, like a pair of lovers deeply in love. They could hear each other's heartbeats, feel their body warmth, and their breathing gradually synchronized as if they had become one. As dawn's first light appeared, Dama, still pinned outside the main hall, instinctively shrieked in fear of the sun. This time, however, Shun lifted the illusion blocking Mizen's mental hold on him, allowing Dama to face his end with full awareness. Who's next? If no one else, it must be Kokushibo. A warrior likely to have mastered the transparent world and trained for centuries. What an excellent whetstone. Hearing the commotion outside, Canny, now understanding Dama's imminent death, felt utterly relaxed. She nestled her small head into Shun's chest, asking in a soft voice, Shun. I've always believed demons and humans are essentially the same, and I've felt sympathy for demons. I think hunting demons isn't just about saving the people they intend to kill, but also about freeing demons from their evil karma. Canny gazed at him with attachment. My thoughts have always been considered too soft. Is this right or wrong? This was the confusion Canny had always hidden deep in her heart. She revealed her weakest side only to the lover beside her, seeking comfort and guidance from Shun. I think demons are similar to humans in some ways. However, I believe there are far more good people among humans. As for demons, I think only one truly deserves sympathy. The rest of the wicked demons deserve to die. Shun gently stroked her hair. Canny, let me take you to meet that one demon. I hope your beliefs can find validation in her. Oh? Who is it? Canny tilted her head curiously. Her name is Lady Tamayo. She's in Kyoto, working on developing a cure to turn demons back into humans. You two might get along. Shun thought about this, looking into his private stash. For precaution, he retrieved blood samples from Nezuko and the vials of blood he had collected from ruined Dama. If Tamayo succeeded in her research, she might be able to create a cure for her as well. With that, her wish to become human again could be fulfilled. It would mark a significant departure from the original storyline, likely earning him more reward points. Thinking of this, Shun released Canny, slowly stood up, and looked toward the sunrise. After our trip to Kyoto, your time will come, Kibutsujima's. Chapter 44, Tamayo, Kyoto, Japan. In a grand house near the outskirts of the city, a young man sat reading medical texts. He was pale, with curly hair styled like Michael Jackson's and a predominantly Western hat and white cap. Suddenly, a figure leaped out of the darkness, squatting barefoot on the white jade balcony railing in a Western-style pose. He had short pink hair, golden eyes, pale skin, and numerous dark blue tattoos symbolizing sinners carved all over his body. His blood-red nails gleamed, and he wore a crimson-purple shirt, with rosary beads dangling from his ankles. Judging by the words engraved in his eyes, the intruder was none other than Upper Rank 3, Akaza. The pages of the medical book rustled on. Sensing something amiss, Akaza grew slightly tense and respectfully exclaimed, "Miz-sama." The sound of pages flipping stopped. Akaza's heartbeat abruptly ceased, as if gripped by an uncontrollable force. His face contorted in discomfort, yet he maintained his bowed posture, waiting. After a few moments, "Akaza, Dama is dead. He was killed by a man and a woman from the Demon Slayer Corps." "Yes," Akaza replied. "Please grant me time, Miz, and I will surely kill them." "Time?" Mizen closed the book and spoke in a low voice. "But they've already arrived in Kyoto." Akaza's pupils contracted sharply. An overwhelming pain exploded through his body, hurling him against the railing. Cracks spread through the stone, and he fell to the ground, drenched in sweat. "Kill them tonight. If you fail, do not bother returning." "Yes." Akaza bowed deeply, then stood and leapt into the dense forest, disappearing into the night within moments. With Akaza's departure, the white stone railing gave way, crumbling to pieces. The noise caught the attention of the house's mistress. "Tsukihiko? Are you all right? I thought I heard a commotion in your room." "It's nothing. Just two pesky rats. Should I buy some rat poison tomorrow?" "No need. These two little pests won't survive the night." After relaying the pair's information through a crow and obtaining details about Tamayo from Kageya, Shun and Canny arrived in Kyoto. They knocked on a door, using the code Kageya had provided, and waited a moment. Knock knock. Shun knocked twice more and said, Lady Dama-yo, the bird should have delivered my message to you. Take-ma-kun, and Kacho-san, please come in. After a pause, a mature woman's gentle and elegant voice emerged from the room. Shun and Kenny exchanged glances before opening the door and stepping inside. What they saw were bookshelves lining 3 walls, filled with various files and books. An oil lamp hung from the room's central pillar, casting light that kept the space dim but prevented it from falling into darkness. By its glow, Shun noticed a large desk in the center of the room. Across from the desk, Dama-yo had just placed down a scroll on medical techniques and looked up to greet them. Under the light, their gazes met, and for a moment, they were transfixed, as if unable to look away. From Dama-yo's perspective, the young man who entered had a dignified nose, gentle yet passionate eyes, and an aura that seemed to glow brilliantly. He exuded a mysterious charm, like a divine youth from mythology captivating the attention of goddesses. With a mere blink of his pure eyes, he radiated infinite allure, entrancing women across the world. Even she, a woman who had lived for over 4 centuries, had to admit that she had never encountered someone as strikingly handsome as this young man. He seemed like a deity walking among mortals. From Shun's perspective, he had to admit that the woman before him was as beautiful as Kani and Shinobu. Her appearance was exquisite, long black hair parted in the middle and styled into a low, elegant bun secured with floral hairpins. Her soft lavender eyes radiated warmth, and her red lips stood out against her pale complexion. She wore a dark purple kimono adorned with flowing purple branches and red flowers, complemented by a cream-colored obi around her waist. Moreover, the elegance she had cultivated over 4 centuries imbued her with a distinct aura that could momentarily render any man breathless. But what Shun admired most wasn't her beauty, it was her contributions to the original storyline. In the final saga, Dama-yo's self-sacrificial efforts to inject Mizen with various poisons played a pivotal role. The combined effects of her work, along with Yoriichi's burning scar and Kaguya's earlier explosion, turned the tide of battle against Mizen. Without her, the Demon Slayer Corps would have had no chance of victory. Shun broke the silence. Kani, this is the one I mentioned, the only demon worthy of redemption, Lady Dama-yo. Chapter 45, Upper Rank 3 Akaze. Hundreds of years ago, Dama-yo, who was still human, suffered from a deadly illness that could not be cured with medicine. Later, she was deceived by Mizen due to her inability to control herself. After regaining her sanity, Dama-yo deeply regretted her actions and ultimately overcame her demon instincts through perseverance. Because she was skilled in the field of medicine, to increase the chances of overcoming sunlight, Mizen forcibly took her as a servant. Dama-yo knew she couldn't fight him, so she could only try her best to suppress her emotions and disguise herself around Mizen to find his weaknesses. In the end, Yoriichi appeared, and Mizen was severely injured in that battle and fled. However, Dama-yo ultimately lost control due to Mizen's rapid weakening, and she endured the pain of loss for 100 years along with her feelings for Mizen. To repay Yoriichi, she shared everything she knew about Mizen and his past. Yoriichi asked her to help the Demon Slayer Corps defeat Mizen. Although Dama-yo was worried that as a demon she would be executed by the Demon Slayers before she could take revenge, she ultimately agreed to Yoriichi's request. To defeat an invincible monster like Mizen, Dama-yo concluded that the only way to win was to turn Mizen back into a human, as she herself was a great doctor, while researching a remedy that could transform demons back into humans. Dama-yo's origin was told by Shun to Kani. It can be said that Dama-yo is a truly remarkable existence. In particular, Kani began to respect Dama-yo even more after learning that the other party was working on a potion to turn demons into humans. Lady Dama-yo, I am Kacho Kani from the Demon Slayer Corps. From now on, I will be responsible for bringing you back to the Butterfly Mansion to help you develop the potion that can turn demons into humans. Seeing the excited expression of Butterfly Kani, Dama-yo was slightly surprised. For years, almost no member of the Demon Slayer Corps had been so kind to a demon, or even had any respect. Dama-yo was a bit confused, but after talking with Kani for a while, after understanding the thoughts of the leader of the Demon Slayer Corps, her eyes became softer as she looked at her, as if she were seeing a kind-hearted little princess. Take-ma-kun, I'm a little envious of you for having such a beautiful and kind wife. Dama-yo joked, noticing the intimacy between them. I'm envious of myself too. Shun pulled out several vials of blood from his hands. Lady Dama-yo, this is blood from the lower string and the second string. Shun paused for a moment and then pointed to another vial, and this vial is human blood. It likely consumed a blue spider lily flower. Shun's words changed Dama-yo's expression. She unconsciously grabbed his hand and nervously corrected, Take-ma-kun, are you sure? There's no guarantee, but the chances are high. In that case, let's set off now. I need to research the potion that can turn demons back into humans in the safe environment of the Demon Slayer Corps main house. Dama-yo tightly held his hand and looked at him pleadingly. Of course, Lady Tamayo, please clean yourself up and bow, and we will set off tonight. With that, Shun looked around and seemed not to see Yashiro in the original work. Are you alone, Lady Tamayo? What's wrong? I've been alone all this time. Tamayo felt strange hearing Shun's words. Well, it's fine. I just thought Lady Tamayo would surely feel lonely if she was alone for so long. I hadn't thought about it. Shun didn't pay attention to such trivial details but became concerned about the other party. However, as he spoke, his waist began to ache. Shun. Kanny pinched his waist and complained softly, I'm still here. He. I only care about Lady Tamayo. Shun smiled and held Kanny's small hand. Lady Tamayo is already packed, let's go. The three of them left Kyoto. After 7 or 8 miles, as the carriage swayed toward the main house of the Demon's Lair Court, Shun suddenly stopped the carriage. Kanny, you and Lady Tamayo go back to the Butterfly Mansion first. This time, there was rarely seen anticipation and fighting spirit in Shun's eyes. The best sharpening stone to understand the transparent world and martial arts is here. When I kill Akaza, Lady Tamayo will have 1 more vial of blood for research. After saying that, Shun jumped out of the carriage and stared at the person in front of him with burning eyes. With his hands folded in front of him, Akaza approved the departure of the 2 women in the carriage. Although Mizen's orders were strict, and he had turned into a demon, he always had a certain obsession in his heart that made him never kill or eat women. The carriage gradually moved away and disappeared at the end of the road. Seeing this, Akaza lowered his hands, stared at Shun, and released a suffocating and terrifying fighting spirit. You're the one who defeated and killed Dama, right? A truly formidable opponent. Akaza took a martial artist's stance, mounted, and made hand movements, causing a formation of 12 snowflakes to appear beneath his feet. Destructive death. The array of snowflakes emitted light, making his pair of golden eyes shine with a golden glow. But Shun did not draw his sword, instead, his eyes once again transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan. Akaza, you must be the strongest demon in the world in physical skills. I hope you won't disappoint me. After that, the 6-pointed star of blood began to spin. Tsukami. Chapter 46, Sun-breathing Tsukami world under the blood moon, the unpleasant world created by powerful spiritual forces welcomed new guests. The battle of 3 days reappeared like a reincarnation. Tsukami. 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 30 consecutive days without sleep nearly broke 1 person and 1 demon. Akaza was the most tenacious opponent Shun had faced so far based on spiritual will, especially in martial arts. Up to this point, this was the 11th time. Surprisingly, Akaza still maintained his techniques with great calmness. Skilled in unarmed combat, he could sense his opponent's fighting spirit, Toki, during the fight, and through this perception, he could execute precise attacks and defenses. Destructive death, compass needle was still circulating, but this time he felt Shun's power had dropped to the level of Utsuguko, successor, of the Demon's Lair. It could be said that Shun was truly weak in terms of basic strength. However, the weaker Shun became, the stronger the power of the sun in his body. Like a sword forged repeatedly, he had shown his initial superiority. So that's it. Akaza had a clear understanding. You're using me as a sharpening stone to break through your swordsmanship. Then do you know that right now, I only need 1 punch to kill you? Hey. Let's wait until you break into the transparent world. We've been fighting for 30 days. Do you think you can still do it? After saying that, Shun drew his niche iron sword and swung it forward without hiding it. Sun-breathing second form, clear blue sky. The sword light like the sun attacked with magnificent power. Destructive death, annihilation type. Sensing the terrifying swordsmanship from his opponent, Akaza immediately attacked with all his strength. A punch carrying a sonic boom collided with the sword infused with the power of the sun, and a terrifying sound of gold and iron echoed in the real world, but then, a hissing sound of burning pierced through Akaza's arm. The burning sword instantly turned into streaks with the flow of sun breathing. The bones of his knuckles, wrists, forearms. In the blink of an eye, Akaza's proud body, honed over thousands of years, was sliced like tissue paper. His golden eyes solidified, and he immediately halted his steps as the blood demon art exploded. His split body on the right side was thrown back like an explosion. The first clash between the two sides ended with Akaza's defeat. Akaza felt the crisis of life and death very clearly. He suddenly turned around and punched with the only side of his remaining body. Destructive death, leg type, crown splitter. Boom. 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 His body was pushed to the extreme, and his fist swung at the shadow, tearing through the air, causing explosions and bombings to occur simultaneously. There was a sense of disgust at the corner of Shun's mouth, and his body pressed forward at high speed, sharply catching the trajectory of his opponent's punch. Is this all the martial arts you've honed over thousands of years? A collision occurred, and the blade wrapped in flames left bloodstains on Akaza's body, causing his body to be shot backward. And Shun transformed into a light like the sun, following him like a shadow, always maintaining the same distance from him. Swoosh. 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 Each slash was faster than the last, and each slash was harder than the one before. In an instant, Shun used all 12 sword techniques of sun breathing, like a shining sun wheel piercing through the eternal night, crossing the world of the blood moon. At that moment, time, space, everything fell silent. Everything in the world almost turned to ash under the sun. Sun breathing 13th form. This time the 13th form is perfect? All the sword techniques of sun breathing truly belong to me from now on. Shun looked at Akaza, who had risen, and asked, "What about you? Haven't you made a breakthrough under such terrifying swordsmanship?" Hearing Shun's question, Akaza closed his eyes and grinned with indescribable enthusiasm. "I have also reached the highest realm, the transparent world. The transparent world is a realm, or state, that can only be seen after hard work, enduring pain, and making the mind transparent. A person who enters this state can concentrate and shut down excessive senses, making their body appear transparent. They can see through the bodies of others, observing the flow of blood vessels in another's lungs, muscle contractions, and the activity levels of organs, etc., which can be used to predict and understand the opponent's actions, significantly enhancing their speed of action, predictive ability, and evasion of attacks. In simple terms, it is the highest sublimation of the senses, the highest control, and the highest expansion. A person who masters the transparent world can not only hide their fighting spirit according to their own needs but also accelerate their perception, making the enemy's actions seem very slow, and the enemy's actions almost have no secrets in their eyes. Akaza had trained hard for thousands of years, and finally, he entered this highest realm after experiencing the death of Shun's 13th sword technique. His left hand was clenched at his waist, and his right hand was pushed forward with the palm open, taking a martial arts stance charging upward, staring at Shun with burning eyes. "Take me, Shun. You are indeed the strongest swordsman I have seen in 300 years. I have a great suggestion, how about joining us and becoming a demon? Humans. There is always a weakness. The human body is just a burden. Life, time, talent, everything is so limited and meaningless. Take me, Shun, quickly tell me. You will become a demon." This 33-day battle made Akaza greatly admire and become obsessed with Shun. "Listen to me, accept Mizen-sama's blood. As long as you become a demon and have 300 years, 200 years. No, maybe as long as you have 100 more years, you can hone all your skills to the peak. At that time, when the time comes, your martial arts will surpass mine, and you will be stronger than all humans and demons. Come on, spend endless time honing your strongest martial arts skills like I did. If a fool like you dares to claim yourself, Might Guy and Might Dewey will cry to death." Shun coldly rejected the proposal. "Today I will show you what human potential is." But in response, Shun threw away his niche iron sword and quietly shouted, "Open the 8 gates for me." The opening of 2 gates in succession created a momentum for Shun, who was at the Tsuguko level, completely overwhelming Akaza. Shun clenched his fist and looked at Akaza. "Guess which gate I opened that will kill you with one punch?" One person and one demon, the eyes of both sides collided silently, and a new chapter of the battle, unique to clothes combat martial arts, began. Chapter 47. Better to be human. The Tsukuyomi world. 70 days passed quickly in the Tsukuyomi world. Through repeated battles, Shun skillfully managed to open the 4th gate. At the same time, he also attained the realm of martial arts, the transparent world. As he was exposed to the transparent world for half a month, it seemed that all the mysteries of the highest realm he had previously explored slowly unfolded, and everything was clearly displayed before his eyes. Sun breathing 13th form. 8 gates, 4th gate. Highest realm, transparent world. Shun obtained what he desired from his experience with Akaza. At the same time, he also completed his transformation. Using Tsukuyomi, a real fight between the two sides was established, covering the lack of experience and skills. From ninjutsu, physical techniques, swordsmanship, to life and death combat experience, he had achieved relative perfection at his point. From now on, if anyone thought Shun was a ninja who could unleash wood style and wanted to kill him up close. The sword in his left hand was the swordsmanship of sun breathing, and his right hand represented the 4th gate. Moreover, the transparent world was enough to defeat opponents even if he didn't realize it. Shun could guarantee that if he encountered yellow flash on the battlefield, he could cut his opponent into 13 pieces right now. Although Shun did not have useless buffs like lines, the 8 gates were a powerful blessing. After realizing what he had gained, this time, a satisfied Shun did not continue to do anything. He looked at Akaza and said seriously, "Akaza, thank you for helping me complete my transformation. Although I have never liked talking too much with demons, this time, in return, I have decided to help you find yourself and awaken you completely. Thus, under Akaza's confused gaze, Shun cancelled Tsukaimi. The real world. The cool moonlight illuminated the road at night. Under the bright moonlight, a young man surrounded by light green energy was holding down an evil demon and beating him fiercely. While beating the demon beneath him until he became human, Shun shouted angrily, "Are you worthy of being called the greatest martial artist? A fool who has stagnated for hundreds of years and has made no physical progress deserves to belittle humans?" That hard punch struck Akaza, and he truly could not withstand it. He tried to exchange wounds for wounds, but he was continuously beaten. Knowing pain, injury, and death is the driving force behind human progress. To minimize damage, we will hone our skills. To increase our strength, we learn boxing, swordsmanship, and various techniques. Humans have honed their martial arts all this time to live better lives, to survive. To be able to kill giant tigers with his fragile body. How about you? Shun stopped punching, grabbed Akaza by the collar, and asked angrily, "After training for hundreds of years, only through life and death do you step into the highest realm? Hundreds of years of training? Is that what it turned into a demon like this? You've trained martial arts for hundreds of years, why is your body still stagnant? The limits of the body cannot be broken, the limits of martial arts stagnate, and the lives and deaths of those who practice martial arts are actually manipulated and played with by others." His Mangekyo Sharingan seemed capable of seeing directly into the soul of his opponent, and he posed the final question, "Akaza, tell me, are you worthy of being called a warrior like this? Have you ever thought? Why did you develop this martial art?" Akaza, who had initially struggled hard, fell silent. Even though he had no hesitation in becoming a demon and did not hesitate to spend so much time, what martial arts had he developed? To become stronger. "I want to become stronger, to become stronger," he answered unconsciously. "But why do I want to become stronger? Because if I don't become stronger, I can't return it. I can't return the medicine to my father." At this point, Akaza froze in place. It was true, if he did not become strong, he would not be able to steal money. If he did not become strong, he would not be able to fight back when facing retribution, and he would be sent to the government to have the tattoos of sinners marked on his body. If he did not become stronger, his severely ill father would die. That was the only thought of 11-year-old Soyama Hikuji. Yet his father still died by hanging after hearing that he had stolen money to treat his illness. "Hikuji, I'm sorry for troubling you. But I never thought I would live long enough to let my child become a thief. You can go back now. Please live this life with integrity." This was his father's suicide note before he died. But Hikuji did not correct himself. He was tattooed with expulsion tattoos and lived elsewhere, making a living by fighting adults on the streets. He thought his entire life would continue to rot like this until he met them. "You have great skills, be my disciple." That was what Uncle Kuso said. Needless to say, he blamed himself at that time and praised his reputation to help him change himself. Just like that, he took him back and became his disciple. As a result, Hikuji became the only disciple in Uncle Kuso's dojo, and he had to go out and work for others to fill his stomach. Uncle Kuso prepared a room, provided clothes and food for him. Of course, as an obligation, Hikuji had to take care of his seriously ill daughter, Toki, who was bedridden. Taking care of the seriously ill girl was indeed troublesome, but Hikuji had long been used to such problems. After all, he hadn't seen his mother since he was little, and he always took care of his seriously ill father in bed. "But is it okay to let a prisoner take care of your daughter?" "It's fine, I've defeated you as a sinner. After you are reborn, you will be new." That was the happiest moment, and Hikuji lived like this until he was 18. He fell in love with the girl he cared for, and Uncle Kuso agreed to marry Toki to him. And when he happily returned to pay respects at his father's grave, what awaited him when he returned to the dojo was hell. A disciple from a neighboring dojo, envious of his teacher, poisoned the well. His teacher died, as did Toki. It was futile to always stay away from important people when they were in danger. He clearly agreed to watch the fireworks next year with Toki. He clearly promised to become stronger than anyone. He clearly promised to protect this sick girl for the rest of his life. As a result, he completed none of them, and he was just a weak person who spoke quickly. After killing everyone in the poisoned dojo, Hikuji met that man like a walking zombie and turned into a demon. So it turned out he lost himself as a human and became a demon, still pursuing a stronger self. There was no one left he wanted to protect. He didn't want to continue living without purpose, but he committed repeated murders for hundreds of years. What a tragic, funny, and boring story. Hikuji had little resilience and often gave up on himself. He killed people with sorry boxing techniques and stained the important boxing techniques of his teacher. He also failed to honor his father's last words. The martial arts he honed to protect his family had truly turned into a killing weapon. He couldn't hold back his tears. At this moment, Akaza's body as a demon began to crumble. I lost. Hikuji looked at Shun with deep gratitude and showed a free and relaxed smile. Thank you for your help. Take me, Shun. It is true that human martial arts are stronger. After saying this, his soul left his body. Hikuji. At a certain point, Hikuji felt the warmth of a palm on his cheek as Koki gently stood in front of him. Hikuji, that's enough. It was only then that Hikuji realized that Koki had always been with him. He looked at his beloved and cried uncontrollably. I'm sorry, forgive me, I could have been by your side then, forgive me. Our pact is not complete, I'm sorry. Forgive me, I beg you. Hikuji hugged her waist and cried sadly. It seems you've remembered it. I'm so glad Hikuji could return. This pink kimono-clad woman gently tidied her husband's hair, waiting for 100 years of tears to fall on her cheeks. Even if she died and became a spirit, she would always be by his side, waiting for the day when her husband would reflect. Welcome back, my husband. I will be with you no matter what happens. She took Hikuji's hand and led him to hell. Seeing this scene, Shun smiled happily. Indeed, his time in Tsukuyomi was not in vain. He believed that his preaching techniques had reached their peak condition. Combined with his direct education, Akaza truly changed his mind and started a new life. Kyoto, the medical books being read directly turned into confetti, and the deep black long table shattered into pieces. 2 upper ranks were killed by 1 person. The appearance of such a powerful man shocked and enraged Mazen. Unable to sit still, he roared in fear and anger in the minds of the 12 Kizuki, return. From now on, the 12 Kizuki, gather at the Infinite Castle. No matter the cost, you must kill that person for me. Chapter 48, Shinobu falls into the hands of a scoundrel demon slayer core. As twilight fades, when night meets the morning light, the sun rises, and the moon disappears, Shun returns. Upon arriving, he heads straight to Yubuyashiki Kageya. The lights flicker on at night, and under the guidance of Yubuyashiki Amon, Shun enters the room directly. Kageya, struggling to sit upright in his kimono, prepares a cup of hot tea, pushes it forward, and looks at the approaching Shun. Take Makun, what's the matter? You must have heard of the death of Upper Moon 2, Dama. Upon my return, I encountered Upper Moon 3, Akaza. Taking a sip of tea, Shun responds, if I continue eliminating a few more of the 12 Kizuki, considering Kibutsuji Mazen's personality, he'll dig a hole somewhere and bury himself. He may not resurface for hundreds of years. Now that I've addressed my weaknesses, he has no reason to continue existing. As Shun finishes speaking, the entire room falls into silence. The children of the Yubuyashiki family and Amon all gaze at the convoy simultaneously. Even Kageya, with a hint of spirit, rises slightly and fixes his gaze on Shun. Now, you intend to have a decisive battle with Kibutsuji Mazen? At this moment, Kageya trembles slightly. Yes, I've completed my power enhancements. As long as I know his location, I can kill him. Shun declares, placing the teacup down. I know you might be worried, but let me assure you. My physique and swordsmanship are now on par with Tsujiku no Yoriichi. But in other strengths, I've far surpassed him. Yubuyashiki Kageya, this time, the Demon Slayer Corps will follow my lead, and I will help you break the curse that has plagued the Yubuyashiki family for centuries. Looking at the dying man before him, Shun continues, after killing Mazen, your family will be freed from the curse of a short lifespan. Your children and descendants will live normal lives from now on. Shun's words stir an endless sense of hope in Kageya's heart. His life may be nearing its end, but if Shun can kill Mazen, the Yubuyashiki family would be reborn. I see. Kageya's eyes fill with determination as if using the last of his strength to make a firm decision. Take Makun, the Demon Slayer Corps will follow your instructions. Good. Shun doesn't believe Demon Slayer Corps will be of much help during his battle with Mazen, but he nods resolutely nonetheless. Eliminate all the hidden personnel and active 12 Kizuki while gathering intelligence. Mazen's eradication is to be staged in Kyoto. He exists in this world with 3 appearances, one as a beautiful woman in black Japanese attire, another as a 7 or 8-year-old boy named Toshikuni, who infiltrated a pharmaceutical merchant's household as an adopted child to learn about the blue spider lily, and finally, as a tall, pale young man with red plum-colored eyes, going by the alias Tsukihiko, with a wife named Rei. Kageya, without questioning Shun's source of information, agrees. I will send someone to arrange matters immediately. Rest well before the decisive battle. The fate of the Demon Slayer Corps and the Yubuyashiki family rests in your hands. With that, Kageya, Amon, and their children leave. Shun sets his teacup down, glances around, and departs. Poor souls, I suppose I must take responsibility for such matters. After teasing the cute girls at the Butterfly Mansion, news of Shun's return spreads rapidly. As he prepares to rest in his room, Shinobu bursts in. Shinobu. What's wrong? I. Shinobu, initially frantic, grows flustered in Shun's presence. It's nothing, just. I heard you defeated Upper Moon 2 and saved Nei-san. Without you, I don't know what I'd have left besides hatred. Calming herself, Shinobu bows deeply. Thank you, Take-me-kun. Thank you for saving Nei-san. Seeing Shinobu's sincere gaze, Shun doesn't need to think twice to know her admiration for him has skyrocketed. He initially worried that his goodwill might have been ruined due to incidents with Mitsuri. Now it seems that's no longer the case. Not only that, but this also feels like the perfect opportunity to win over Shinobu. Recalling her shy expressions and her retreating glances during their earlier encounters, a mischievous idea forms in Shun's mind. A verbal thank you isn't enough. I saved your sister in such a crucial matter, there must be a reward. Approaching Shinobu, Shun forces her to back away several steps. He exudes the aura of a playboy cornering a virtuous maiden. Anything Take-me-kun desires, as long as it's within my ability. Shinobu lifts her head and makes her solemn promise. Are you sure, Shinobu? Taking another step closer, Shun's aggressive stance leaves Shinobu retreating until her back presses against the wall. Realizing Shun's intentions, her thoughts are flooded with scenes of him and Mitsuri, making her blush even deeper. Shun steps forward, Shinobu steps back, until there's nowhere else to retreat. Lowering her head like a trapped bird, she becomes utterly flustered. Despite her petite frame, Shinobu, at 16 years old, boasts a subtle elegance that stands out even in her conservative demon slayer uniform. I. Shinobu stammers, her ears turning bright red. Then I won't hold back. Shun decisively pins her against the wall, leaning in for a bold and forceful kiss. Minutes pass before Shinobu, breathless, leans on Shun for support. Regaining composure, she glares at him with watery violet eyes, pushing him away in embarrassment and anger. Take-me-kun. Ahaha. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. Recognizing her conflicted emotions, Shun presses forward. I've liked you since the first time we met. Holding her firmly in his arms, Shun confesses softly, I want to marry you, Shinobu, and stay together forever. I promised Yubuyashiki that I would bring down Mizan and end this 1,000-year tragedy. If I fail to tell you my feelings, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. These heartfelt words dismantle Shinobu's defenses, and she collapses into his embrace. Overwhelmed by emotions and Shun's sweet words, Shinobu surprises him with a kiss of her own. As their passion intensifies, Shinobu suddenly bites his lip hard. The taste of blood leaves Shun stunned. Promise me you'll stay safe. Momentarily taken aback, Shun lifts her into his arms and lays her on the bed. I promise. Chapter 49, Dama-yo turns human. As the Demon Slayer Corps focused on gathering information about Muzn, Shun approached Dama-yo with a purpose. He had previously acquired the blood of Akaza and Dama, which could potentially expedite her research. When Shun arrived at her clinic, a soft, agonized groan reached his ears. Ah! The pain sound echoed through the room, muffled by the clinic's soundproofing. Otherwise, Dama-yo's cries of distress might have filled the entire manor. Her entire body was flushed pink, cold sweat pooling on her back and soaking through her thin kimono, accentuating her mature figure. Dama-yo was clearly in agony, her toes curled, her brow furrowed, and she clutched her chest as if in unbearable pain. Shun quickly assessed the situation. Entering the room, he noticed various vials and concoctions strewn across the table. Lady Dama-yo, were you experimenting on yourself? Her anguished expression raised alarm in Shun's heart. He rushed to her side, gently lifting her upper body into his lap. As he wiped the sweat from her forehead, he loosened the upper part of her kimono. Sure enough, swollen purple veins snaked across her pale skin. Pressing a hand to her chest, Shun felt her heart pounding frantically, as though it might burst. If it were merely physical damage, her demon physiology could handle it, but the problem ran deeper. Her mind and body were under immense strain. In the world of Kimetsu no Yaiba, demons were born from Mizan's blood, which carried immense spiritual energy. This energy often created a dichotomy between a demon's human soul and its demonic essence. Though Dama-yo had broken free of Mizan's control, remnants of his influence remained within her body. Now, as she tested the humanizing serum, her physical and spiritual energies clashed violently. Lady Dama-yo, you're in danger. Shun began channeling his mystical palm technique to stabilize her body. Stay conscious and focus on the warmth of my hands. If anything feels wrong, let me know immediately. He instructed. Despite her pain, Dama-yo nodded weakly, closing her eyes to concentrate. Slowly, She felt the heat from Shun's hands permeate her body, bringing both pain and comfort. "Ah. It's so hot," she murmured, her voice trembling. The restorative energy flowed through her, mending her physical injuries. But as her body healed, the mental struggle grew more apparent. Shun frowned. "If this were a mental attack, I could counter it with my Mangekyo Sharingan. But this is a battle between body and soul." Seeing her eyes losing focus, he made a swift decision. Activating his master-slave contract, he infused his chakra into her, forming an unbreakable bond. "Lady Tamayo, I'm using magic to stabilize your soul. Trust me," he said firmly. Under the contract's influence, the demonic energy within Tamayo was subdued. The humanizing serum took full effect, allowing her transformation to complete. Tamayo's breathing steadied as her body began to cool. Slowly, she opened her eyes and looked at Shun with gratitude. "Thank you, Take-Mikun. Without you, I might have lost myself," she said softly. Shun hesitated. "Lady Tamayo, there's something you need to know." He glanced at her, his expression conflicted. "Because of the master-slave contract, I am now your master. Your life and death are tied to my will." Pausing, he continued, "If you ever harbor ill will toward me or defy my commands, the contract's backlash will be severe." Tamayo's face darkened at the revelation. Though she had escaped Mizen's control, she was now bound to Shun. Yet, before she could fully process her emotions, a sudden jolt shook her. Both she and Shun froze. The contract had triggered its backlash. Tamayo's residual negative feelings toward Shun had set it off. Chapter 50, as expected of Mizen. The next day, Shun extended his hand, his thoughts inevitably comparing other women to Tamayo. He couldn't help but admire her in his heart. Feeling the movement of someone beside her, Tamayo opened her eyes. Her complicated gaze met Shun's handsome face, his perfect figure, and his vibrant demeanor. At first, she felt annoyed, then mesmerized. Finally, she wasn't sure if her feelings stemmed from the contract or from last night. She stood up like a devoted wife and carefully helped him adjust his clothing. Shun enjoyed her care, and when he lowered his gaze to see her alluring figure barely clad in a thin gauze robe, he couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her. Don't. It's already late," she murmured. "My lady, you're not allowed to disobey your master's orders," he replied with a mischievous smile. Soon, the clothing Shun had just put on was discarded once again. Until noon, after covering the sleeping Tamayo with a blanket, Shun dressed, sprayed himself with a green and orange-scented perfume, and returned to the butterfly mansion. "Shun." In the courtyard, Kenny angrily stopped him. "Kenny? What's wrong?" Confused, Shun followed Kenny as she dragged him to an isolated corner of the yard and confronted him seriously. "What's going on with Shinobu lately?" "What do you mean?" Shun asked, feigning ignorance. Kenny glared at him, pinching his arm. "Don't play dumb. Just look at Shinobu. It's obvious." Her cheeks flushed slightly, whether from anger or embarrassment, and she pouted before muttering, "You're so annoying." Shinobu was right, "You're such a pervert." Seeing her flustered state, Shun stopped pretending. He chuckled and said firmly, All right. I promise to make both you and Shinobu happy. Kenny, I'll marry you." Although this was the Taisho era, a time of great change, traditional values still persisted. Marrying multiple wives might invite envy, but the customs and laws of the time allowed it. Yuzui Tenjin with his 3 wives was a prime example. This emboldened Shun's confidence, but first, he needed Kenny's agreement. He stepped closer, sensing an opportunity, and held Kenny in his arms. She was trapped, her large, clear eyes looking straight at him, her defenses lowered. "I know I've been reckless," Shun said softly. "But with the final battle against Mizen approaching, I need to tell you how I feel. Mizen is so powerful, I don't know if I'll survive." Kenny's body tensed at his words. She hugged him tightly, and he continued, "You wouldn't want to be separated from Shinobu, would you? If we succeed, the 3 of us can always be together." Shun's whispers gently persuaded her. When Kenny let out a faint, he knew his plan was progressing smoothly. The following day the Demon Slayer Corps located Tsukihiko, one of Mizen's disguises. Upon receiving the news, Shun, the 7 Hashira, and the entire corps gathered at a Western-style mansion on the outskirts of the city. The Kikuchi unit evacuated a mother and child nearby and secured a 100-mile radius around the area. Only the Hashira were allowed near the 2-story bungalow. As Shun and the Demon Slayers completed their preparations, a voice suddenly echoed from Sanmai's direction. "What is that?" A large eye, surrounded by countless fleshy tentacles, appeared on the roof of the building. It stared directly at Shun and the Hashira before erupting into countless red eyes. Shun's thoughts flashed to the Naruto series, likening the scene to an unexpected climactic twist. Is Kibutsujima's assembling the 12 Kizuki here? Such meticulous planning. So cautious. He muttered, his lips twitching. A sound broke through his thoughts. The pluck of a biwa string resonated from within the building. With the melody of Natime's biwa, the Infinity Castle manipulation activated. Before the Hashira could react, Shun was transported into the infamous Infinity Castle. As the disorienting spatial shift settled, Shun found himself in a world of distorted architecture. Directions and gravity seemed to warp, and buildings spiraled unnaturally. This eerie, Japanese-style city was Natime's creation, her biwa controlling the castle's intricate structure. As Mizen's loyal servant, Natime maintained the castle and facilitated his plans. Shun recalled the original story where Mizen's wrath led to him mercilessly killing his subordinates within this castle. In this place, Mizen's terrifying strength was on full display. If Mizen wasn't the greatest villain here, I'd think he was a disciplined professional returning from military training. Shun thought wryly. As the space around him shifted, Natime's biwa played another note, and 5 demons appeared before him. Standing at different points were Natime, who controlled the castle from above, and 4 other demons encircling Shun. Yet Mizen remained unseen. Surveying the scene, Shun sighed deeply. To teleport me directly into the Infinity Castle, mobilize every demon, and stay hidden yourself. As expected of Mizen, ever so cautious. Chapter 51, Shun vs. Upper Moon. Shun firmly threw a mental shield at the 5 demons surrounding him. Then he drew his niche iron sword in his hand and spoke softly, "This will be a good choice to test my swordsmanship against the deaths of 4 Upper Moons." Shun's words were very arrogant. Even the remaining demons felt ashamed. "What? You're so arrogant when you're about to die. What a waste of your handsome face," Daki said with disgust, losing her patience. "You all need to be careful. He is capable of killing Dama and Akasa. It seems he is indeed a worthy opponent." Kakushibo looked at Shun while drawing his sword with fighting spirit in his eyes. Seeing Kakushibo draw his sword, Daki, who was like a child, also covered her mouth. But only Gyako, whose mentality was paranoid, did not take Shun seriously. He was a demon whose body was connected to a pot. His entire body was white, with yellow eyes, green lips, and purple fins on his head. His mouth was where his eyes were on his forehead and mouth, and several small arms grew from his head and other parts of his body. He was cruel and arrogant, very talkative, and liked to mock others. Therefore, while the others were careful in drawing their strings, he was very confident. "No matter how strong you are, you cannot compare to us." Mizen is very cautious. The 4 Upper Moons attack at the same time. It won't be long before this guy's companions might hold his body and cry. That's what demon slayers have been doing all this time. Ha 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 ha. Gyako smiled happily. Whoosh. Pukai suddenly, a dazzling light appeared, and the rest of his words were suddenly caught in his throat, his eyes widening. Some looked on in horror as a line of blood appeared on Gyako's neck, and then the line of blood grew larger. Finally, his entire head fell to the ground. After that, Gyako's eyes bulged in disbelief. He had a mouth, and even before he could speak, he was turned into black smoke by the energy of the sun and vanished from the world. Upper Moon 5 Gyako died unexpectedly and fragilely. What actually happened just now? It should be noted that Gyako's body was stronger and harder than diamond. At this moment, Daki and Hanu suddenly became fearful. "A group of minions, are they worthy of killing me?" A faint voice sounded again, and the young man stared at them with cold eyes. This time, all the demons were shocked. Although Daki and Hanu were both Upper Moon demons, this scene was quite frightening, and Daki almost screamed at Hanu. It was Upper Moon 5. No matter how much Daki hated him, Gyako was ugly and disgusting to a man obsessed with pots all day, but he was still a demon of the same level as her. For the 12 Kizuki, apart from Kakushibo, the difference between the remaining Upper Moons was not so clear. But Gyako, who was nearly as strong as her, was suddenly crushed to death without any warning, like an ant on the roadside. The atmosphere suddenly became very frightening. For a long time, Hanu even broke out in a cold sweat on his face and unconsciously took a few steps back. Natime, who was on top of a tall building, stopped playing the biwa and trembled uncontrollably. Now in this situation, her heart was swallowed by fear, and her face changed wildly. Her original arrogance had disappeared, her teeth were chattering, and her beautiful eyes stared at Shun in horror. Because she felt the meaning of the sun on another person. At that moment, she felt as if she was truly seeing the bright sun passing by. "What is that?" The frightened Daki was already crying. No one answered this question. The atmosphere that was once intense now became an endless terrifying silence. Especially the first Upper Moon, Kakushibo, whose expression was very strange at this moment. He looked scared, angry, and at the same time envious and jealous. It was hard to imagine that Kakushibo, who was always as calm as the cold moonlight, would have such complex emotions? The reason was very simple. At this moment, he saw in Shun a figure very similar to his brother Tsukaguni Yoriichi. Moreover, the way Shun held the Nichiren sword slowly made Kakushibo incessantly remember the fear of being nearly killed by Yoriichi, who was dying of old age. Sun breathing. He ignored Daki's voice and finally confirmed the truth of the sword after a while. Kakushibo's emotions became more intense. You practice sun breathing. No one in this world knew sun breathing, but they would never forget it was Kakushibo and Muzn. To surpass his brother, Kakushibo even chose to leave his family, wife, and children, becoming a demon slayer like Yoriichi and learning the breathing techniques. However, while studying sun breathing, because he could not withstand the power of the sun, Kakushibo, also known as Tsukaguni Wichikatsu, had to create an inferior version of sun breathing, the moon breathing. Just like no matter how bright the moon is, how can it compete with the sun? Because he always lost to his younger brother, who was a genius. Out of jealousy towards Yoriichi and his desire for immortality, Michikatsu betrayed the demon slayer core in every way and joined Muzn, becoming the first upper moon, Kakushibo. The existence of sun breathing seemed to remind him that he was not as good as Yoriichi. Kakushibo never expected that after hundreds of years, he would see a sun breathing user again, especially since his aura was so similar to Yoriichi. Is this his successor? Finally, I can fight you again? Kakushibo roared, seeing Shun tightly holding the Nichiren sword in his hand, his fighting spirit boiling. Yoriichi's death gave him a defeat that he would never be able to win back in his lifetime, making Kakushibo realize that he would never have a chance to defeat Yoriichi. Since that moment, he vowed never to lose to anyone other than Yoriichi. Kakushibo admitted that he originally chose this evil intent to defeat Yoriichi, but Yoriichi's death meant he would never have a chance to surpass Yoriichi. Then, he helped Muzn kill all the swordsmen who understood sun breathing. However, now a new heir of sun breathing has appeared, just like the person replacing Yoriichi once again appeared before him. Kakushibo deeply felt the presence of fate. Perhaps he had become so ugly, so dirty and had honed his swordsmanship for hundreds of years in the world just for this moment. Kill the heir of sun breathing. Almost without hesitation, Kakushibo transformed into a demon. His face became very fierce, countless swords appeared on his body, and the sword in his hand also transformed into a longer sword with a main sword. Boy who inherits sun breathing, state your name. Kakushibo roared angrily, and the terrifying sword energy spread in all directions, even splitting the floor around him, making Daki have to retreat in fear. Take him, Shun. Shun stopped not far away, calmly staring at the ferocious demon in front of him. I inherit the technique of sun breathing from Senior Yoriichi, and tonight I can help him understand the grudge between siblings. Tsukaguni Wichikatsu, draw your sword. As soon as the voice fell, Kakushibo unleashed his strongest technique without hesitation. Moon breathing 16th form, Mundo, half moon. Several giant swords of wind fell from the sky accompanied by countless full moon swords falling at the same time. The surging sword energy condensed into a thin line at this moment. Kakushibo's attack produced hazy sword light in the air, like fog and rain, and slashed towards Shun from an incredible angle. His sword swung freely, like a deer hanging its antlers. It was like a master swordsman of unparalleled skill. Swoosh! 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 Countless swords of wind exploded in the thin air, with a sound that shook. At this moment, the entire ground undulated with waves of air and countless sword lights, and their explosions were chaotic. Even hard stones exploded, and cracks burst from the ground. Your swordsmanship is good, but unfortunately, for me right now, there is no one in this world who can hurt me. Shun's face was indifferent. Kakushibo was very strong. Among the 12 Kizuki, he always ranked first in upper moons. Even Dama would surely be hacked to death when facing Kakushibo. Shun had used Tsukimi nearly 100 times, fighting with demons day and night, just to train this sun breathing. When Shun defeated Hashira with his swordsmanship, the demon slayer had no one who could match his swordsmanship. After experiencing the battle with Akaza, using sun breathing, Shun had stepped into the transparent world. Too weak. Shun shook his head. After that, the sun appeared above the world. The bright sun shone in the sky like the sunrise over the sea, illuminating everything. Soon, a devastating explosion was heard. Boom. Everything turned to ash. Facing a realm he could never reach, Kakushibo sighed. I just wanted to be you, Yoriichi, why are you getting further away? In the end, I didn't win anyone. Why was I born in this world? To make you glorious? So sad. Kakushibo's entire body turned into pieces and turned into black smoke under the influence of the sun's energy and vanished from this world. Among the tattered clothes, only 2 broken flutes given by Yoriichi to his brother 400 years ago fell to the ground. The first upper moon Kakushibo died. After killing Kakushibo, Shun seemed to have crushed an insect to death. He rolled up his sleeves and calmly turned to look at Upper Moon 6. As the eyes of both parties met, Daki was so frightened that she cried. Anyai-chan. Help me. A large wound suddenly appeared on her back, and then a lump of flesh and blood flew out and immediately transformed into a humanoid monster. His hair was dark green, and his body color was light gray. The upper body was naked, the lower body wore blue pants, and his arms were wrapped in red and black ribbons. There was no doubt that this was the real Upper Moon 6, Jutaro. You are the one who bullied my little sister until she cried. Jutaro, holding two bloody scythes, roared, and when he saw Shun's face change, he became rough and twisted. You! Jutaro roared angrily. He stared at Shun's face, especially when seeing the other party so handsome. He felt jealousy and anger surging in his heart. Very good, with a tall figure, handsome face, white skin. Very good. Very good. An evil smile appeared on his ugly face. Jutaro scratched his face with his fingers and stared at him. If your face is ruined, you will be very ugly. As the voice came, Jutaro rushed towards Shun. This time he directly used his strongest technique. Blood demon art, rotating circular slashes, flying blood sickles. The blood slashes swirled like a whirlwind and tangled in his hands. At this moment, Jutaro's arm seemed to be cut at the highest speed, causing choking force and creating a strong wind flow. Even a carefully crafted iron tool like the Nichiren sword would turn into pieces if cut hard. Shun recognized his opponent's technique. In the original work, Jutaro unleashed this blood demon art before he died, almost destroying the entire Yashiwara street. In terms of pure destructive power, it surpassed Akaza's attack. Under the hopeful gaze of Gyako, Naotime, and Daki, Jutaro screamed. The blood in his body exploded, and even the clothes on his body seemed to be blown by the wind and fluttered. A small blood whirlwind appeared in the air. This blood demon art was like a miniature storm, even capable of causing wind changes. When run at high speed, the scythe swords inside it vibrated faintly, like a cutting machine. This attack alone was enough to penetrate armored vehicles. Whoosh! This attack split the air and decapitated Shun in midair. So, you have no memory at all while in your sister's body, right? Facing Jutaro, Shun's expression softened slightly. The frightened and crying Daki looked at her brother's figure and wanted to remind him. Unfortunately, it was too late. Shun tightly gripped the Nichiren sword in his hand. Clang! The Nichiren sword was drawn, and with a wave from Shun, the sword light containing the energy of the sun countered the trend. The momentum of this slash was extraordinary, and as the sword emerged, the entire wind froze as if still. The red sword light transformed into an unreachable light, passing through the high-speed rotating blood demon art, the bloody scythes, and Jutaro's body, splitting him in two. Daki watched this scene in a daze, the shadow of death almost making her faint, and she helplessly stared at her brother who had been cut in two. Think of something. If this continues, we will all die. Jutaro tried to smile. Sorry, Daki, Anyai-chan. There's nothing we can do this time. No. Nothing we can do? Daki's eyes widened, and she made a fuss like a child. Why can't we do it? Why? Why do we have to die? Damn it. It's all your fault, you useless bastard, you're so ugly, you only know how to sleep every day. Jutaro shouted angrily, the other party is clearly too strong, damn. Why didn't you tell me anything about such a strong enemy? Damn. Ugly. Waste. The two siblings suddenly began to argue. How could an ugly man like you be my brother? We shouldn't have blood relations. You're a loser. You clearly only know how to fight. If you lose, you're worthless. Are you kidding? You would have died a long time ago without me. Do you know how many times I've saved you? You would have been dead a long time ago without me. Jutaro kept shouting, my life would be so different without you. It would be so fun without you. Why do you always have to clean up your mess? If someone like you wasn't born, however, he did not finish his last words, and the sun's energy turned him to ash. Anyai-chan. Anyai-chan. Don't go. Anyai-chan. Seeing this scene, Daki immediately knelt helplessly and cried. Daki. The young man's gentle voice sounded, and he did not know when the other party had been by his side. Shun placed his palm on her head and gently stroked her beautiful white hair. Go, your big brother is still waiting for you, remember. Even if it's hell, you must get along. The next moment, the red sword light ignited. Upper Moon 6, Daki and Jutaro vanished like blue smoke. At that moment, vaguely Shun saw a girl with white hair named who playfully jumped onto her brother. She smiled happily and beautifully, clinging to her brother's back as if she had the whole world. Jutaro seemed to mumble something impatiently, but still hugged her tightly on his back. The brother and sister embraced each other and disappeared step by step into hell. Chapter 52, Susanoo, seeing this scene, Shun felt a bit complicated. He sighed, then blamed all the sins on Aizen, who had not yet appeared. I am no longer interested in drawing my sword, so let's end this. As those words left his mouth, a great uproar occurred throughout the Infinity Castle. Giant trees reaching the sky rose up in rebellion, destroying the entire Infinity Castle. In the blink of an eye, not time and hand turned to ash, and Aizen, who had been hiding in a dark corner, was finally exposed to the outside world. The Hashira, who had been anxiously waiting outside for a long time, finally saw the emergence of Shun and Aizen. Among the giant trees in the sky, Aizen, feared by many, was struggling desperately. He had white hair, his limbs and lower body were covered in blood and hair, with a large mouth filled with sharp teeth growing all over his body, his face cracked, and his mouth split into two, transforming into a giant, bloody animal mouth. 9 thorny whips emerged from his back, and 8 longer and stronger whip tubes protruded from his legs. At this moment, a total of 17 thorn whips launched a violent attack with all of Aizen's strength. The long whips, several stories high, were swung simultaneously, and the thorn whips were pulled into the air with a deafening sonic boom. Due to the sheer number of thorn whips and their incredible speed, the entire forest of giant trees echoed with hundreds of sonic explosions. Whoosh! 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 One by one, the thorn whips struck the air, and their attacks were like lightning, as if splitting heaven and earth. The sonic explosions boomed loudly, destroying many trees that tried to trap him, and the collisions made the sound of steel deform. Hundreds of attacks ripped through the atmosphere and created a tremendous sonic boom, colliding with the trees that stretched endlessly. From a distance, it appeared as if there was an invisible giant axe cutting through the ground where they stood. Even a hill could be shattered into pieces by the hundreds of sonic explosive whips used by Aizen with all his might. The entire city shook violently, thinking it was an earthquake, and all the inhabitants fled in panic. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and both the giant trees that suddenly descended to the world and the thick earth were all destroyed by such an attack. At this moment, both the members of the Demon Slayer Corps and the 7 Hashira watched this scene in horror. Aizen's power was truly beyond their reach. Without Damayo's medicine, the scars left by Yoriichi, and gunpowder explosions, these 7 Hashira might not survive that terrifying attack for 3 seconds. It was impossible for anyone to survive the hundreds of thorn whips capable of triggering sonic explosions. This was how it should be. However, both the Hashira and the other members of the Demon Slayer Corps fell silent in doubt as they looked at the giant trees reaching the sky. What is this? Sanmai, the most uncultured, was so frightened that he couldn't even hold his sword. Looking at the giant trees in the sky, he felt as if he had mistakenly entered an era of mythology. The branches of the trees were more terrifying than steel, like spears blocking the sky and shooting towards Aizen. Thousands of branches and leaves from each tree stretched out to form a massive fist, capable of easily destroying houses, even attacking Aizen from all directions. Not only that, but they even saw a wooden dragon covering the sky and roaring, slamming Aizen to the ground. The immensely powerful Demon King, who had plunged humanity into darkness for thousands of years, was being crushed like a flea. Aizen, who also realized this, became increasingly frenzied. He began to reveal all his trump cards. Black Blood, Brambles. Shockwave Energy Blast. After Aizen evolved into a terrifying giant mouth form, his aura increased. He channeled all the power of his body into his lungs. Then he opened his mouth and fired a sound wave. This was his strongest attack. Centered on Aizen, every inch of land caused the entire city to shake like an earthquake. Huge chasms and cracks tore apart the entire road, spreading out to hundreds of meters away. The sound waves were almost like a substance, turning into the sharpest attack, destroying everything around. Houses, land, trees, and stones, all solid objects turned to dust under the sound of destruction. Almost half of the city was reduced to ruins due to this attack. Even the giant trees that had just reached the sky were destroyed by this trump card. Aizen transformed into a figure 5 meters tall and rushed toward Shun while the trees were destroyed and had not yet recovered. When everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps saw the strange 5-meter tall figure resembling a giant crossing 100 meters and charging toward Shun, they all hurriedly shouted. Seeing this massive monster of flesh and blood about to break through the layers of giant trees and crush Shun to death with its enormous fist, the 6-pointed star-shaped Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly spun. While many people were worried and screaming, a purple giant wearing armor and holding a purple sword suddenly appeared. Boom! Aizen collided with the purple giant. The ground shook, and smoke and dust rising into the sky covered the entire battlefield. Swoosh! An enormous sword light flew almost piercing the sky. After the sword light passed, a long golden line that seemed to come from the sky still lingered. The sword light passed through Aizen and flew out of the world of trees, killing countless giant trees reaching the sky along the way. Light like the sun filled the entire world, until everyone's vision recovered and they looked closely. Mizn transformed into a lump of black smoke and vanished into the night wind. The dark clouds had disappeared, and the bright moon hung high. Susanoo stood on the earth. Chapter 53, Huge Success. Silence. An endless stillness. Everyone looked at this scene with confusion in their eyes as if they were dreaming. Some were stunned, some judged despairingly, and some were intoxicated. As the night wind blew, the scattered moonlight seemed to block the space around it and envelop the scenery. It was like a page from ancient mythology. The beautiful sword light that illuminated everything faded, the demon king Kibutsujima's turned into collapsing black smoke and vanished. At this moment, as the purple giant disappeared, under the moonlight, the young man holding the sword stood among the ruins, calmly gazing at the starry night sky. Under the starlight, the glowing figure resembled a scene taken from ancient myths. Whether it was Mitsuri, Kani among the Hashira, or Shinobu watching from outside, or even all the girls from the Demon Slayer Corps, their hearts raced as they witnessed this scene. It was unclear who woke up first, but like a chain reaction, the entire Demon Slayer team cheered at the same time. Victory! The Demon King Kibutsujima's has been killed by us. We and Takema killed the Demon King. This is finally over. From now on, demons will no longer appear. Oh! At this moment, everyone rushed toward the center of the battlefield as if boiling. They crossed the gaps that traversed the streets of the entire city, rushing to the battlefield hill without caring, and tossed Shun into the air. No one cared what it was, they just needed to know that their hero had defeated the Demon King who brought trouble to the world. Everyone cheered and celebrated, even the Hashira had different expressions at this moment. Fortunate, moved, grateful, and even a bit confused, but nonetheless, the Demon King who was hated by everyone and brought death and fear was finally ended by this young man. The shadow that had enveloped them for thousands of years, the fate of everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps, disappeared tonight. After the members of the Demon Slayer Corps conveyed this news back, the entire Yubuyashiki family joined in the celebration, and almost all industries under the Yubuyashiki family's power distributed red packets. A grand feast was held in this ancient house that had long been hidden. Everyone was immersed in this very magnificent and joyful festival. Even Jamai, who was always quiet and calm, drank a lot of wine at night and chatted a lot, while Winsanmai and Kyojuro got even more drunk. As for Shun, who was the center of the entire banquet, he was toasted by almost everyone. Even Kageya, who was seriously ill, drank with everyone. Inside the house, in the restaurant, near the bonfire, the aroma of sake, barbecue, and oily food filled the air, along with drunken cheers and the exotic tones of the shamisen. The northern wind blew gently with a coolness, starting with a small pure white dot, then snowflakes fell from the night sky. Oh! Everyone cheered in unison, and the square windows opened one by one, gazing at the beautiful first snow. It was unclear who lit the first firework in the sky. Soon after, red, bright yellow, and blue fireworks of various colors burst in the night sky. Everyone watched the fireworks in the sky while laughing and cheering. Shun looked at them with a rare expression of tenderness. Just live a good life like this. You guys don't have to die in battle, you guys don't have to face death early, but you guys can experience a long and happy life as ordinary people. It's not in vain that I allowed you guys to live such a life. Letting these gentle and sorrowful people not bear sadness and death, but continue to live is the second most proud thing Shun has ever done in this world. As for the first thing he was proud of, Shun looked at the girls with flushed faces after drinking a few glasses of sake and felt that he had to act soon. He first quietly glanced at Mitsuri. The eyes of the girl who had transformed suddenly became watery, and she quietly got up and went to room. Shun then approached Kani and whispered in her ear, making the girl's face turn red. I know, I will leave after a while. The untouched girl still had very thin skin, so she pushed Shun to let her go first, and she would leave later. And when Kani was bowing her head and feeling confused and shy, she did not realize that Shun and Shinobu had left one by one. Once they reached the corridor, the two were stuck together, inseparable. Shun, I really want to go to Nasan's room. It's okay, Kani can't go back for now, and besides, this is exciting, right? If so. Do you want me to change Nasan's clothes? After watching everyone at the party having fun and no one noticing her, Kani stood quietly. As she walked through the courtyard, she unconsciously bent her body and took a long way. Her heart was pounding. After finally walking down this path and returning to her room, she saw the two of them on her bed. Kani immediately blushed and stepped back with a low voice. Am I coming at the wrong time? No. You came just in time. On the other side, Mitsuri, who had been waiting in room for a long time, was waiting but saw no one. After a while, the unexpected Damayo opened the door and entered. Her face was very flushed as if she had drunk too much. Mitsuri. Takema-kun is waiting for you in another room. Although she did not know why Shun had moved places, Mitsuri still complied. Until they entered Kenny's room together, Mitsuri felt embarrassed and angry after seeing the unexpected sight, and said dissatisfiedly to a certain bastard, "Shun-kun, you too." Before Mitsuri could finish speaking, Damayo behind her locked the door and pushed her onto the bed without hesitation. Under Mitsuri's incredulous gaze, Damayo, who was somewhat shy, opened her clothes and bowed her head to explain, "Mitsuri, I'm sorry. I can't possibly disobey my master's orders." The next day, several days passed. A week later, several days passed. Finally, under Shun's guidance, they received such a sight. The orgy plan was a huge success. Chapter 54, Sun Breathing plus Sage Mode. After the demons were gone, everyone in the Demon Slayer Corps lived a happy life. Since the Yubuyashiki family is an ancient family with a history of over 1,000 years, this family has continued from the Han period to the present and plays a decisive role throughout the country. Therefore, the salaries of the Demon Slayer Corps members are quite high. Even the lowest rank can receive a salary roughly equivalent to 200,000 yen in modern society every month. Hashira ranks can earn as much salary as they want. As a result, Hashira now receives a monthly pension from the Yubuyashiki family, and most members of the Demon Slayer Corps have worked in other industries. Their previous salaries and subsequent funds were enough to allow these heroes who have experienced life and death to live a life without burdens. After Kyojiro returned home and inherited the family, he lived with his alcoholic father every day, accompanying his wife and making a ruckus. After Tomioka visited his teacher, he lived quietly in the mountains and forests. Although he was somewhat autistic, he was quite popular among the people in the mountains. Sanmai went to the countryside with his younger brother because he didn't know much about culture. The two brothers also quarreled every day, but their relationship was much better than before. Obanai wandered elsewhere and disappeared without a trace. Tenjin was the true winner in life. This man lived on the street near the Yubuyashiki family. After buying a house, he invited his 3 wives to show affection all day long. Jamai also built a temple and adopted several homeless children. He gradually let go of the ties of the past. The Kamado family's life is currently boring and happy. Tanjiro has opened a charcoal shop, and his siblings are attending school. Shun occasionally went to visit Ki until one day when 13-year-old Nezuko gave him a sachet. He was so scared thinking about the 3-year sentence that he sneaked out at night instead. In recent days, Shun had been intimate with the girls. After a few days, the time for the roulette finally passed. One morning, he rose from the pile of girls and lazily lay in the yard. Roulette, return. The flow of time in both worlds is constant at one day. Shun disappeared into a beam of light reflecting the sky. The long river of time in the Kimetsu no Yaiba world was set in the time of one day. Main world. The myriad roulette realm released rays that protected the sky and reached eternity. As the wheel spun, Shun slowly opened his eyes. He turned his palm, and a black sword, thinner and sleeker than an ordinary sword, appeared in his hand. For a moment, it seemed like there was a flash of light in the room, and it appeared to be just an illusion in the blink of an eye. Shun placed the niche iron sword in his hand and gently pushed a teacup on the coffee table with the tip of his finger. He watched the entire teacup as if it were pixels decaying, turning into small pieces that were hard to see clearly, resembling an hourglass. The 4th gate of the 8 gates could be opened and closed in an instant, and the transparent world, in looking at the world around it, also felt familiar and comfortable. Shun closed his eyes and began to feel this breath very carefully. However, he had integrated sun breathing into himself, but this time he found a certain sense of disharmony. Compared to the stability of the Kimetsu no Yaiba world, sun breathing seemed more active and restless when executed now. It seemed eager and wanted to burst out of his body immediately. As a result, Shun felt uncomfortable all over as he surged with energy. Every time he used sun breathing, he felt a pressing sensation of breathing. Is this caused by the difference between the two worlds? Shun carefully sensed this feeling and immediately thought of the biggest difference between the two worlds. Spiritual energy? Does sun breathing push my body to crave spiritual energy from the outside world? Shun suddenly became shocked. Tsukaiguni Yoriichi, what kind of monster are you? In the Kimetsu no Yaiba world, there is a spiritual body, and there is hell and heaven. There were once some metaphysical experts who believed that Yoriichi was the favorite of the gods and was born specifically to exterminate Maz. Therefore, he was born with the mark and the transparent world. His breathing technique itself was sun breathing, specifically used to kill demons. Initially, Shun didn't pay much attention to it, but now after experiencing sun breathing again, he felt Yoriichi's existence was truly outrageous. A group of martial arts practitioners has a mix of immortal cultivators? Shun suddenly felt that going to the Kimetsu no Yaiba world to increase his rank was a good idea. Now, he was very eager to gain spiritual power and try sun breathing. However, Shun did not have a non-Myoji training method. His previous spiritual power relied entirely on monsters coming to his door and being absorbed by the wood element to develop himself. How can we find a way to absorb spiritual power from the outside world? Shun dug out the magical bronze mirror he had taken from the onmyoji who sent him the equipment. He searched for a long time and couldn't find any training methods inside it. However, every time he touched the bronze mirror and sensed the spiritual power within it, the sun breathing in his body would become very excited. The two sides almost touched several times, but it felt like there was an invisible film that couldn't be broken. If this is still alive, I could use the wood element to extract spiritual power, but this is a magic weapon. Shun frowned and looked through his skill panel, and finally, his eyes lit up when he saw Sage Mode. In the Naruto world, even Senju Hashirama needs to activate Sage Mode, borrowing natural energy from the outside world and his own life energy, achieving a perfect spiritual energy ratio to obtain such terrifying blue energy. Sage Mode itself is a skill that needs to be learned later, plus Sage Mode in this Naruto world is about absorbing natural energy from the outside world. So in my world, where spiritual energy is revived, could this state of communication with the outside world allow me to absorb spiritual energy? It seems I need to activate Sage Mode. Thinking of this, Shun did not continue experiencing sun breathing but focused all his attention on the golden roulette in his field of vision. This time, he completed his transformation in the Kimetsu no Yaiba world and almost changed most of the plot. His rating shouldn't be low, right? Chapter 55, Extra Points. Shun breathed a sigh of relief after seeing his performance this time. From the death of Kacho Kenny to the tragedy of the Kamado family, to the original end of the Demon Slayer Corps, and the tragic death of Tamayo, Shun had nearly changed everything from the original work. Added to that was a complete collection of breathing techniques and a thorough transformation of his mind, body, and skills. Shun was indeed perfect this time. However, his own power was already extraordinary in the Kimetsu no Yaiba world. It was unrealistic to achieve rank S through deception in this way. It was an unexpected surprise to receive a rank SS evaluation. In addition, Shun also explored a new aspect of the Myriad Realms roulette. Myriad Realms items? Shun recalled Ultraman transformations, Kamen Rider belts, various Doraemon gadgets. The more he thought about it, the hotter he became. At this moment, his hands felt itchy. Thinking of this, Shun immediately clicked on the item lottery page. Lottery draw. The roulette spun slowly, and as bright meteors crossed the sky, the white light filling his field of vision faded. What caught Shun's attention was perfect version of the Drowning Girl Spring, Nyannichuan. In the Japanese manga and anime Ranma 1/2, the Drowning Girl Spring is a cursed spring in Juzenkyo. It is said that a young girl drowned in that spring 1500 years ago. If someone falls into one of the springs, they will transform after being splashed with cold water. However, it seemed that Shun had obtained the perfect version. This meant his. This is so frightening. Shun suddenly felt as if he had seen something indescribable. His face changed drastically, and he carefully placed the small bucket containing the Drowning Girl Spring in the corner of his private space. This item was a treasure for some. For a bastard like Shun, it was more frightening than killing him. Forget it, just consider it a cushion. I will definitely pull out some good items later. Shun clicked on the Millennium Lottery without giving up and started the lottery without thinking about it. Once again, meteors crossed the blue sky, and as the white light filling the world faded, unexpected abilities appeared before him. When Shun saw this name, his expression became increasingly strange. Gale Sword Master, Skill 1 Steel Flash, a fast sword attack with the intent of the sword. Each steel flash will gain a layer of whirlwind/effect. After accumulating 2 layers of whirlwind/effect, Steel Flash will form a wave that can knock down opponents. Skill 2 Wind Barrier, forms a wall of airflow that can block attacks from one direction. Skill 3 Forward Slash, a quick attack. The sword energy accumulated during the attack will enhance the effect of the next sword attack. Mystery, Breathless Slash, shining above the thrown target, slashing 24 wind-controlling sword energies with unparalleled sword speed, entering the breathless condition. Each sword swing will provide additional wind control. Although the abilities of the Gale Sword Master had changed in the real world, these 3 sword skills were still very practical, including attack methods, defense methods, transfer thrusts, and small bursts of momentum. And these abilities came with a special spiritual energy called Sword Intent. Sword Intent not only enhances the power of swinging the sword but also generates fierce winds. It can also serve as a new enhancement and refinement for Shun's own spiritual energy. Initially, the way to enhance spiritual energy was by adding points to Sharingan or by absorbing spiritual energy, the good things that promote a person's overall evolution. The emergence of Sword Intent now can make my spiritual energy denser and purer. Although it was not as strong as the Direct Death Eye and Simulation Innovation Map, the ability to draw this ability was quite practical for Shun at the moment and could be considered as preservation capital. After 2 Gakka pulls, Shun calmed himself and went to the kitchen to grab a bottle of Coca-Cola and a bag of cucumber-flavored potato chips. He lazily sat on the sofa, drank his happy water, and ate the potato chips while casually opening his skill panel and starting an intriguing point-adding session. SS rank evaluation gives me 8 roulette points. According to the old rules, 1 roulette point is reserved for true spirit reincarnation, and the remaining 7 are used for enhancement. Shun sipped his Coke and first added 2 roulette points to Sage Mode and Flying Thunder God. The first related to sun breathing, whether Shun would truly evolve to the level of developing immortality by absorbing spiritual power. The latter involved space and time ninjutsu. The ability to teleport in a single thought was too easy to use. Whether it was leaving Flying Thunder God coordinates for Kaguya and the others to protect them or using it for attacks, dodging, or even fleeing, ninjutsu involving space and time like this was extremely valuable. Moreover, after adding a few points, Shun actually felt the presence of true space as he sensed the Flying Thunder God technique. Perhaps, these points also come with the talent to sense space and time. In that case, the benefits are very small. Shun could only sigh again, it was better to just hang on. He clicked on the interface, Mangekyo Sharingan, looked at, Kami, left, and, Kami, right, again, and then firmly clicked on the 2 abilities of double Kami. In the original work, Kakashi Hatake and Otsutsuki Kaguya could fight back and forth with this double Kami, directly affirming Kakashi's reputation as a 50-50 opponent. In terms of the effects and abilities of this Mangekyo Sharingan pair, it was undoubtedly the best among many eye techniques. Chapter 56, Difficult to choose, Kami, left. You can forcibly attack the enemy's body from a distance and send them to another space, and you can also move yourself in and out of different spaces. The size of the object being teleported is determined by the amount of chakra of the user. In the original comic, Kakashi used the power of his left eye to twist Deodar's arm from a distance. He also used the power of his left eye to move a kunai with Rikirei to another space. Additionally, he used the power of his left eye to move himself out of Obito's other space. Kami, right, not only can it move back and forth between the real world and different spaces, but it can also suck the enemy into a different space, and can make itself virtual to avoid enemy attacks. When attacked, the user's body will be moved to a different space to evade the enemy's attack. At the same time, ninja tools can also be stored in different places beforehand and released when needed. The downside is that when absorbing, releasing, or attacking the opponent, the body will materialize and cannot avoid the enemy's attacks. In a one-eyed state, the duration of Kami's virtualization lasts up to 5 minutes and will become invalid. This is just the single use of the left and right. If it were double Kami, the manipulation of this spatial ability would become even more abnormal. Even Kakashi could use his eye to sneak around Otsutsuki Kaguya, and after Shun returned to the Naruto world, he could also obtain Chidori and Rikirei from Kakashi for free. When the time comes, the combo of Kami plus Rikirei plus Susanoo would be no joke. In the original work, Kami plus Rikirei with the power and speed of Kami severely damaged Kaguya's arm with one attack. If Kakashi's chakra and physical strength were stronger at that time, he might have been able to kill her alone. Shun used Kami to continuously transport items around the room. He found that drinking Coke didn't require opening the refrigerator, and cleaning up trash was just a matter of thought. Thinking like this, Shun accidentally twisted the steel dumbbell into several pieces. Forget it, I won't use things like this for training in the future. Shun waved his hand, and the iron pieces appeared in a street recycling bin. In this way, his Mangekyo Sharingan had 4 eye techniques. Tsukaimi, Kami, left, Kami, right, Susanoo. Mental attacks, spatial attacks, virtual evasion, teleportation to different outer spaces, plus the final Gundam. Shun's abilities became very comprehensive. And he still had 3 roulette points in his hands that could be used. On one side, Adult Sage Body, plus, required 3 roulette points to evolve into, Complete Sage Body, plus. To reach this level, Shun's physicality and vitality would likely take another leap. On the other side, the Izanagi ability that could rewrite reality made Shun envious, and, Mangekyo Sharingan, plus, required 2 roulette points to evolve into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, plus. After evolving into Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the current Sage Body, Shun might not have to go blind, but he could use Izanagi to resurrect after a cooling period. At that time, he would have 2 resurrection coins in his body, and these 2 resurrection coins could be restored each time they cooled over a certain period. Using them alternately could maximize his life-saving abilities, and the next step after Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was Rinnegan. Damn, it turns out I'm so poor. It was somewhat difficult for Shun to make a decision. After eating the potato chips, he decided to wait and see first. It was still too early for the next journey, so he would decide when the time came. And If I can really use Sage Mode and Sun Breathing to absorb spiritual energy and strengthen myself, I can truly set aside my physical fitness first. Thinking of this, Shun couldn't wait to start his experiment. Sage Mode activated. The Sage Mode he learned with a bit of skill was almost perfect and didn't have any fancy eyeshadow appearance from the original work. However, just a moment after it was activated, his entire body underwent a shocking change. He stood there, but his whole being seemed to integrate into the world. It seemed there was an invisible bridge connecting him with the world. For the first time, Shun clearly perceived the spiritual energy present in this world. But no one expected that the sun breathing in his body would perfectly absorb the incoming spiritual energy into his body every time he breathed in. The main function of the breathing technique is to enhance the function of the heart and lungs, allowing blood to absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short time, significantly enhancing the body's capabilities in an instant. However, sun breathing, after coming into contact with spiritual energy, allowed this spiritual energy to flow throughout the body with each breath, and then integrate it into every part of the body in a subtle way. A fresh and tingling sensation arose from his body, and this spiritual energy nourished his body's cells in a very gentle manner. However, sun breathing still prioritized the heart, lungs, and 3 other organs. Like a fish that would dry up when meeting water, every breath Shun took was extremely comfortable. Although his progress each time was very subtle, the feeling of his body becoming stronger with each breath made him truly addicted. Shun felt the solar energy generated from this training was almost undergoing a qualitative change. He had heard Grandma Mitsu say before that after Onmyoji experts see a ghost, the power generated by absorbing spiritual energy and training is called cursed power. After absorbing spiritual energy, the solar energy that Shun developed seemed to change from a wooden sword into a real sword. He took a deep breath tentatively, and as he exhaled the heavy air, a nearly large white air sword flew out. In an instant, all objects touched by this air sword began to melt and change shape as if burned by high temperatures, and some wooden products were already engulfed in flames. The reason for all this was simply that he mixed the solar power from cultivation into it as he exhaled. This is just the beginning. If I wait long enough, my physical body might really transform into a solar immortal physique like in cultivation novels. After Shun extinguished the fire with water, he sat for a while before returning to calm. He looked at the environment like this after the fire and felt a little regretful. He had been too excited at that moment. If it ended like this, he might have to go to Kashiwagi Nagisa's house to sleep. Shun looked at the dark night outside and had just opened the channel when he found that Gerasimafu's chat box appeared.